So, this is the Diamond Sutra. It contains approximately about 5,800 Chinese characters. And the Chinese characters. How many English words? I don't know. So we can count it, but we can, not right now, we can count it by computers. That's good. So we'll have to find out how many words. And this sutra is one of the most important sutras. And in China, they call it the treasure of all sutras. So today is the first time when we start with it, and but in the first day, what we have to do is we have to find out why is this Diamond Sutra important. Let's do an introduction to it. And the reason why we distribute it is just want to hold it and make sure that you know what we're talking about. Diamond Sutra, and in the Sanskrit language, it should be called the Vajra Chatika Sutra, or some people translate it into Vajra Prajna Sutra. Why is the Diamond Sutra important? What's the reason for the Diamond Sutra being so important? The Diamond Sutra is like a summary of the composite literature of Prajna. Prajna, you know Prajna. Nobody can understand Buddhism without understanding Prajna. And as I talk more and more into it, you'll find out why. And so today, we just used approximately about half an hour to explain the importance of the sutra and why is Prajna important. You know that the canon of Prajna contains a lot of literature. And it's important to know about it, not just to directly get into the meaning of the Diamond Sutra. You have to know why it stands as a very important position and why it is affecting every schools of Buddhism. Buddha Sakyamuni taught the Dharma for 49 years. 2,600 years ago approximately. So Buddha Sakyamuni was the historical Buddha in this world, and he taught for 49 years after enlightenment. And out of the 49 years, he spent 22 years on the subject of Prajna, off and on in different congregations, 22 years. And this is the longest time he spent on the subject. And remember the three foundations of Buddhism that you really have to remember. Sila, translated as morality or ethics. Samadhi, translated as meditation. And Prajna, translated as wisdom. So morality, meditation, and wisdom. These are the three foundations. The other day I was also explaining in Chinese over in the cafeteria why it is Sila important. And I gave an example which I think would be appropriate. Sila, you see, our defilements, our mental defilements can be classified into three groups, three categories. Mental defilements that bother us in our mind. Why do we bring karmic action into the next life? It's all because of the origin is the mind, the mental defilements. And there's three classifications of these defilements. The first classification is defilements pertaining to latent defilements, which means that these defilements are like seeds hidden in your consciousness. This only sits there at the latent level. So this is what we sometimes call the stage of latency. These defilements are very difficult to know, and they are hidden like soil, like seeds under the soil. Under the soil of your mind, they don't come out, but they're always there. You may not even realize these defilements. They are seeds, the stage of latency. And there's also defilements when these seeds arise to the consciousness level. In other words, it comes up to your mind. This becomes the stage of manifestation. So that's why we always in our mind, we have greediness, jealousy, hatred, violence, disappointment, anxiety, you name it. All these things is at the stage of manifestation in our mind, because our mind always is involved with it. Whatever you're doing, or actions or speech, you always are involved with these defilements. But that already comes up to the consciousness level. Before it's at the latency level. Latency level, you don't know about it. Only up to the manifestation level. And some people may not even know at the manifestation level, they have these mental defilements. They just commit the crime, commit the mistakes. So remember, there's a stage of latency, the stage of manifestation in your mind, and the third is what? The stage of transgression. These defilements, when all circumstances meet, all conditions fulfill, these defilements would carry into speech and action. In other words, if a person kills, the stage of manifestation all of a sudden arises to transgression, because you already have performed the action. You perform the action out. You are yelling, you get crazy, you get mad, you get violent, you get hatred, you get jealousy. All this is already, you perform it. When you perform it, it's already at the stage of commitment. Too late. You already have committed to faults. You already have committed to karmic force. You have already done it. At a crime level, for example, people who kill, who rape, who rob, who stealing, all these criminal acts, they already have arrived at the transgression level. The karmic force has already been performed. So these are the three classifications of every single thought, of every single defilement in our mind. So, how are these defilements related to the three foundations of Buddhism? Morality, meditation, and wisdom. Take an example, as I said before, I like to give example. Take an example of a country. See if your whole, these defilements are regarding each individual. Everybody has it. If you don't have these defilements, you wouldn't come to the human realm. Your defilements probably are not extremely bad and not good. That's why you become humans. Those defilements are extremely bad and you already have the transgression done, committed. You could have gone to the three vicious realms: animal realm, ghost realm, and the hell realm. But you reincarnated in the human realm. That means you have committed both good and bad. And bad a little bit more than the good ones. So, take an example of, assuming you as an individual, you're a country, an example of a country. And the Sila morality is just like the armed forces of the country. When all these foreigners attack your country, your armed forces got to be sent out to protect the country. So Sila, or morality, protect the individual at the crude level. That is at the transgression level. Before it carry into action, your mind has always been thinking, manifested already all these defilements, but before all these enemies attack you, assuming these defilements are outer enemies attacking you, you send your armed forces to defend it. So your precept, your sila, become the armed forces protecting you from being destroyed, protecting you from committing the crime, committing the transgression. You see what I mean? They are the armed forces at the outer realm, protecting you. If you have taken the precepts, if you observe the precepts, if you observe morality. If you don't even observe morality, you don't even learn the precepts, you're being attacked by outside forces. That means you committed the crime, you committed transgression, you committed the mistakes, the errors already. But if you have this foundation of sila, of morality, before you carry these wrong actions, the sila come out to stop you. The sila would say, hey, stop, don't kill, don't rape, don't rob, don't do this, this is bad, this is wrong. The armed forces, the sila, the morality would come out to stop you if you have learned the precepts, if you intend to observe the precepts. For those who don't have any armed forces, they don't really care about precepts, they don't really care about morality, they have no armed forces. When all these outsiders attack, the country is going to be destroyed. Because at the front end, there's no armed forces. However, only having armed forces and not having policemen at home is not also safe. You already have observed this morality. You have armed forces protecting you. But there's no policeman in the country. In other words, the country, internally, it's all mixed up. Crime still inside, even though you can protect your country from foreign attack, but you still have, internally, you still have this chaos. And meditation comes in. Samadhi. That's like a policeman within yourself, in your mind, that protect you, that tells you, hey, this is wrong. You've been meditating. So the samadhi or meditation protects you at the stage of manifestation level. When all these seeds of defilements comes up to your mind and manifest it, the policemen tell you, don't manifest it. Because at the stage of meditation, the mind tells you, even before it carries into actions, it already at the manifestation level, the policeman will stop you. So that's an example for samadhi, for meditation. It stops defilements. It stops the fine defilements, not the crude ones. The crude one will be stopped by the armed forces. The next crude or the finer defilements will be stopped by the policeman internally, by you, by the policeman. Now, having the armed forces and having the policeman is not enough. You got to have the central government that develops, that protects, that provides Medicare, that provides protection, that provides development, that provides education and all that. The central government, that's prajna, that's wisdom. With armed forces and policemen and no wisdom at home, there's no central government. There's no good government to protect you. So you got to have this central, strong government at home, in your mind, to protect you. So you need that wisdom. And that's the ultimate. And that central government deals with the finer defilements. The central government of your mind deals with what? The seeds, the hidden ones. Before they come out, it develops the country for you. You see what I mean? So you need 3 armed forces, just the armed forces, just morality, not enough. Not enough. You can't deal with your own mind. You can only deal with outer conditions telling you to make mistakes. You stop, your armed forces stop the pirates from coming. We always compare defilements to pirates outside attacking your mind. Armed forces protect you from the pirates. But the policeman, the meditation protects you at home. And the central government protects you from the seeds of these defilements before they are arising. So you see how important is prajna? So what's the meaning of prajna then? So now you know, I should talk a little bit more. And some people would say, do you practice this separately? You practice morality first, and then you practice meditation, and then you practice wisdom. Do you take it by stages? You don't take it by stages. You take it all at once, simultaneously. If you just build up the armed forces without a central government and without the policemen, it's not going to be peaceful. All of this should be developed at once. Cultivate that at once. And each deal with different defilements, the very fine, the seeds, the cruder, and the crudest defilements. And one should not say, oh, so the crude precepts only deal with crude defilements, so they are not important. The important ones deal with the seeds and the finer one. That's not true. Are armed forces important to the country? Can you say, oh, armed forces are not important, only policemen and central government are important? No. The pirates are coming. They're going to attack your central government. They're going to attack your policemen. So all of these should be developed and cultivated at the same time, simultaneously. You see what I mean? So, what's prajna? We learned about it before. Prajna is a Sanskrit word. Pra means the top, the topmost, the utmost, the unequal. Nothing can be topper than that, higher than that, the highest. So prajna means understanding. So that's the high, prajna means the highest and the topmost understanding. That's prajna. And this understanding is not just ordinary intelligence or like that. This prajna, it's prajna of wisdom. Worldly wisdom, worldly intelligence could contain good or bad elements in it. The very clever, the very intelligent scientists invented the atomic bomb. And some use it for bad purpose, and some use it for good purpose. So, world intelligence could be good and could be bad. Or you can say world wisdom could be geared towards good side and sometimes geared towards the bad side. But wisdom is the pure, the perfection, the wisdom that helps you to get out from samsara. It has no good or bad side. It's the pure one. It's out of duality, beyond good and bad. It's beyond that. So, the Buddha preached for 49 years, and the Chinese Buddhist scholars classify his teaching into 5 periods. I'm telling you this 5 periods so that you know the importance of prajna. As I said, today is just an introduction. We're going to take it, this sutra is a long sutra, we're going to do it a little slowly so that you can absorb more and more. By the time you finish listening to it, you know almost like a major portion of prajna paramita. The Buddha preached for 49 years. Buddhist scholars classified his teaching into 5 periods, and you have to know these 5 periods. If you know these 5 periods, you will know what kind of sutras the Buddha talked about in different periods. And there is a gatha, a poem that says like this, and I'm going to translate it for you so that you understand the different times and the sutras of the Buddha's teaching. In the first period of his teaching, the Buddha turned his first Dharma wheel, that is to say, to teach for the first time. His teaching resulted in the compilation of Avatamsaka Sutra. This is a very profound sutra. Only great bodhisattvas, Maha Bodhisattvas, understood the profound meaning. So the Buddha only gave a short lecture for 21 days. The first Dharma wheel, according to the Mahayana approach, the first one he turned, Mahayana Buddhism, is the Avatamsaka Sutra, and he lectured for 21 days. But only great bodhisattvas knew the profundity of the sutra, so he turned to some easier philosophy so that most of the audience would understand. So he talked about Avatamsaka for 21 days only. Huayan Jing. That's a very profound sutra, and there's translations for it. There's even English translation for it, I think. You have to look for it on the internet. And then the second period, the Buddha taught the Agamas Sutra. basically the Hinayana approach and the Theravada approach of Buddhism. This second period, he taught only not for 21 days, he taught for 12 years, off and on and off and on, and Agama Sutra, A-G-A-M-A-S. Lots of Agama Sutras. Should look for it in the internet. Basically, it's very related to the Theravada school of Buddhism. We have to learn it, the Agama Sutras, different Agama Sutras. That's the second period. He turned to the easier philosophy, to another group to the mass assembly of audience. Because what's the point if only great bodhisattvas understand, ordinary people don't understand? So after 21 days, he turned to the easier philosophy. For 12 years, he taught the Agama Sutra, the Theravada approach. But I have to stress that the Theravada approach, the Hinayana approach, it does not mean that the Theravada is easier, is not as profound, then is not as superior. It's not that way. The Theravada is enough to get enlightened to nirvana. It's not profundity in terms of, oh, this is not as good as that one. It's just a simplicity of approach, a different perspective. So the Theravada is as good. The Hinayana is as good as the Mahayana. Don't differentiate it. Don't discriminate. Oh, this is the easier one. Some people underestimate the simple approach, but they could never understand the more profound approach because of their ego. They always think that I got to learn the higher approach. Oh, this is too simple for me. It's just like Anapanasati and Satipatthana. Anapanasati is enough to take you to the 4th dhyana level, to the Rupadhatu 4th dhyana level. And the Buddha attained nirvana at the 4th dhyana level. It's enough to get nirvana. Anapanasati, very simple, but that's enough to take you to get enlightened. The Satipatthana. Everyone has different causality in learning. One approach, different approaches, the many approaches. This approach to be easier for me, and this approach I have special linkage with this because I learned it in my previous life, and immediately I can link to it. It's not because of this is simple, this is profound, this is not as good, this is superior, this is not as superior. Don't discriminate that. Never discriminate that. So, how about the third period after the Agama Sutras? The third period, the Buddha taught Vaipoya Sutrani, the profundity of which is in between Hinayana and Mahayana. Here, also, no difference, it's just a different approach, the Vaipoya Sutrani. That's the third period. And he taught it for 8 years. For 8 years. So for another 8 years. And how about the fourth period? The fourth period is the teaching of prajna. And the fourth period, after the Agamas, after Avantamsaka, after the Vaipula Sutrani, the Buddha started with prajna, paramitta, prajna. And the Buddha taught for 22 years on this subject. That's the longest. So you can appreciate the importance of prajna. Nobody would understand basic Buddhism without understanding prajna. And of course, there's also prajna in Agamas and Avantamsaka. It's just the emphasis. It does not mean in the first period Buddha never talked about prajna, or in the second period he never talked about prajna. It's just the emphasis. The emphasis on 22 years is on prajna. That's the fourth period for 22 years. And how about the fifth period? The Buddha taught 5 periods. The fifth period is the teaching of Saddharma Pundarika Sutra. The Saddharma Pundarika, some translators, some experts translate it as the lotus of the wonderful law. The lotus of the wonderful, or the Lotus Sutra. There's English translation for it, the Lotus Sutra. I think English translation by our university, UBC, 30 years ago, there was a famous professor who specialized in Lotus Sutra, and his name is Hervis, yes. UBC used to have one of the strongest Buddhist faculty in North America. And Hervis, unfortunately I didn't meet him, and he passed away about 15 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. And he translated the Lotus Sutra from, I think from Sanskrit, either from Sanskrit or from Chinese. He's a Sanskrit expert, Hervis. So the fifth period is the teaching of Saddharma Pundarika, the Lotus of the Wonderful Law Sutras. There's one translated by Soothhill, a British scholar, Soothhill. And also, the fifth period also has the Nirvana Sutra. The Nirvana Sutra and the Saddharma Pundarika. All these have English translations. And this period, the Buddha taught for 8 years. For 8 years. So that you add all this together, the first period, the period of Avantamsaka, Sutrani, for 21 days, only days. The second period, the Agamas, for 12 years. The third period, the Vaipuya, for 8 years. The fourth period, Prajna, for 22 years. And the fifth period, the period of Saddharma Pundarika and Nirvana Sutrani, for 8 years. If you add this number of years together, it's 49 to 50. So approximately about 49 to 50 years. And now we are studying the Diamond Sutra, which is supposed to be a summary of all the Prajna literature. 22 years, all the Prajna literature. This is supposed to be a summary. So you could assess the importance of this sutra. It's very important. My first reason for saying the Diamond Sutra is important is the period the Buddha covered the longest, and the importance of prajna is even leading sila and meditation. And now, the second reason for Diamond Sutra being important is a little bit academic. We go to the academic. I like to go into detail when I talk about a sutra. I don't just read the words and tell you this is the word you know. I always give more information on surrounding the sutra so that you understand more. It's easy if I just take the sutra and just read that one line and say, oh, this is the word. Find a dictionary. Oh, this is a Subhuti, and here's the disciple of the Buddha, or this is the meaning of that particular word. No, you won't learn too much just by looking at the superficial meaning. You really have to know a little bit more. So I like to give you some academic. I like academic information. If you look at the bibliography of Prajna, as far as I can remember, there are 12 different translations of Prajna Sutras. 12 different translations from Sanskrit into Chinese. The reason why I tell you this, there are some scholars who suspect certain sutra to be forced. This could be created by later people. It was not spoken by the Buddha. But because of these 12 different translations in 12 different periods, dating from 1,800 years ago, the falsity is not justified. If it is forced, how can it be? In the 1,800 years, we got all translation of Prajna Paramita. So sometimes studying the academics of Prajna, you'll know this is really what the Buddha talked about 2,600 years ago. Nothing forced about it. So that's why we want to get to the bibliography, the literature, the academics of it. So that when people, one day a person could ask you, how do you know the sutra is true? How do you know that it's not created by people, by some scholars 1,000 years after the Buddha? Then you justify yourself because there are academic researchers that dealt with the falsity or the authenticity of sutras. So that's why sometimes we cannot stay away from academics and just look at the philosophy of it. So, 12 different Chinese translations. And not many of these have been translated into English. Not many of these. And I tell you how many. One of those, I think, as far as I know, were translated into English. Because translation of sutras into English is just a matter of within the past 200 years. Long ago, they weren't even found in English language. And of the 12 different translations, how come the Chinese have more translations? Because the Chinese started to learn 2,000 years ago, 2,100 years ago approximately. They traveled to India. They are adventurous. They travel the Silk Road and they for 5 years, for a lot of sacrifice, of course, and they study in India. And the student monk who studied the longest is Sun Zhang. He traveled. He took 3 years to travel and stay in India for 17 years to learn all this. That's in the Tang dynasty. That's about 1,100 years ago. And of course, there are monks earlier than that. Fa Xian, about 400 years earlier, so about 1,500 years ago. And he traveled with others for 5 years on the road, the Silk Road to India, and studied in India for 7 years. When he started his journey, he was 65, an old man. You see how courageous an old man crossed the Himalayas and crossed the desert, took all this adventure with 10 other monks, companion, crossed the Himalayas, and he traveled for 5 years. A few died in the desert. Only 2 safely arrived in India. One never wanted to return. I don't want to return. If I return, I'll be dead on the road. So if you want to go back, feel free. I'm going to die in India. But he went back. This old man at the age of more than 70 years old, 70, 75, 76, he traveled back, brought back all the sutras to China. Because he promised the Buddha before he started his journey that he wanted to bring back all the sutras. He promised. And at the age of, I don't know, approximately about 75, 74, after a few years of study, he traveled, and this time he didn't take the Silk Road. He traveled by boat. He was smart. He traveled by boat. And he got stranded a few times. He got robbed by pirates. He lost some of the sutras. And he got all this record in that book. You should read. It's translated by James, like I told you before, a record of his journey. That's very interesting. And that record of his journey was written 1,500 years ago about his own travel. So, let's talk about Sun Zhang now, the monk who studied in India for 17 years, which he translated the most Prajna Sutras. One of the most voluminous is the Maha Prajna Sutra. And after he translated that one, he passed away. Overworked himself too much. He passed away immediately, half a year after the translation of Maha Prajna. And Maha Prajna in the Chinese language, Da Bore Jing, Maha Prajna, contained 600 volumes. And he spent 3 years to translate the Maha Prajna. Sun Zhang, the student monk who studied in India for 17 years. These people spend his lifetime in bringing the Buddha's philosophy to life, to civilization, to people, to sentient beings, so that they all know about the Buddha's teaching, so that they all get liberation and emancipation from samsara, from life and death. These are great translators, great adventurers, great educators, great practitioners of Buddhism, and great bodhisattvas. They spend their whole life in it. And 600 volumes, Mahaprajna. How did he translate it? He didn't translate it all by himself. He's the main editor. He trained 700 to 800 students for a number of years, selected by the imperial government, by the king, in the translation academy. They worked together. They translated Mahaprajna. Maha, you know what Maha means? Great. The great, the Mahaprajna. Contains 600 volumes, millions of Chinese characters, by Xuanzang in the Tang dynasty, the most venerable Xuanzang Fashi in the Tang dynasty, about 1,100 years ago. And there are, of course, 11 other independent translations of Prajna I talked about earlier. The time of translation dated back as far back as 179 AD in the Han dynasty, about 1,800 years ago. The earlier Prajna Paramita literature dated back to 1,800 years ago about Prajna. I do not want to confuse you with the enormous magnitude of this Prajna literature. The Chinese over the centuries have done the most translations, containing millions of characters and translations performed by thousands of monks who were experts in Sanskrit and Chinese. So that's why we have this resourceful philosophy of the Buddha, because all these people did a lot of work. They spent their whole life into it. Not just the Chinese. In the past 200 years, I'll tell you later, there are Western people who spent their whole life in Prajna. The British, the German, they spend their whole life in translation and studying it. Maybe that should be my next topic. Number 3 reason for the importance of Prajna. I still have 5 minutes to go. Right now I'm still looking for the English translation of some of this Prajna literature. I know some, for example, Edward Cairns, Professor Edward Cairns. You can check that in the internet. Edward Cairns translated Perfection of Wisdom in 8,000 lines. Perfection of Wisdom is Prajna. He translated he used the English words perfection of wisdom. He didn't use Prajna because Prajna, some people may not understand, it is not common English. So Prajna to Edward Cairns is perfection of wisdom. Worldly wisdom is not perfect, you know. It geared towards the bad side. Sometimes it diverges into the vicious side of civilization, of human thinking, wisdom. But perfection of wisdom is perfect. It's the purest. So he translated perfection of wisdom in 8,000 lines. So there's 8,000 lines of the original Sanskrit translate of Sanskrit, 8,000 lines. And also he translated perfection of wisdom in 25,000 lines. Edward Cairns is a British scholar. He's expert in Sanskrit and is professor of London University. And he spent his whole lifetime in translations of Prajna literature from Sanskrit into English. He passed away in 1979. 1979, not too long ago. 28 years ago, 29 years ago, he passed away. He's a British who was born in London, but he is of mixed German and French ancestry. I think his mom is German and his dad is French, and they stay in London, and he was born in London. He spent his whole lifetime in Prajna, and he translated direct from Sanskrit into English. You see the difference? I hope you see the difference. Here is a Westerner, the Chinese call him a Westerner, who didn't translate from Chinese. He found the original, authentic Sanskrit prajna and translated them. It's direct translation, not a second-hand translation. Maybe I should stop at this point, and I'll continue in the next time. Morning, this is the second time for my talk on the Diamond Sutra. This is a sutra that we are talking about, the Diamond Sutra. And the last time we spent about 45 minutes in the introduction of the sutra. The importance of this sutra, why are we always studying this sutra, and the significance of it. Now, I remember in the last few minutes before we left last time, we were talking about the translations of this sutra. We're talking about Western scholars, such as Edward Conze, who translated the Diamond Sutra from Sanskrit into English. For those first-time comers who may not know what Sanskrit is the classical Indian language at the time of the Buddha in India. And sutras were translated from Sanskrit, mostly into Chinese, but since about 150 years ago, and many Western scholars attempted to translate from Sanskrit into English. So one of the most famous ones, Western scholars, Edward Conze, he spent his whole life in studying Sanskrit, Chinese, and translated quite a few sutras from Sanskrit into English. There's also an internationally famous Buddhist scholar by the name Max Muller, a German professor, expert in Sanskrit and Chinese. He also translated the Diamond Sutra. This is the Diamond Sutra is what we're talking about, just for those who don't know. This is the Diamond Sutra, one of the most important sutras in the Mahayana Buddhism. Not just in the Mahayana, also in the Hinayana too. Hinayana or Theravada also study this sutra. There's also a Professor Eugene Brenoff and Samuel Beale, again Sanskrit scholars in the last century, also had some translations. So you can actually look for them in the internet. These scholars are the ones who translated the Diamond Sutra direct from Sanskrit into English. If you are taking an academic approach into the study of Buddhism, that's how you should do it. And there are also a few scholars who translated the Diamond Sutra from Chinese into English. Now that's a second-handed translation, because the Chinese translated from Sanskrit into Chinese, and some Western scholars, they're expert in Chinese, and they translate from Chinese into English. These are the second-hand translations. For example, There's a Mr. A.F., Professor, Mr., I don't remember, Price, who worked with Mr. Wang Mo Lam together, translated the Diamond Sutra. So that's all for the academic part of it, the bibliography of it. Let's get into some of the content of it. The Diamond Sutra, the full name of the Diamond Sutra in the Sanskrit language is Vajrachatika Prajna Paramitta Sutra. And there's the word prajna in there, which is very important. P-R-A-J-N-A, prajna. That word is a Sanskrit word. And the understanding of prajna is extremely important in Buddhism. This sutra, the Diamond Sutra, summarizes the profundity of prajna. Buddha Sakyamuni gave 16 great congregations to teach the prajna. We mentioned it last time. 2,600 years ago, Buddha Sakyamuni in India, he gave 16 congregations to teach prajna. Most of the content of the 16 congregations, main essence of the talk, is contained in a sutra called Mahaprajna Sutra. A Mahaprajna Sutra. There's another sutra which is called Mahaprajna Sutra. Maha means great. Many people know about that. It's almost like a term borrowed from Sanskrit and used commonly in English. Maha means great. Maharajna means king, the great king, Maha. So, Mahaprajna Sutra, it's the most voluminous of all sutras in explaining prajna. And this sutra, it's in Chinese. It contains 600 volumes translated by Xuanzang, as I have said before. Xuanzang, one of the monk in about 1,100 years ago in the Tang Dynasty. There was a monk in China in the Tang Dynasty, the most venerable Xuanzang Yunzhong Daixi, Xuanzang Fashi, as I have said before. It was translated by him together with a team of translators. 600 volumes. That team spent 3 years in translating it. So translation is a very strenuous work, especially from one language to another. The Diamond Sutra is a summary of this Mahaprajna Sutra. So if you think that, studying this Mahaprajna Sutra, 600 volumes, would take me a long time. Just the translation is 3 years, so if I study it in Chinese, given that if your Chinese is good enough, you study in Chinese, 600 volumes, a lot of characters, millions of characters, a lot of time must be spent to study it. And if you think that I just want to grasp a general outline of it, a summarization of it, then you study the Diamond Sutra. This Diamond Sutra is a summary, is an outline of the 600 volumes Mahaprajna Sutra. So that's why this is important. And this Diamond Sutra, in Chinese, it's not very long, 5,800 characters, Chinese characters. In the English language, I don't know, it's easily defined by clicking at a computer to get the total number of words. Not that long, not that long. The translation is not that long. It's easier to grasp and easier to finish in terms of studying time and efforts. So for students of philosophy, for students of studying culture, for students studying religion, or for students who want to know something about Buddhism, this is a sutra to look for, the Diamond Sutra. And I know there's a book, there has been a book for a number of years out there, written by a Rinpoche, a monk. It's called a Diamond Cutter, I think. And he was a monk before, and he gave up his robe and returned to laity for a number of years and get involved in the diamond, in the jewelry business. And he practiced Diamond Sutra, and he utilized what he learned from this sutra to run his business, to operate his business, his jewelry business, and he became a billionaire. And he wrote a book about how he applied the Diamond Sutra to his business. Became a billionaire in the jewelry business. Is that called a diamond cutter?
It is.
It is, yes.
And then he gave it all back up and took his robes back on and returned to being a monk.
Yeah, he gave his money all to charity later and returned to become a monk. I think just out of curiosity. He just wanted to make sure that people know this is useful. You make billions of dollars from it. So, if you're in business, this is the way to go. Okay. So, Diamond Sutra. The Zen set of Buddhism, Zen, Z-E-N, Zen is meditation. Zen is a Japanese word. Z-E-N, the Sanskrit word for it is dhyana, D-H-Y-A-N-A. And in the Chinese language is Chan. They're all the same, it's just different names. And the Zen, the Chan sect of Buddhism, regards this book as one of the most important for the practice of meditation. And so meditators, we need to know it, the Diamond Sutra. Bodhisattvas practice the 6 prajna paramitas, going towards the path of enlightenment. And the 6 prajna paramitas, you remember the 6 prajna paramitas? 六度波罗蜜. 六度波罗蜜. The 6 prajna paramitas outline the practice of bodhisattvas. What are these 6 prajna paramitas? The first one is generosity or giving. Generosity or giving. The practice of giving. The second one is ethics, the practice of morality, the practice of precepts. And the third one is patience, the practice of tolerance. The fourth is efforts, the practice of diligence. The fifth is concentration, the practice of meditation. The sixth is wisdom, the cultivation of wisdom. So you need these six paramitas are practiced by bodhisattvas on their way to get enlightenment, on their way to get nirvana. To cultivate wisdom, you need this Diamond Sutra. You need the Prajna Sutra. This is a sutra in the Prajna classification category. So just a few more words on the 6 paramitas. When I come to think of it, just 2 years ago I gave a lecture to a group of 16 professors, all from China, from Beijing University, from Tsinghua University, from the north, the south, the 16 professors, all coming to Simon Fraser University's in-house program for a month in the management course. And somehow they came to the temple and they called up and they said he wanted to listen to a lecture given by, they heard about me giving some lectures before, so they wanted to visit and they want us to organize a day for them so that they can learn something. So I organized a day of lecture and I broke it down in 2 parts. It's like here, the first part is just meditation, the second part is lecturing, is giving talk. And I didn't know what I should be talking on, and then I said, why didn't I talk on the Prajna Paramita? So I talk on the 6 paramitas. And my topic is how to apply the 6 paramitas to management and accounting. And they like it. You can apply the 6 paramitas to daily life, to management, to your family, to your work site, to your job. How? Say, for example, the six, it's just a diversion from my talk. I just want to tell you the practicality of Buddhism. Just for 10 minutes. Say 6 parameters. The first one is giving. The giving in the Sanskrit language is dana, D-A-N-N-A, the practice of giving. The practice of giving is extremely important in a society. I remember there's a politician who said, the most important is not to think of the country, what you receive from the country, is what you give to the country. If everybody is just want to receive, they don't want to give, this wouldn't be a warm and welcoming society to live in. This will be a society of selfishness because you just want to receive, you don't want to give. So to practice generosity is to give out. You give out your efforts, you give out your warmth, your love, your compassion, your help, your assistance. You have to give. The practice of giving is this profundity in the practice of giving, the generosity, charity. The last time when I was talking on how to apply giving to management, I said, if a company is extremely egoistic and not think about returning to the society what they have got, this is not a good company. The morality of a company, the integrity of a company, the righteousness of a company is in its mission. Its mission is not just to give employment. It's not just to give a service or product to the society. It's in rendering its product and service with compassion, with generosity. So a company is always a thing of giving back, not just getting. The same applies to a family. If every member of a family only thinks about getting, receiving from dad, receiving from mom, from grandma, from granddad, it's a selfish family. So in a family, we all should be teaching kids to give, to render, to help. So you see the importance of giving? Generosity is the most important. And it's the easiest to practice. It reduces your ego. It helps to eliminate your egoistic feeling of just bettering yourself. So without getting into too much detail, because I said only 10 minutes, and I've gone about 5 minutes already. So, generosity, and the next is ethics, the practice of morality. Imagine, without morality, what would this society become? Without morality, what would this family become? This company, this organization. So morality is ethics. From perspective of management, applying ethics, this ethic is the rules and regulations of the company. If a company does not have rules and regulations, no ethics, no work morale, this is not going to be a profitable company. So ethics, morale, the working morale, rules and regulations, extremely important. That's what I mean by ethics. Next, patience, the practice of endurance. In life, there's always ups and downs. In a company, there's always ups and downs. Sometimes it's profitable, sometimes it's not profitable. Sometimes you're going through storms, you're going through difficult period, but you've got to endure it. You must learn how to tolerate it. You must learn how to endure in difficult times. You perceive the good times, and in difficult times, you accumulate your strength and improve for the better. In your life, don't you have ups and downs? When you are down, how do you handle yourself? How do you handle your life when you are extremely down, when you're depressed? Do you just depress as if you've gone down and you never get up again? No more hope? Only anxiety, only fear, only disappointment? You got to know how to endure difficult times. You're not always in a rosy garden. There's always storms, snowstorms, rain. You're just like a ship in a stormy weather. You're going through. And the time will come when the storm is less violent. You got to go through all this. So patience is a very important concept. The practice of tolerance and endurance. Don't you think that endurance and tolerance is extremely important in life? If you cannot accept failure, it's extremely difficult. If you always have been an A student, and suddenly you got to C, can you tolerate it? Can you accept failure? Can you gather up your courage and move on? Or you just sit down there and be depressed? Can you get up all your gears and put your knapsacks on your back and walk again? Or you can't. You just sit there and you cry and you get depressed. You've got to have this patience and endurance. That's the third. The fourth, efforts. What's this meaning? The practice of diligence. If you're lazy, you can never be successful. If you're not working hard, there's no lazy, successful businessman. When a businessman makes billions of dollars, you think that, oh, he's lucky. He's not lucky. He's been working hard. He's working 18 hours per day. You only know his successful appearance, but you don't know that behind his success, he put in a lot of sweat and blood sometimes. You only see the good part. You don't see the working part, the part that it applies the most. Efforts, diligence. I remember I came across, there was a Buddhist who came to me a few years ago, 8-9 years ago, and he told me that my son has been very lazy, and I think that he's not gonna make it to university. He's now in grade 12, and Reverend, can you do something about it? Can you talk to my son? Make him work harder. He's slacking off and he doesn't really care, and he said that what's the point of going to the university? It's the same anyway. You don't need a degree to be successful. Look at certain Mr. A, he doesn't have any degree and he become a billionaire. So why do I have to become a billionaire? Why do I have to become a good student? I don't need to study in university. I don't need to go on. Well, it's true that you don't need to go to university, but you can't be lazy. If you don't go to university and make use of time to slack off and go partying and karaoke and all that, then you are lazy. So I talked to his son, and a very intelligent youngster. He's just lazy. And later, after a long talk, I found out that the main reason, and he told me one sentence that struck the bell in me. He said, look, my mom always tells me to work hard, but he sleeps until noon. She sleeps until noon and I make my own lunch. And how can she tell me to work hard? Well, she's so lazy. My mom's so lazy. So you got to give a good example to your children. Efforts, practice of diligence. So I convey this information to the dad, and of course I have to be technical because I don't want to see a divorce. So it works out that the son I think he graduated already from Western Ontario. He make it to university. He's an intelligent guy. It's just he couldn't stand his mom being so lazy, and he didn't want to work hard. So it's important that you set a good example. If the mom had come to learn Buddhism, she wouldn't have been so lazy. Anyway, that's the fourth. The fifth is concentration. The practice of meditation, you need concentration. If you don't have concentration, you can never be successful. You need to concentrate in what you're doing. A student who can concentrate in his studies will be an A student. A worker who can concentrate in his work will be an A worker. You need your concentration, your persistence. Thomas Edison tried hundreds of experiments to be successful later in his scientific discovery. You need concentration. The sixth is wisdom, the cultivation of wisdom. Wisdom is important. If you don't have wisdom, you wouldn't have carried out your generosity, your ethics, your patience, your efforts, and your concentration. You need to have that wisdom to guide you. The 6 parameters is like a ship carrying you from this shore to the other shore, from this shore of confusion, from this shore of non-enlightenment to that shore of nirvana. You need a ship, and that ship has 6 functions in it. That's the 6 parameters. That ship that carry from you, from this shore of reincarnation to that shore of enlightenment going through the sea, that ship needs 6 functions to work properly. Generosity, ethics, patience, efforts, concentration. And finally, the wisdom. And that wisdom is the captain of the ship. If there's no captain, how can you guide the ship to go along? You've got to have wisdom. And this wisdom is not just ordinary intelligence. This wisdom, because ordinary temporal wisdom could be geared towards 2 sides, the bad side and the good side. Ordinary wisdom could be used for bad purpose, for vicious purpose. Invention of weapons and bombs to destroy other countries. Scientists need a lot of wisdom to create all these weapons. But this wisdom is geared towards the bad side, the vicious side. The wisdom we refer to in here, wisdom of righteousness. Wisdom that always geared towards enlightenment, righteousness, benevolence, compassion. And let's start the sutra. What is the title of the sutra? The title of the sutra in common English is the Diamond Sutra. Diamond Sutra, and some people call it the Diamond Cutter. It is also called the Sutra of Diamond Cutter of Supreme Wisdom. In the Sanskrit language, the title is Vajrachatika Prajna Paramitta Sutra, or simply Vajra Prajna Paramitta Sutra. And in the future, I would just refer to this simple name. I would say Vajra Prajna Paramitta Sutra. What does Vajra mean? What is Vajra? Vajra means diamond. It is the emblem or shaft carried by the Indra. It is the Indra's symbol of power and strength. What is the meaning of Indra? You see, talking about Buddhism, you need a lot of basic knowledge. So what is Indra? Indra is the king of the 2nd level of the Devaloka, or the Devadatu. To understand this, you have to know something about devas, or heavens in our plane of existence. Heavens. We're talking about heavens all the time. What is heavens? You know, the universe that we live in, the plane of existence, we're living in, the universe that we're living in has 3 levels, you know. Now, don't lose track of what I'm talking. I'm talking of just one word, Indra, the meaning of Indra. Because if you don't know the meaning of Indra, how do you know the significance of diamond? How do you know the significance of Vajra? Indra is holding a Vajra, diamond cutter. So you got to know who Indra is. So the universe that we live in, Buddhism studies the universe in detail. The universe that we live in is the planes of existence, has 3 planes, have 3 levels. The first level we know is Kamadhatu. That's the first level. The second level is Rupa Dhatu. The third level is Arupa Dhatu. We are in the Kamadhatu now. The Kamadhatu has a lot of desires. If you don't have desires, if you don't have karma, if you didn't cultivate bad karma, you wouldn't have become human realms. So talking about just the first level, Kamadhatu level. Humans, we come to the Kamadhatu level because we have karma that carry us in here. How do we come to this world is not determined by Buddha, determined by your own. You built your own future. You accumulated your own past. Nobody else. You created your own world. You come to here because causality, natural causality brought you here because of your own karma. And Kamadhatu is characterized by the 5 desires that you always have. The desire of looking for material, including money, food and all that. Your desire for material. Your desire for sex. Your desires for authority and reputation and maintenance of the ego. Your desire to live with food. Your desire to sleep. These are the 5 basic ones. There's a lot of desires that you have, but these are the 5 basic ones that everybody has in here. Do you need to sleep? Do you need food? Because of these 5 desires, you get involved in the web of karma that bring you back to this world. That's the karmic force that bring you back. Not a creator. Not the creator. You yourself, you make your own opportunity to come back. So in here, in the Kamadhatu, there's the 6 paths of reincarnation. The first path is the Devas or the guardian angels, the heaven people. People in heaven, that's the first level. Second level, Asuras. Third level, human beings. 4th, animals. 5th, ghost ram. And the 6th is victims of hell. So these are the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, these 6 paths of reincarnations, after a person passes away, for example, depending on your karma, you reincarnate into that ram. Nobody determines it. It's causality, the energy that pulls you to that ram because of your karma. And the highest level is, of course, the Deva level. The Deva level, they enjoy happiness. We call them heavens. There's 6 levels of heaven. There's 6 heavens just in the Kamadhatu. But heaven is not the ultimate that Buddha wants the Buddhist to go. You still die after your karma is served in heaven. But you have only happiness and you have long time spent, thousands of years. Us in this human realm, we have both happiness and suffering, with more suffering than happiness. It's a mixture of suffering and happiness, but happiness is temporary. Suffering, we have a lot of suffering. But in the Deva level, within the Kama Dhatu, remember we're only talking about the lower level, the Kama Dhatu, that is still the Rupa Dhatu and the Arupa Dhatu that I don't want to touch on today, because otherwise I will be spending hours just to explain the planes of existence. So I just explained this little lower level that we are in, the Kama Dhatu. The Kama Dhatu also have heaven people. And there's 6 heavens. And to know Indra, you have to know these 6 heavens. So going to heaven is not our destination. Going to heaven is not our final destination and shouldn't be your final destination, because when your time is up, you still have to reincarnate, you still died, you still go back to the 6 paths of reincarnation. So what are these 6 levels, 6 heavens? Let's start with the lowest level of heaven, which is higher than human realm, but lowest level of heaven. The lowest level, which is closest to us, to the human realm, in the Sanskrit language, it's Chatu Maharaja Kayika. In the Chinese language, it's 四天王天. The lifespan is 500 celestial years. In other words, the people in there, devas, the people in there, guardian angels, some people like to call them guardian angels. The angels in there, they enjoy a lifespan of 500 celestial years. 1 celestial year is equivalent to 50 years in here. So you multiply 500 by 50. It's 25,000, isn't it? 25,000 years lifespan. And we only have 100 years. They live up to 25,000 years lifespan. Longevity. They only have happiness. They don't have to make a living. They don't have to, they don't kill, they don't lie, it's all happiness and serenity and peace and all that. But after the time is due, they still have to die. So that's the lowest level, that's closest to us. 四天王天, Chatur Maharaja Kayika. So that's the lowest level that's closest to us. The second level, which is further from us, is the Trayamstrim-sat, heaven. In the Chinese language, is Tao Li Tian. And their happiness, their joy, is even higher than the first level of heaven. They are the second level of heaven. The third level of heaven is Yama, enjoying a lifespan of 2,000 celestial years. Ye Mo Tian. The fourth level of heaven is Tushita, enjoying a lifespan of 4,000 years. Dao Shui Tian. The fifth level is Nirmana Ratti, enjoying a lifespan of 8,000 years. Hua Luo Tian. The sixth level is Yasa Waratin, enjoying a lifespan of 16,000 celestial years. Ta Hua Si Zai Tian. And this Indra, remember the diamond that the Indra is holding? Indra is the king of the second level of heaven. And his diamond, his Vajra, we translate it as diamond, actually is the capability, the indestructibility of his Vajra is even more powerful than diamond, but we have no other to compare it to, we just call it diamond. So the king of the gods of Trayamstrim-sat has the diamond cutter, the club, his symbol of power and indestructibility. Cannot destroy, it cannot be destroyed. The diamond cutter can cut everything and is indestructible. This Vajra can cut anything. It itself, nobody can cut it. So the diamond, this Vajra, symbolizes the higher strength and durability. So that's why it's called diamond. It's important to know this word Vajra. In the Tibetan word is Dorji, D-O-R-G-E, Dorji. So diamond, if we know diamond, the reason why I have to go a little detail in here is because you need to know about diamond so that you know what it symbolizes. Diamond is a mineral that has a very high density. It is much harder than jade. 10 is the highest density. And I've been told that diamond has a density of 10. So you need diamond to cut jade. So the word diamond is used in Sutra, symbolizes hardness, indestructibility, and power, and it also symbolizes brightness. So diamond also stands for true reality. It also stands for, in the Buddhist language, stands for emptiness, sunyata, the essence of everything existing. Now this emptiness, this sunyata, emptiness, people who study Buddhism, they know what I'm talking about. Sunyata, emptiness, is indestructible like diamond. The spotless purity and translucency of the diamond symbolizes perfect spotless of emptiness, untainted by all appearances that arise out of it. But this emptiness is not apart from all things. It's not different from all phenomenon. It is one and identical with phenomenon. This cannot be conceptually understood and can only be experienced in enlightenment. So you really have to be in meditation to understand what we're talking about. The diamond cuts away all unnecessary conceptualizations and brings one to the shore of nirvana. We have a lot of conceptualizations, discrimination in our mind, and this diamond cuts through it, cuts through all your delusions, your illusions. It cuts through all your mental defilements. It cuts through all your depression, your fear, your anxiety, your jealousy, your hatred, all your mental defilements. This diamond cut through it and make them disappear. If you have this diamond in your hand, you cut through all delusions. No more suffering. You are enlightened. You cut through all your unnecessary conceptualization, your discrimination, your egoistic feeling, your fear, your anxiety, your hatred. All those are gone. So all phenomenal appearances are not ultimate reality, but rather the illusions, projections of one's own mind. We should see them as empty, devoid of ego. No ego. So the Vajra is a symbol of the absolute. It's a symbol of power. It's a symbol of wisdom. That prajna is diamond. All right, so that's the meaning of Vajra. So you know the meaning of Vajra now. That's Vajra. So I explained Vajra now, and how about prajna paramitta? What's the meaning of prajna? Prajna paramitta. Let's analyze prajna. What is pra? P-R-A, pra. It's a Sanskrit word. What is pra? Pra means supreme and unique. It cannot be higher than pra. It's the most supreme. It's the top. It's the most unique. And jna, J-N-A, prajna, J-N-A, J-N-A, jna, jna means consciousness or understanding. So if you put the two words together, prajna means supreme and unique consciousness, supreme and unique understanding. You need to cultivate your consciousness. So to understand the Buddha's teaching is not just to have blind faith in the Buddha. I believe in the Buddha and that's it. That's enough for enlightenment? Absolutely no. You believe in the Buddha and you don't follow, you don't cultivate your consciousness, you are superstitious. You just believe with blind faith. You don't believe with analysis. You don't believe with wisdom. That's a no-no. Don't believe in anything that you don't understand. Don't believe in anything that is just blind faith. You believe in something that cultivates your wisdom, that open up your mind. So prajna tells you that you got to cultivate your wisdom. Not just ordinary wisdom. It's the supreme and unique understanding. Temporal wisdom could be tainted, you know. As I said before, wisdom can be geared towards the vicious side of it. Temporal wisdom, in a lot of ways, have been misused because of egoistic feeling. So that's prajna. You ought to know what prajna is. Supreme and unique understanding. What is paramitta? Paramitta has two meanings. Paramitta is a Sanskrit word that means perfection. And it also, if you segregate paramitta in itself into two words, Sanskrit word, it's parama and itta. Parama means the other shore. Parama means other shore. You see, paramitta means perfection. Have you heard of Paramount, the Paramount pictures? That English word Paramount, that means perfect. Paramount means paramitta. It comes probably the etymology of that word comes from Sanskrit. So paramitta means perfection, and that's one meaning. The second meaning is paramitta segregates it into two words, is parama and itta. Parama means the other shore. Itta, that means you will be arriving at, or you have arrived at. Itta means you have arrived at, or you will be arriving at. So you'll be arriving at that shore. Paramitta means you will be going to that shore. Why are you going to that shore? We are at the shore of confusion, the shore of suffering, the shore of unhappiness. This is our shore. This is our society. This is our life. Of course, sometimes we have happiness. But how can you be happy if you always have death confronting you, sickness, aging, natural disasters, wars, killings, lying, misconduct? How can you be happy? How can you say that I'm happy amidst all these happenings surrounding you? Pollutions, natural disasters, ozone layers, international wars, family disputes, criminals, crime. How can you be happy if you're surrounded by all this? So this is that shore of confusion. You need to leave this shore. You're not satisfied with this shore. There's no satisfaction in this shore of confusion. The Buddha said, don't get stuck in this shore. Get away. Liberate yourself. Free yourself. And you need that ship to get you to the other shore, the shore of understanding, the shore of supreme wisdom, the shore of enlightenment, the shore of nirvana. You need that ship. That ship is the 6 paramittas. Generosity, endurance, patience, morality, concentration, wisdom. So that's the meaning of prajna paramitta. So, I've heard the gong, the sound of the gong telling us to go for lunch now. And just to summarize it, I have successfully, with this regard, finished explaining the title of the sutra. Within half an hour, I have finished this title, and this title is called Vajra Prajna Paramitta Sutra. Oh, I haven't explained the word sutra. I would like to finish it. Sutra is a Sanskrit word. It means putting together. Sutra, in Pali language, is sutta. Sutra means a thread that ties together all these beads to form a garland of flowers. You have a thread, you have a lot of beads, and you need that thread to tie all these loose beads together. A sutra contains important words that strung together the sermons of the Buddha. A sutra is that. It's a string that ties all the beads together. So when you put the whole title in perspective, Vajra Prajna Paramitta Sutra, it means diamond cutter that cuts through all the mental defilements. And this diamond cutter would lead you from the shore of confusion to the shore of enlightenment if you go into that ship with the 6 functions to carry you to that shore of nirvana. So with Diamond Sutra, you can get to the shore of nirvana. And I have finished it. Thank you for today. We've been talking on the Diamond Sutra for 3 lectures, and we already finished the introduction. We already have mentioned the bibliography of Diamond Sutra, the topic of it, the Vajra Prajna Paramitta Sutra. So today we will have to start from the sutra. So let me read out to you the first paragraph. Thus have I heard. Upon a time, one time, the Buddha sojourned in Anatta Pintika's park by Sravasti with a great company of bhikshus, even 1,250, with an assembly of 1,250 bhikshus, with a community of 1,250 bhikshus, fully ordained monks. So those in brackets were just to add the emphasis to it. That's not the translation. So this section 1 or chapter 1 explains the causes for the congregation. Section 1 contains the causes that lead to the formation of the congregation of the Dharma assembly. The first one in the Chinese language is Xin Cheng Zhou, establishment of faith. Now what does that mean? Before Sakyamuni Buddha entered into parinirvana, that is to say, before Buddha Sakyamuni passed away, Ananda and other disciples asked a few questions of the Buddha, very important, last but very important questions. One of the questions is, when the Buddha passed away, who is going to be our teacher? And the Buddha said, the precepts is going to be your teacher. The Vinaya, the Sila, is going to be your teacher. And another question asked is, how do we start the first sentence of a sutra? When we start a sutra, how do we start it? When we start a discussion in a Dharma assembly, how do we establish the faith? How do we begin? What's the first word? What are the first words that we should say? And then the Buddha said, you should say, thus have I heard. These 4 words, thus have I heard, have become the traditional opening of a Buddhist sutra. In almost like 80 to 90% of the sutras, it always starts with, thus have I heard, these 4 words. These are very important 4 words. This signifies the authenticity of the sutra. Thus have I heard. And also, thus have I heard, it established faith, and it also establishes who listened to the sutra, who got all the information from the sutra. The word I means Alanda, the I who has heard the sutra. The Alanda who is the longest attendant of the Buddha, and he heard most of the sermons and attended the most congregations of the Buddha, and he had the best memory. In those ancient times, they simply recite and memorize all the sutras. They don't have printing. They just memorized it. So Alanda attended most of the congregations. So any sutra that contains these 4 words means that it is heard personally by Alanda. So it's the first one is the first cause is, thus have I heard, it established the authenticity of the sutra, the faith, establishment of faith, and also the listener, the Alanda who listened and got the information and listened to the sutra, and now they all come together. All these words, the sermon come together. So in the Chinese language, the first one is Xin Cheng Zhou, establishment of faith, and the second one is indication of the listener, Alanda, the listener. So it's the second cause. It has to be, is it authentic? So that's the first cause. It is. Who listened to it? Alanda, the longest time attendant of the Buddha. The third one is the establishment of time. When was the congregation held? So at that time, in India, they didn't indicate a BC or AD, it just at one time, at a certain time. So the establishment of time, which is the third cause. the fourth caste, it's who is the speaker? So the Buddha was the speaker. The Buddha was the speaker. Who's the speaker? That's the fourth. The fifth, the location. Where is the congregation held? Now, according to here, if you read Anatta Pindika's Park, there's a story leading to that. Anatta Pindika's Park is in Sravasti. Sravasti is a city in the country of Kosala, the homeland of the Buddha. Sravasti is in northern India near Nepal. At that time there was a philanthropist, a layman by the name Sudatta. His name was Sudatta, and he always helped the poor, the sick, the elderly, by giving them money and giving them food, and it's very famous in giving out charity. And he was a follower of Buddha Sakyamuni, and he wanted to find a place to offer to the Buddha for Dharma assembly. And he found a place called Jetavana forest. Jeta is the name of a prince. The prince had a very nice scenic area of forest. It's called a Jeta forest. So Anatta Pindika asked Prince Jeta if he would offer this place to the Buddha. And Prince Jeta said, no, this place is so valuable to me. But if you really have the mind to offer to the Buddha, let us put it this way, if you lay gold on the location where the congregation would be built, the building where it would be built, then I'll offer together with you to the Buddha, just to show your sincerity. And Sudatta did that. So actually the Anatta Pindika's park, it's actually located in Jetavana forest. Jeta is the prince, the name of the prince. So Prince Jeta, the royal prince, and Sudatta, the philanthropist, joined together this place. Sudatta, of course, offered all the money to build it, the labor and the material, and Prince Jeta offered the land, the forest, all together. So in all sutras, in most sutras, sutras where the congregation was held, it was usually held in that place. They also call it Jetavana Grove or Jetavana Forest. So that's the location. Location donated by Sudatta and Prince Jeta. That's the fifth caste for the formation of a congregation. What is the sixth one? The sixth one is the audience, the people of the assembly that listen to the Buddha's Dharma. The official membership that comprises the Sangha order contains 1,250 people, 1,200 bhikshus. So just the first paragraph, the most important meaning to it is, when a congregation is formed, it's not formed without a reason. There's got to be 6 reasons for it, 6 causes for it. So like in this, what we're talking now, like in this assembly, we call this assembly, there must be a location, there must be a speaker, there must be audience, there must be a time when this congregation was held, it's being held, and also establishment of faith, of course, because we all listened to sutras expounded by the Buddha in the ancient times. So everything has causes that lead to it. And we call that what? In the philosophy of Buddhism, we call it causality. Causality is a very profound subject. Simultaneous causality. That touches the field of philosophy. I remember last time what's the name of this professor who came from University of Hong Kong, and he is a Theravada monk. He gave a lecture at UBC, and his topic is simultaneous causality. And he got into details, and not many people understand what he was talking about. Only people who study causality. So, causes. Nothing comes without a cause. You are what you are today is not without a cause. The fact that you're coming here to listen is not without a cause. Then the intelligent people would learn a lot from just from the first paragraph. What do we learn from the first paragraph? If you think deeper, what do we learn from just the first paragraph? Causes. If you want to build a good world, you got to cultivate causes for building a good world. If you want a good life, you build up to it. It does not come from God. It comes from you. You are the creator. You create your world. You work hard at something, you get it. You're lazy, you don't get it. If you want prosperity, you work towards it. It's all in your hands. It's all in your hands. So the 6 causes. 1,200 bhikshus. What does that mean? In most sutras, there is an assembly of 1,250 people. The 3 Kasyapa brothers, Yuroviva Kasyapa, Nadi Kasyapa, Gaya Kasyapa, the 3 Kasyapa, the 3 elderly disciples of the Buddha, they had, before they follow the Buddha, they are the leaders of certain faith. Yuroviva, Nadi, and Gaya Kasyapa. They are Deva worshippers. They worship Devas. And they had 1,000 followers. The 3 brothers have 1,000 followers. And then there is another disciple of the Buddha, Mahatgaliyana. In the Chinese languages, Mu Jiannian. He had 200 followers following him before he followed the Buddha. And there is another disciple, Yasha. He had 50 followers. So if you add 1,250 together, it's 1,250 people. By converting these 6 men, the Buddha attracted a group of 1,250 disciples who were present at many of his sermons and who were known collectively as the Sangha order. There's a reason, 1,200 people. They all came together. That's the official structure of the Sangha order. This 1,250 bhikshus. And some people ask, how about when Buddha first turned the Dharma wheel, there were 5 ascetic monks. Where are they? It's included in there. They take the even number. They won't say 1,255, so they just round it off to 1,250. So bhikshus, what does bhikshu means? Bhikshu means fully ordained monks. It's a Sanskrit word. Bhikshus means the one who begs for food. Begging for food. The term was originally used in India to refer to the 4th stage of the Brahmanistic life. Therefore, a Brahman has 4 periods in his life. It's believed to should be leading a 4th period. The first period is being born and childhood. The second period is learning in adulthood. The 3rd period is having a marriage life. And the 4th one is a retirement where they renounce home and went into the forest to practice and become enlightened. That's a Brahmanistic life, wherein the householder would renounce the world, become a beggar, and seek enlightenment. There's 4 stages. So, bhikshu means you're at the fourth stage where you renounce the world, went into the forest for meditation to get enlightenment. In Buddhism, it came to refer to a Buddhist male as a bhikshu, a practitioner who has renounced the secular world and received the 250 precepts. So that's a bhikshu. It's roughly equivalent to the term, there's another term for it, sramana. Saman, sramana. It's more or less the same as sramana. Actually, the word bhikshu, this Sanskrit word, has three meanings. The first one is conqueror of demons. Bhikshu conquer demons, demons of your own mind. You conquer demons. The second one is mendicant. Mendicant is a beggar for religious pursuit. Beggar not because he's lazy, he's begging for food. He's a beggar because he wants to spend all his time for religious pursuit, for enlightenment, not spending time in preparing and cooking for food and washing and all that. So it's begging, mendicant. And the third meaning is pure in precepts. They follow precepts. They observe precepts. So these are the meaning of the three important meanings of a bhikshu. Conqueror of demons, mendicant, pure in precepts. In the Chinese language is 不魔欺世境界 Bhikshu. So that's the first paragraph. I don't intend to explain further because otherwise we can't finish. That's enough. If you know, in the first paragraph, if you know causality, if you know the 6 causes of formation of a congregation, if you know the meaning of bhikshus, if you know why 1,250 bhikshus become the official community of the Sangha order, that's sufficient. But that's a lot of information already in there. You need notes. If you don't take notes, maybe, but we have it on if you plan to learn it academically and explain it later, you can't just remember because there's so much in it in here. After the talking, I think I would use approximately about 30 days to explain this. Out of the talking, it will be a book. It will be a book about that thick. So just by remembering it, you can't do it. You have to do some work at home. And there may be some information that you can't even find in the internet because I got it from what I learned and from many Chinese commentaries on the Diamond Sutra. But anyway, let's carry on. Second paragraph. One day, the world-honored one at mealtime put on his robe and took his bowl, make his way into the great city of Sravasti to beg for his food. So, what is the meaning of the world-honored one? The Sanskrit word for it is Bhagava. Before we start with Diamond Sutra, in the beginning of the session, we say Namo Tassa Bhagavato, Bhagavato. That's Bhagavam, that means the world-honored one, the world-honored one. One day, the time must be before noon for the Sangha members to eat. Sangha members cannot eat after the nautical noon time. According to the monastic code, bhikshus must not eat after the nautical noon time. This is called vikala bhojana. Vikala, that means not appropriate time. Bhojana means eating food. You cannot eat food in a time that is not appropriate. So you have to eat food before the nautical noon time. Why did monks beg for food? What's the reasons for begging for food? Isn't it bad to beg for food? No, it's not. It's not right to beg for food. Being a beggar? Well, there's so many reasons for bhikshus begging for food. Number one reason is to subdue one's ego and arrogance. To put your ego and your arrogance under control. Mental defilements come from the self and the ego. When feeling of pride arises, being humble would get rid of your pride. For the sake of liberation from ego, bhikshus humble themselves and practice begging. So they beg for food. It's to humbleize yourself, to put your ego under control, to reduce your arrogance. That's the number one reason. The second reason is to put an end to the attachment to worldly desires for material ones such as fashion, beauty, cosmetics, sumptuous food, comfort. Among practices austerities. This act also serves to remind others. For example, but when people see the monk begging, they would think, oh, here is a monk who practiced austerity to get rid of attachment to worldly desires, to cultivate, to liberate themselves and others. They are so determined in what they're cultivating. I must learn from them, and I must not indulge in food and comfort. When they see a monk begging, they would think, why would a mendicant, why would a monk be begging? They want to liberate themselves, they humbleize themselves. There must be a reason for it. So this act of begging causes those who indulge in material wants to think and to be enlightened. So begging really benefit others who see the begging. So that's number 2 reasons. Number 3 reason, by feeding on begged food, the Sangha members did not have to spend time in preparing for food, buying food, cleaning and cooking utensils. A lot of time is saved for the practice. Imagine how much time you spend in your meals. You go to the supermarket, you buy food, you drive there, and you spend 1 hour in buying the food, and then you bring it home, and you clean it, you cook it, and then after you cook it, and then you clean up your utensils, and all that. You spend a lot of time in doing that. The eating itself is just maybe about 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, but you spend hours to prepare your food. And in order to put all the time to studying, to practicing, they beg for food, reduce the arrogance and self and ego, humbleize themselves, and let others learn and think about what they're doing, and let them be enlightened. So that's number 3 reason. Don't think that, oh, a monk begged for food, that's bad. No, there's a lot of significance and meaning to it. Number 4 reason, when they are begging, they cannot pass the doors of the poor and go to the door of the wealthy people to get good food and delicious food. They cannot do that. And actually, they cannot get from more than 7 householders. Now, if they go to the first householder, if they don't have any food, of course you go to the second. But you cannot go to more than 7 houses. And you cannot just go to the wealthy people to get good food. Even poor people, you get their food. So there's no discrimination. For any act of the Sangha order must be free from bias and discrimination. This also provides a chance for the poor to practice charity. Why do we become poor? Because in our last lifetime, we didn't want to give. We are miser. We don't want to give. We just want to receive. We don't want to give out. So giving is meritorious. Giving is blessing. So because people didn't give in their last lifetime, they became poor in this lifetime because they didn't cultivate the cause for being rich. So there's causes for everything. So these are the 4 main reasons why monks beg for food. Are they sufficient reasons? Just saving time is a good reason. Saving time, saving a lot of time in putting it to the practice. So let's carry on the 3rd paragraph. In the midst of the city, he begged from door to door according to the rule. This done, he returned to his place and took his meal. That refers to the Buddha, begged from door to door. Of course, the followers follow him. The disciples follow him, back from door to door, and according to the rule. This done, he returned to his place and took his meal. Next, when he had finished the meal, he put away his robe and bowl, washed his feet, arranged his seat, and sat down. So, in the 4th paragraph, he finished his meal. Well, everybody finishes one's meal, put away his robe. What is the meaning of robe and bowl? Robe? Each monk possesses 3 robes. I possess 3 robes. The first one is the 5-patch robe with 5 stripes, the 5 patch robes. In the Sanskrit language is Antavasa. In the Chinese language is Antuo Hui. It is worn for daily activities such as cleaning, working, sitting and sleeping and laboring and all that. The simple one, the 5-patch robe with 5 stripes. That's the first robe. The second robe is the 7-patch robe. Even in Theravada now, in Thailand, in Burma, and they're wearing that. The 7-patch robe in the Sanskrit language is Uttara Sankha. It is worn for congregations, for listening to the Buddha's talk, for interacting with the Buddha, for prostrations, and for upasatta. Upasatta is bi-weekly chanting of the precepts. Pusa, upasatta. Every half month, monks have to come together for the congregations, chant the precepts manual, and have a conference of what have they done wrong, and if they have done something wrong, they have to seek repentance. And we call that upasatta. Very important function held bi-weekly in a conference way, in a big conference where a person reads out every precept and asks, did you conform to it? Everybody conform to it? Is there anyone who contradicts this precept? If there's silence, that means everybody conform. Now, if you did something wrong, you contradict the precept, you violate it, you have to confess. In front, you have to confess. That's upasatta. U-P-O-S-A-D-H-A. So when you do that, you wear the 7-patch robe. The third robe is the 9-patch robe. In the Sanskrit language is Sanghati, Sangqie. It is worn for alms round, going outside the temple, for going to important functions, royal functions and royal palaces, important functions. You wear the 9-patch robe. So a monk possesses 3 robes and 1 bowl. B-O-W-L, bowl. Bowl in Sanskrit is patra. Bowl. There's a bowl. Oh, coincidentally, in the Chinese language it's called bo. In the English language it's called bowl, which is quite close. The sound is quite close. So, patra, it is also called the vessel of humility, being humble, humility. The vessel or the food container, the vessel of humility, because the monk is holding up the bowl and back from door to door. 7 householders, poor and rich, same, no discrimination. Good food, bad food, is all put in the bowl. You can't say, no, I don't want this. No. Can you give me that? I don't want this. You can't do it like that. No picking, no choosing. That's not what happened now. When we go around serving food, no, I don't want this. I want this. Now you choose. No, I can't eat that. This I eat. You're not allowed to do that. It's not right. No picking and choosing. The monastic code defines strictly as to the material, the size, and the color of the bowl. The material of it should be of iron, made of iron, because iron, it's made of iron for its durability. It's not right to use a porcelain bowl or wooden bowl. The Buddha defines the material to be an iron. But just for your information, the Buddha's own bowl was made of stone, very heavy, purple stone. A big bowl of stone. And you really you need some strong arms to hold the bowl, the bowl. And it was said to have been the bowl used by Buddha Wapasin. Wapasin Buddha? The V-I-P-A-S-I-N, Wapasin Buddha. Wapasin Buddha is the Buddha, you see, in the present Kalpa, the time that is closest to us, of course it also means millions of years, there were 7 Buddhas in the present Kalpa. One Kalpa is so many eons of years, but close to us. Now our historical Buddha is Sakyamuni Buddha. In the history, it's written in history, Sakyamuni Buddha. But before him, there are 7 Buddhas. And the first one of the 7 Buddha is Vipassana. People see for. That bowl was used by Buddha Vipassana and passed on to Sakyamuni Buddha. It was made of stone. So sometimes we thought that in those millions of years ago, maybe they divined that bowl to be made of stone because people are stronger at that time. You can hold a stone bowl. Anyway, the bowl must be ironed. It has its size, and that's the bowl that we're using. You see our bowl. Our bowl is made of iron, so the size of it is quite right. Maybe the size is a little smaller than the ancient times. I don't know, but it is big. Our bowl is also made of iron. We're going to have lunch. Then you can watch our bowl. It's iron. It's made of iron. Now, here in the introduction of the sutra, we should realize that this sutra is different from some others where the Buddha expressed miraculous deeds such as in the beginning. Usually in a sutra, the introduction is when the Buddha expressed miraculous deeds, radiating light, radiating energy, and miracles and all that, and sounds and heavenly music and all that. But in this sutra, it is so down to earth. Everything is so common. Everything is so down to earth. Cleaning, eating, going out begging and cleaning and sitting down, and everything is so down to earth. No miracles. No radiation of light and emitting of sound. Nothing like that. Actually, when you come to think of it, in the first section, now remember the last paragraph. He finished his bowl, he put away his robe, washed his feet, arranged his seat, and sat down. It is so down to earth, so common. But if we really give some thinking to the first section, or we already have finished the first section now, we think, what did the Buddha and his disciples do? Just thinking about the first section. It is so down to earth, so common, but actually the Buddha was practicing the 6 paramitas, do you know? What are the 6 paramitas? The 6 paramitas: charity, morality, endurances, diligence or right efforts, meditation, and prajna. These are the 6 perfections that a bodhisattva should practice. 六度波罗蜜. So actually, the Buddha was conveying the information that we should be practicing the 6 prajna paramitas. Do you realize that? Now maybe before we break for the day, since I already have finished the first section, let's do a little bit more thinking. Let's think beyond the words. When you're reading a sutra, if you read a sutra like a story, you're not learning anything from it. It's a story. Everybody can create a story. You're not reading a sutra like you're reading a story. You really have to think about what the Buddha and his disciples were doing. They were actually practicing the 6 paramitas. The first one is charity. How do we know? Charity is giving out. You're giving out. Generosity, dana, generosity. And the act of begging from door to door, providing an opportunity for laymen to cultivate karma of giving and to indirectly educate others the act of humility, of being humble, conquering the growing ego and detachment from worldly desires. Begging. Begging seems to be getting, but then actually the Buddha was conveying the information out, giving an opportunity for the poor even to perform giving, encouraging giving, and improving and increasing the karma of the poor to give. Telling people that they should subdue their ego, telling people that they should be detaching from worldly desires of comfort, luxuries, sumptuous food, comfort and all that. So that's charity, practicing of charity. How about morality? Observing the precepts of not taking food after the nautical noon, putting on robes during the begging, and washing and walking and lining up and walking processions, observing the order. All this is morality. All these are upholding the precepts of morality. When people see all these bhikshus aligning for the arms round, taking food graciously and walking graciously in order, this is an expression of morality, expression of observance of precepts. The graciousness of it, the sincerity of it. So this is morality. How about endurances? Going out begging for food under the sun, walking from door to door. You really have to endure. Endurances. Whatever food is given to you, you're not rejecting it, you're taking it. Whatever given, you receive without discrimination, without bias. This is endurances, tolerance. How about the fourth? Diligence. Following the practice by begging, returning to the abode, putting away the robe and the bowl and washing feet and sitting down, and all these are acts of diligence, applying the right efforts to morality, charity, and endurances. The right efforts. You have to use the right efforts to it. Whatever the charity, when he's doing, he's begging from door to door, he's not discriminating, is the morality of observing the precepts, not rejecting any food, the endurances of walking under the sun and all that. You really have to apply efforts, and that's diligence. You try hard at it. And how about the fifth one, meditation? After eating, arranging the seats, sitting down and crossing legs and focusing on what is before them. This is preparation for meditation. How about the sixth, prajna? Prajna, remaining unattached and mindful throughout the practice of these 5 paramitas, is the perfection of wisdom. So all throughout the act of going out on arms round, returning and eating and putting away robes and bowl and washing feet and arranging seat, the Buddha and his disciples are simply practicing mindfulness. What are we doing? What do we do in here? Mindfulness. The Buddha is practicing mindfulness in every act. All the disciples, all the bhikshus are practicing mindfulness in every step of the way, being mindful. So what is mindfulness? What are the four subjects of mindfulness? The four contemplations. The mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of feeling, mindfulness of mind, of thought, and mindfulness of dharmas. Remember this four mindfulness? The four contemplations? What did, in the first paragraph, just the first section, what is being emphasized in here? Mindfulness of the body. Going out back and sitting down and washing feet and all this is being mindful. Every step, every action is being mindful of it. That's very important. There's anapanasati. That is satipatthana. That's very important. So these are the 6 parameters. The first section tells us that we have to practice the 6 prajna parameters: charity, morality, endurance, diligence, meditation, and prajna. In the Chinese language is 六度波罗蜜, 布施, 持戒, 忍辱, 精进, 禅定, 般若. So, at the sound of the gong, let's read this again. In section 1, we already have covered most of the important meanings in it. The 6 causes for the formation of congregations. Establishment of faith, establishment of the right listener, location, time, speaker, and audience. You got to have all this causality put together. Just as when we come to here, we got to have all these 6 causes. Otherwise, there will be no congregation. Say, for example, if I'm not here, there's no speaker, there's no talking. Well, you are not here, you're the audience. Well, who am I talking to? There will be no congregations. No place like this, no congregations. No time, no congregations. So when you come to think of it, have I cultivated all the causes that I should be leading a happy life? Or I didn't really care. I just work from day 1 to day 2 and that's it. I don't have any planning. No cause, no reason. I just live day by day. No. You have to build up. Prepare for it. You prepare your own life. You walk that life of prosperity, that life of enlightenment. You are the creator of your own life. You don't care about your life? If you care, you have to create a good life. You got to start cultivating all the causes for the good future life. It's in your own hands. You're the creator. And then you should know the 1,200 bhikshus, members. And what's the meaning of bhikshu? You should know about that. Conqueror of demons, pure in precepts, and begging for food, mendicant. Who would humbleize themselves begging for food? These people are philosophers, you know. Some of these were rich merchants ordained into monk. They didn't beg for being lazy or being inefficient in their productivity level. These are high-level people. Kassapa, Madhyayana, and Yasa, they are all rich people before they got ordained. But they were begging now. They humbleized themselves with the vessel of humility, the bowl. What possessions do they have as a monk? Only 3 rupees and 1 bowl. They didn't possess anything. Detached completely from worldly desires. They only have 3 rupees and 1 bowl. The bowl is for food, the rope is for protecting of the body. Nothing else. Imagine what we have now. And some people say we can identify your wealth by looking at the chain of keys. How heavy is the chain of keys? People carry this chain of keys all the time. The doors, they have house, an apartment, they have a car, they have a boat, and they have an account and a bank clothes, cosmetics, diamond rings, earrings. If you move from one place to another place, it takes you the whole week to get prepared for it. Your possessions. So you back from door to door, and according to the rule and all that, return to the place and took this meal, and then you wash your feet and you start ready. And we asked in this section 2, the philosophy begins. Subhuti, the disciple, who was an expert in understanding sunyata, emptiness. He raised a question. And because of his question, we have the whole Diamond Sutra. What is that question? That very important question that he raised to the Buddha. He raised one question, and the Buddha took that question, and here we got a Diamond Sutra. That very important question, I'll leave it for next time. We finished with section 1 on the Diamond Sutra, and today we'll start with section 2 or chapter 2. Chapter 2, let's read the first paragraph. At the time, the elder Subhuti, who was in the assembly, rose from his seat, uncovered his right shoulder, knelt upon his right knee, respectfully joined the palms of his hands, raising his hands with palm joint, and said to the Buddha, "Rare and world-honored one, how well the Tathagata protects and thinks of all bodhisattvas, how well he instructs all the bodhisattvas." So this is chapter 2. This is Subhuti as a question. Sutra begins with someone asking a question. So at the time, the elder Subhuti, who is Subhuti? He is one of the Buddha's disciples. He is one of the 10 most prominent disciples of the Buddha. He excelled in his understanding of the doctrine of emptiness, sunyata. The doctrine of emptiness, we already have talked about it in detail. What is emptiness? Emptiness does not mean that there's nothing. This is empty, this is nothing. A box is empty, there's nothing inside. Is that emptiness? That's not what it means by emptiness. It's emptiness in terms of materiality, but the real meaning is not just the superficial meaning. We already have gone through that, the meaning of emptiness or sunyata. That is a very important doctrine, philosophy of the Buddha's teaching. No one can understand well the philosophy of the Buddha without understanding sunyata. Sunyata is the Sanskrit word for emptiness. So, Subhuti, he excelled in the understanding of emptiness. So in the Chinese language, he is 解空第一. He is number 1 in explaining sunyata. So in the Prajnaparamita Sutra of the Mahayana, there's a whole series, a whole bibliography of Prajnaparamita Sutras in the Mahayana approach to the Buddha's teaching. It is generally Subhuti who, because of his profound thought, profound insight, explains the meaning of sunyata. He was called elder at that time. At the time, the elder Subhuti asked the question, why was he called elder? He was called elder because he was advanced in years of being ordained, in the years of wearing the robe of the monk, in the years of becoming a monk, and venerated for his virtue. Remember in the first chapter, when the Buddha finished the meal, he put away his rope and bowl, he washed his feet, arranged his seat, and sat down. When the Buddha sat down, the whole assembly followed suit. And then, when a disciple asked a question in front of the Buddha, they demonstrated their sincerity in 5 ways. When you initiated a question, you become the interlocutor. You become the main person asking the question. There's always someone who asks a question, and then Buddha answered that question. And then there's so many other bodhisattvas ask that question too. So the sutra is questions and answers, questions and answers. It's not just about how you worship. It's about life, about living. So Subhuti started to ask a question. When you ask a question, it's not like that. You just sit in there and casually ask any question. You have to show your veneration. There's a certain procedure in India you have to go through before you ask the question. To demonstrate your sincerity, you have to ask the question in 5 ways. If we read section 2, the first paragraph. He rose from his seat, Subhuti rose from his seat, uncovered his right shoulder, knelt upon his right knee, respectfully joined the palms of his hands together. Before you ask a question, that's what you should do. Now, number 1 is to rise from your seat. You can just ask a question from your seat. It's impolite to do that. You don't just sit in there, and usually in here, now we're so used to the casual way. You just ask questions, just raise your hand, and then when you ask, sometimes when people ask questions, the attitude is to challenge you. They don't want to get the insight of it. They don't want to get more information. They just want to challenge you. So they ask the question. And sometimes they lean back, and in some university or even schools, they have a cigarette in their hand, and then they ask that question. Or they lean back, or some of them even put their feet on the table. Have you been to those halls? I've been to those halls, where students put one foot on the table and they ask the professor, "Hey, I got a question." And the professor has to answer it. That's not the way. Without politeness, without courtesy, without sincerity, how can you learn? How can you learn to humble yourself? So why did the disciple demonstrate the 5 ways before you ask a question? To humble yourself. To get rid of your ego. Because when you ask that question, you have that egoistic feeling that, hey, you're wrong, or hey, you got to answer my question. I'm paying for a tuition fee. You got to answer my question. I mean, in human behavior is an aggrandizement of self and ego. And because of this ego, we got into trouble. We are nurturing our ego every day in whatever we are doing. So you see a sutra, at the beginning of the sutra, when you ask the question, Subhuti rose from his seat, number 1. Number 2, put their clothes in order, that is to expose the right shoulder. Usually they have 2 shoulders covered, the robe cover the 2 shoulders, and when they want to show their veneration, they uncover, they bare one part of the shoulder. There's a second procedure, the second way. Bare one part of the shoulder. And also when they are working, when they're eating, when they're working, they also bare their shoulder. So when you ask a question, so you rise from your feet, rise from your seat, bare your shoulder, and then what? And then uncover his right shoulder, knelt upon his right knee. That's number 3. You have to kneel upon, with the right shoulder bare, touch the right knee to the ground, and then put their palms together, look up to the Buddha with veneration, with mindfulness, and then they ask that question. That's how you ask the question. So Subhuti started to ask a question, and he demonstrated his sincerity by doing this 5 ways. And what did he ask? Let's find out more. Rare and world-honored one, how well the Tathagata protects and thinks of all bodhisattvas, how well he instructs all the bodhisattvas. Now, what's the meaning of rare and world-honored one? Let's find out what is world-honored one. The Buddha has 10 epithets or titles. The first one is Tathagata. Tathagata is a Sanskrit word interpreted as tata, that means thus, such as, suchness. Come, Tathagata means come, so it means thus come. This is the implication that the Buddha's achievement of enlightenment has come through a path of practice that other sentient beings can follow. Thus is the reality, the truth. Thus the truth will come when the Buddha comes to this world to introduce the truth to sentient beings to follow. This is Tathagata, that means thus come. It's a Sanskrit word. So that's number one. There's the number one title, Tathagata. The second title, Arahat. Arahat is a Sanskrit word. Literally, it means one who deserves offering, because he has completely rid himself of all selfish tendencies. In other words, he has no ego. His ego is all disintegrated, selfless. The ego has gone. The ego is the problem ego. Some people say, I have an ego. Well, the ego is no good for you. It's because of that ego we got into trouble. That's self. How do we find out more about that ego that we have? Our ego. Not just by one sitting in here you find out your ego. Find out about your ego. What's the study of Buddhism? The first lesson in studying Buddhism is find out about yourself. Where does your ego come from? Let's resolve that problem. Find out more about it. So, the second is the Arahat. The second title is the Arahat. The third title, it's in the Sanskrit language, is Samya Sambuddha. He's also called, the Buddha is also called Samya Sambuddha, the Sanskrit word. What does that mean? Samya, that means sam, means correct. Samya, that means omniscient. Omniscient means knows everything. Also it means omnipresent, that means it's everywhere. Omnipotence, that means it's all powerful. The enlightenment, this person who is omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipotence. That means he knows all, he's power in all, and he's present in all. The Samya Sambuddha. That's the third title. The fourth title in the Sanskrit language is Vidya Karana Sampanna. It means perfect in wisdom and action. One who has consummated knowledge and practice. Consummated, that means completely fulfill knowledge and practice. So this is Samya Sambuddha. So when you are reading a sutra or any other books, the Buddha could be referred to as Samya Sambuddha. What are we trying to achieve? We're trying to achieve Samya Sambuddhi. We're trying to achieve enlightenment. Buddhi is enlightenment. Samya, that means correct, perfect, omnipotent, omnipresence, and omniscience. That means knowing all, present all, and power all. Once you achieve Samya Sambuddhi. So that's the fourth title. How about the fifth title? The fifth title is quite simple. In the Sanskrit language, it's called Sudgata. That means well done, well gone, well finished. It's a person who has skillfully finished his holy job, complete his job, leaving nothing behind. All finished. Gade, remember? Gade, gone. Zut gade, that means well gone. Gade, bragade, brasam gade, buddhishwaha. That's, remember the Heart Sutra? Gade, that means gone. Zut gada, that means well, gone well. He's already gone to the shore of enlightenment. So, Zut gade, that means well gone, that also means this person who has become enlightened, who has achieved samyasam buddhi, has already gone from this shore of confusion, life and death, life and rebirth, to that shore of enlightenment, that shore of samyasam buddhi. So that's well gone, the person who has well gone there, Sugata. And in India, somebody like to use that as the first name. Hey, how are you, Sugata? That means you already have gone, you leave nothing behind. You're a good worker. You've done your work, you finished, you consummated your work, and you left nothing behind for people to do. Good worker never leave anything behind for others to do. He complete a good job. Sugata. So that's number 5. Number 6, in the Sanskrit language, is Lokavit. Lokavit means knower of the secular world. One who fully understands the nature and function of the world. He understands everything about the world. The knower of the world. Lokavit. That's the 6 epithets or titles of the Buddha. How about the 7th? The 7th, it's tamer, to control. In the same way that a coach driver expertly controls a team of horses, the Buddha controlled the 3 karmic activities. The 3 karmic activities of words, thoughts, and deeds. He completely put the 3 karmic activities under control. What are these 3 karmic activities that poison us? Your action, your body, mouth, and mind. Physically, body, mouth, and mind. Body can do what? Body can do action. Mouth can do speech. Mind can do thought. Your action or your behavior, your speech, your thoughts polluted yourself. All your karmic activities, they are from these 3 sources. You watch them. Why are you meditating? Meditating is just relaxing myself and get good health and get good skin and good health and good body shape and maybe get away from depression and relaxation. Is that the purpose of meditation? No, you got it all wrong. That's not the purpose of meditation. The purpose of meditation is to know your mind, understand yourself, not just to better your body. Of course, the byproduct of it is bettering your body. Because when you're meditating, you're understanding yourself, you put your whole body into relaxation and solitude. You can think properly. You can act properly. You can think much better than when you are in action. Much better than when you are angry, you are jealous, you're greedy, you're arguing, you're yelling, you're shouting. Much better than that kind of situations. So you really have to find out more about meditation. Meditation is not just relaxation and yoga, no. That's just tip of the iceberg. If you learn meditation for the purpose of yoga, you lost it. You lost the most valuable. You just look at the tip of the iceberg, you haven't looked at the underneath it. The major portion of it is underneath, not the tip. So, tamer, that's the 7th title. What's the 8th title? The 8th title in the Sanskrit language is Sasta Deva Manusyanam. What is Deva? Deva means demigods, fairies, people. existing beings who are enjoying themselves in heaven. Heavenly beings, deva, heavenly beings. We are human beings, but they are other beings. They are heavenly beings. They are in heaven. They are much happier than us. But don't go to heaven as an ultimate purpose, because they still have to die. They may live millions of years. They enjoy happiness, but when their karmic force is ripe, they still have to reincarnate. So the Buddha said, your destination is not heaven. You got to go beyond heaven. Heaven is not the way to go. Of course, heaven is a million times better than the world, because this world is a world of suffering. Sasta Deva Manusyanam. Deva, it's heavenly being. Manusaya means humans. Sasta means teacher. So the Buddha is the teacher of heavenly beings and human beings. That's another name for the Buddha. Teacher of gods and men. So, do the Buddhists believe in God? Yes, they believe in God because they're heavenly beings, but they don't worship gods. They don't worship gods because they are still in the paths of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnations. These deva beings, why did they go to heaven? They perform good deeds. When they were humans, when they performed the 10 good deeds all the time, then they have the karmic force to be reborn in heaven. What are these 10 good deeds? Remember these 10 good deeds? Always have to have them in mind. Not killing, not stealing, not lying, no sexual misconduct, and no frivolous speech, no cursing, no slandering, abstinence as much as possible from greediness, hatred, jealousy, you name those things. So these people, there are people like that who perform as much as possible. They're being bound by morality. They always go to morality standard. They have very high morality standard. When they die, they're reborn in heaven. They don't even have to go through the Bardo stage, some of them. Normally, when people die, they go through the Bardo stage. Within the 49 days, they still roam around. But for people who are destined to be born in heaven, when they die, they don't even go to the Bardo stage, they be reborn in heaven because they've done good deeds. For people who've done bad deeds, unvirtuous deeds, when they die, they don't go through the Bardo stage, they immediately go down to hell. All the other intermediate ones, when they die, they usually stay in the Bardo stage for 49 days before they reincarnate. That's why within the 49 days, you can do something for them. And that is called release of soul from purgatory. You can do certain things to release depressed souls from purgatory. And there's ceremonies like that. And people like monks to do it, to do for the people who passed away. The people who always come to the temple, oh, my certain person passed away, and can have a group of monks perform certain rituals, and these are rituals to release souls from purgatory. So, teacher of gods and men, that is the number 8 titles. Now how about the number 9 title? Number 9 title is just Buddha, B-U-D-D-H-A. Buddha, Bud means complete understanding. That means the person who achieved complete understanding of prajna. Buddha, it's Buddha a god? Buddha is not a god. God is still in material. You still look at things from the material perspective. All material is disintegrate. All birth will die. Only if you are beyond birth, there will be no death. Anything that is born will die. You're still in the birth and rebirth cycle. Buddha go beyond that already. Out of the materiality, out of form, out of sensation, perception, volition. We're still living within our consciousness. Our consciousness is characterized by sensation, perception, volitions, and the fallacious consciousness. We're still living in there. We've got to go beyond it. Arahats of the Theravada. Arahats have already eliminated the ego. They practice selfless, no self. And after a long series of practice, the ego is gone, disintegrated. When the ego is gone, there's no more mental defilements. You know mental defilements? Mental defilements that originates from egoistic feelings. Jealousy, hatred, violence, angry, greediness. You name them. All these mental defilements all come from the ego. Arhats already have eliminated them by practice of non-self contemplation. And then they are out from reincarnation. They got into nirvana. Bodhisattva and Buddhas go further. They even eliminate the notion of the Dharma. In other words, when you eliminate yourself, you have that method for the elimination of self. Even that method is empty, is void, is sunyata. Well, that you really have to learn more about it. Okay, let's get back to Buddha, the 9th title, and the 10th title is what? The 10th title is Bhagavat in Sanskrit language. B-H-A-G-A-V-A-T. Bhagavat. What does Bhagavat means? Bhagavat means world honor one, honored by the world. So let's get back to this. Subhuti said, rare and world honored one. That is addressing the Buddha with one of the 10 titles. Rare. How come he said rare? Rare in terms of what? Rare in terms of many ways. Rare means not happening all the time. Rare, not happening all the time. Why did he become so, why did he say rare? Because remember in the section 1, the Buddha went about arms round, begging from one door to another door for the food. Remember why? Remember we said bhikshus beg for food? Monks, they don't cook, they beg for food. And there's a lot of reason why begging. Begging not because of self-pitying or because of reliance on other people's food. There's a lot of meaning in begging. I already explained that. I'm not going to go through it again. So begging from door to door and arms round, eating, mindfully walking in the city, mindfully returning, mindfully eating and washing the bowl and putting the ropes back and sitting. All these things, the Buddha is practicing mindfulness. And Subhuti sensed that Buddha's mindfulness today is quite rare. This mindfulness seems to suggest to Subhuti that there's a very philosophical assembly. They're going to discuss something very philosophical. They discuss Prashna Paramita. So Subhuti because Subhuti is already an Arhat, out of his power, he knows that this is a rare occasion for the Buddha to talk. So he said, rare. I feel something. I'm going to ask this question. I feel something. So rare. Rare in terms of the occasion at that time. Rare in terms of the Buddha's appearance. Because Buddha does not appear all the time in this world. Within the last 2,600 years, the history of humanity only has one historical Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha. Before, there are 7 Buddhas of the world already. How many Buddhas are there? Billions of Buddhas, not just one Buddha. Anyone who obtained enlightenment, perfect samya sambuddhi, is a Buddha. To people, to beginners, it seems so unusual. There's only one God, right? How come there's so many Buddhas? You got to find more about it. Open your eyes. There's a door of treasure in the philosophy of Buddhism. If you always walk in front of the door and you don't go in, you never know what's going to happen. You never know what is inside. It contains one of the most resourceful literature of humanity, philosophical resource literature of humanity. Do you care to open the door or just walk in the door and say, bye-bye, I'm going to go on something else? Well, it's up to you. So, rare and well-honored ones. Next, how well the Tathagata protects and thinks of all bodhisattvas. So what are bodhisattvas? Bodhisattvas, buddhi means enlightenment. Sattva means sentient beings. Bodhisattva means all sentient beings who is in the practice of pursuing enlightenment. It's neighboring the realm of the Buddha, or some are neighboring, almost get there, they're still practicing, they're still on their way to practice. A bodhisattva is anyone who ceaselessly seeks unexcelled, perfect enlightenment and bliss and welfare of sentient beings. He's always rendered compassion to sentient beings. Sometimes when I first have access to Buddhist sutras, I always think, whenever I read sutras, I always said that a bodhisattva always render compassion to others and forgetting himself. And that doesn't apply. Doesn't apply in the North American society. We always think of ourselves first. But when I study more and more about it, when you always put other people's interests in front of you, you're not going to be disadvantaged by it. Because you always think of others, automatically your thinking perspective is widened. Then your wisdom level increases. People who have restricted egoistic feeling of only about himself, as time goes on, he's so restricted that he can only see himself. But whenever you see things, you always think, would it affect other people? You think in terms of others first, you automatically is benefiting yourself. You tried it out. So when you return home, for example, and you see something obstructing the lobby or something like that, and your first sight of it, oh, something is obstructing the pathway, and then say, oh, something was to kick on it, and he's going to stumble, and he's going to fall, and he's going to hurt himself. You think of other people. On the other hand, if you're selfish people, you think, is this my stuff? Who's getting my stuff on the pathway? Oh, it's not mine, I don't care. You see the different feelings? You see the different feelings? So when you always think in terms of others, being a bodhisattva, you widened your perspective. That was a story, and I don't know if I should go to story. If I go to story, I can never finish section 2, but maybe I should still mention the story. It's a true story. There was a couple. He had 2 children, and they went on holiday, and they left the 2 children behind for the babysitter to look after for a week, for 7 days. Babysitter, very reliable babysitter. And they went away to Mexico, and for 7 days, retreat, summer retreat. And then they came back. They were driving back, and as they were approaching their street, the street is quite long, but as they approached the middle of the street, they saw a house on fire. A house on fire. So John hurriedly got down, and there was a woman crying right at the door. The fire was not so bad. It was almost, it started. It's going to glow. The flame is going to glow, and there was a woman terrified, running out and, help, my house is on fire. And she was trying to get some water and splash onto it. She was so excited that she forgot about 911. She was just so excited, nervous. So the man got down, and what's happening? Oh, there's a fire. My children is in the house. My children are in the house. And then the man wanted to go in to fetch the children for the lady. But the wife said, hey, John, watch it. The house is going to collapse anytime if it's burning too much. But John hurried and went in and grabbed two children by the hands and came out. And when she came out, put the children down, and the lady was hugging the children, and they were getting out from the flame. And then the lady suddenly said, oh, there were two more children inside the house. And the man thought, yes, when I was trying to fetch the children in a hurry, I heard cries of two other children. Yes, I should go in again. And the wife said, you're crazy, don't go in there. The house is going to collapse anytime. But John, being so bodhisattva, so compassionate, he wanted to help. He rushed in. He got the two children again and came out and saved two more children. And as she put the children back, the children look up at him and say, Dad, it's his children. The babysitter went, have some urgent things to do, shopping, and put his two children with that inside that house for the woman to look after. He was actually saving his two children. You understand? See what I mean? So if you're being selfish, you don't want to go and you don't even save your own two children. So you see the causality, the karmic activities, the karmic influence of these things. And John didn't know he was actually saving his two children. And his wife actually didn't want him to go back. His wife said it was crazy. How crazy you are, risking your life for other people. See? So, how come a bodhisattva is always thinking about helping others, putting the welfare of others in front of him? How come Buddha say that bodhisattva always think in terms of others first, not of yourself? There's a meaning for it. So do you want to be a bodhisattva? Only bodhisattvas can become a Buddha. So he said, rare and well honor one, how well the Tathagata protects and thinks of all bodhisattvas. That means how well the Buddha always protect bodhisattvas. The Buddha always think of bodhisattvas, and the Buddha always instructs bodhisattvas, teach the bodhisattvas. So Subhuti asked Buddha, the rare, well-honored one, how well the Buddha protects and thinks of bodhisattva and instruct them. Next paragraph. Well-honored one, virtuous men and women develop the supreme enlightenment mind. How should their mind abide? How should they control their thoughts? Here's the question. That means, honor one. How should the bodhisattva abide their minds? How should they control their thoughts? That's the question. That's the most important question. How to control your thought. How to abide your mind in the spiritual development. If you know how to do it, if you know how to abide your mind in peace, in that spiritual development continuously, and if you know how to control your wandering thoughts, you're right on your way. That's the first question. Very practical question. Nothing about Buddha, we all pay the respect and worship to you, and that's enough. Buddha, you will bless us. You give us the power. You give us everything. No, he didn't ask that. He asked, how do we practice? How can we be better? How do we understand ourselves? How do we abide our mind in peace so that we can help others also to abide the minds in peace? How do we control our mind so that we always can control our karmic activities? How can our behavior, our speech, our thoughts be holier and purify so that we are right on the path of spiritual development. It's about practice and development, not about blind faith, not about just faith and belief, no. Faith is only the first step. All the other steps depends on how you stride your steps forward. How should they continue in practice consistently without forgetting the ultimate purpose of perfect enlightenment? In the practice of Samya Sambuddhi, perfect enlightenment, in the practice of Samya Sambuddhi, one of the most important key is patience. Patience is very important in spiritual development. And I have experience with that. I can see that over the years, there's so many people come and go and come and go. They practice for 1 or 2 times and they think they got it and they never come again. They thought that one meditation is enough and they learn all and they go home and practice. That's not it. So patience is very important in spiritual development. My experience is that some people start off being very interested in the Buddhist teaching. It is new and different from what they think. In the first year, they are very conscientious. But as time goes on, they lose their patience. Particularly if they have problems with their daily lives and they do not know how to apply the Buddhist teaching to resolve their problems. Then in the second year, their interest is diminishing, and finally, they totally forget about the Buddhist teaching. They don't have the patience. So it is significant that virtuous men and women learning and practicing development of Samya Sambuddhi to abide the mind in patience, hold it and continue with the same conscientiousness. It's very important. As I always give the example of drilling well for oil in Alberta. If you drill from one well to another well and try different wells without getting too deep, you won't get it. You concentrate in 1 or 2. You get deeper and deeper and deeper. You take your patience, finally you get it. A rolling stone gathers no moss. Some people read from one book to another. They never can go beyond half a book. They start another one. And some people meditate for 1 or 2 times, or even maybe a year, and they think, oh, just concentrating on the nose tip, oh, too simple. I know it. I can do it. A 3-year-old may be able to do it, but an 80-year-old may not get the enlightenment. It's simple, but it's complicated. And for section 2, for chapter 2, I only finished halfway. Maybe I'll stop at this point, but please remember the first question asked by Subhuti. How do the Bodhisattvas abide the mind in spiritual development? How do they abide the minds in peace? How to do it? How to do it? How to control their thoughts so that they are right on the path of development, spiritual development, on the path of Samya Sambuddhi. And the whole Diamond Sutra concerns about the mind. The whole Diamond Sutra concerns about understanding your own mind. Do you want to understand your own mind? You think you understand it? Some people say, it's my mind, it's in me. Of course, belongs to me. I understand my mind. As I always say, if you understand your mind, how come you become so mad? How come you curse? How come you get greedy? How come you do all these things? How come you lie? How come you kill? How come you commit sexual misconduct? If you can control your mind, if you know your mind, you shouldn't be doing all those wrong things. You should be perfect. most sutras were translated from Sanskrit, a classical Indian language in India, commonly used in India 2,600 years ago. And this is one of the sutras, Diamond Sutra. So we'll finish section or chapter 1, and we have partially finished chapter 2. But let's read chapter 2 again, section 2 or chapter 2. At the time, the elder Subhuti, who was in the assembly, rose from his seat, uncovered his right shoulder, knelt upon his right knee, respectfully joined the palms of his hands, and said to the Buddha, "Rare and world-honored one, how well the Tathagata protects and thinks of all bodhisattvas, how well he instructs all the bodhisattvas. World-honored one, virtuous men and women develop the supreme enlightenment mind. How should their minds abide? How should they control their thoughts?" The Buddha said, "Well said, Subhuti. Just as you say, the Tathagata protects, cherishes, and instructs all the bodhisattvas so well. Now listen attentively and I will tell you how the minds of virtuous men and women who develop the supreme enlightenment mind should thus abide and be subdued. Oh yes, well-honored one, I should be glad to hear your instruction." I haven't finished the last 2 paragraphs of chapter 2. So, what's the last 2 paragraphs? How the minds of virtuous men and women who develop the supreme enlightenment mind should thus abide and be subdued. So, how the minds of virtuous men and women, what is the meaning of virtuous men and women? Some translators translate virtuous men and women as noble men and women. Virtuous men and women refer to those with even temper, to those who would listen to the teaching and practice the Buddha's teaching, who would like to practice the virtues of humanity. Virtuous men and women. Unvirtuous men and women, they would not listen to it, they would not practice it. So virtuous men and women is all those who have even temper, who pursue the practice of the virtues of humanity. They are the ones who like to learn about it. Just as you are today. By definition, you are the virtuous men and women because you like to know about spiritual development. You don't attach to materialism that much now. You want to revert back to the spiritual side of life. We know that we can't derive happiness solely from material. We all know that already. Happiness starts from the mind, not from material. Does not matter how much material you have. You won't feel happy unless your mind is at peace. How can you feel happy if you are just surrounded with material and your mind is not at peace? Your mind is always worrying, you're always jealous, you're always greedy. You don't feel comfortable, you don't feel peaceful. How can you be happy if you're not peaceful? So it's the mind. Virtuous men and women who pursue supreme perfect enlightenment. Supreme perfect enlightenment is samya sambuddhi. In the long word, Sanskrit word is anuttara samya sambuddhi. Anuttara means not going back. You're not going back to the world of pollution, to the world of confusion. You're going to that destination which is leading to the perfect supreme enlightenment. So, for virtuous men and women like yourselves who like to pursue anuttara samya sambuddhi, who like to pursue non-reverting back, perfect supreme enlightenment, how do their minds abide? How do they think? How should they think? And how do they control their mind? So for first-time comers, now we know the Buddha's teaching is about the mind. It's not about blind faith and worshipping. It's about the mind. Do you want to know your own mind? The Buddha said, well said, Subhuti, just as you say that the Tathagata protects, cherishes, and instructs all the Bodhisattvas so well. Now listen attentively and I will tell you. We already explained who is Subhuti. Just as you say, the Tathagata. The Tathagata, what is Tathagata? Tathagata is another epithet or title of Buddha. The Buddha has 10 titles, you know. We already have gone through that. One of the titles interesting is Sugata. And there are people who adopt that first name, Sugata. What is Gata? Gata means gone. Sugata means you go forward, Sugata. Gade, Barakade, Barazam Gade, Buddhishwaha. Gone, go well beyond. From the shore of confusion to the shore of enlightenment. Gade. Gade means go. Get away from attachment. Get away from greediness, hatred, jealousy, depression, anxiety. Get away from those mental defilements and go to that shore of enlightenment which is free from mental defilements. And then it says, oh yes, well-honored one, I shall be glad to hear your instructions. So let's go to chapter 3. The Buddha said to Subhuti, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, should subdue their minds as follow. Bodhisattvas is those sentient beings who are pursuing the path of spiritual development, who wants to know about what's life, how to liberate ourselves from reincarnation, how to free ourselves from the bondage of life, how to free ourselves from all those mental defilements, how to free ourselves from the three poisons of greediness, hatred, and anger. How do we get away from those? Mahasattvas, a transliteration of the Sanskrit Mahasattva, is a term of respect for Bodhisattvas. Maha always means great. Mahasattva means great beings, one possessing great determination for enlightenment and outstanding personage. Next paragraph. All living beings born from eggs, born from wombs, born from humidity, born by transformation, whether with form or without form, whether they have perception or do not have perception, either thoughtful or thoughtless, and neither thoughtful nor thoughtless, we must lead all the beings to the final nirvana for the extinction of reincarnation. So, the Buddha begins. The Buddha begins by saying, Bodhisattvas are always helping sentient beings from suffering. If you are someone who is always helping people, helping them out from suffering, you are a Bodhisattva. And the Buddha starts to tell us all living things. What's the definition of all living things? All living things. How do we get born? Living things, the Buddha classify, you see, sutras deal very much in detail with life. When the Buddha said one word, he explained it. All living beings born from eggs, born from wombs, born from humidity, born by transformation, whether with form or without form. We must know what we're talking about. We're talking about, first of all, before Buddha answered the question, Buddha lays out all the facts first, all the material first, and then Buddha slowly leads you into understanding how do we abide our minds, how do we control our thoughts, how do we free ourselves from reincarnation. So we go one step by step. So when you're reading a sutra, you must know, you must have patience. There's no one word direct answer, yes or no. Can we be liberated? Yes, we can. No, we cannot. We don't do it by a one word answer. We do it by analysis, investigation, reasoning. You don't believe in something without understanding it. That's called blind faith. You worship and prostrate in front of the Buddha because of what? You don't understand it and you're just prostrating, or you're just worshiping. That's blind faith. You got to know why. So, the Buddha said all living things, all living beings, and he classified them for us. The 4 crude modes of birth. Those living things born from eggs. What are those living things? You should know. Born from eggs. Chickens, winged birds, ostrich, many living beings born from eggs. Turtles, dinosaurs, you know them. That's the first mode. That's the first. We're born from wombs. So that's the first mode of birth. The second mode is from the mother. And we know human beings, cows, lambs, most animals, lions, tigers. That's the second mode of birth. And how about born from humidity? What living things are born from humidity? Worms, insects, butterflies. Some butterflies from humidity. Some butterflies butterflies are born from humidity. And what else were born from humidity? Many of them. That's the third mode of birth. The fourth mode of birth, being born by transformation. Now that's more difficult to understand. That which is born through spontaneous and miraculous generation. Death or disappearance in one mode, and birth and appearance in another mode almost spontaneously. What do we mean by that? People who passed away, if they have done so much unvirtuous deeds, so much bad deeds, killing, lying, sexual misconduct, stealing, slandering, cursing, they've done a lot of bad deeds because of their karma. They were reborn in hell. They were victims of hell. They were born by transformation. In other words, the body, no more body, and they will be reborn by transformation. And for those who have done virtuous deeds, benevolent deeds, they were born in heaven. And they born by transformation too, if they are in Rupa Dhatu and Arupa Dhatu. So, born by transformation ghosts, for example, devas or demigods in heavens. So the two extremes. So everybody wants to be born in heaven? We all want to go to heaven. Heaven is not the way to go. It's not the ultimate destination. Heaven is still subject to reincarnation. So we should be out even of heaven. Get away from. Of course, heaven is much better than all the other paths of reincarnation. It's much better. Only for those good people who perform good deeds will go to heaven. So, without too much detail, so we have the 4 modes of birth. And that almost include all. When you're reborn into the Pure Land, the land of Amitabha, you're born by transformation too. When you passed away here, spontaneously, you will appear on the lotus in the Buddha land, in the land of Amitabha, by transformation. That is an intermediate state where you learn to become the Buddha. How many Buddhas are there in this universe? Billions of Buddhas. those who are enlightened, fully, perfectly enlightened, already have attained Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi, they are the Buddhas. So you are the same as Buddhas when you become the Buddha. All living beings born from eggs, born from wombs, born from humidity, born by transformation, whether with form or without form. One is with form and one is without form. With form, we know this is born with form, all this is with form. We have form, a makeup of molecules, protons, electrons, with form. Do you know that there are existence without form? You can only identify those existence with form? Yes, we are. Our senses are too limited. We can only feel and touch and sense those with form. Without form, we can sense them. We can even sense, sometimes we can feel energy, but we can see them, we can hear them. So if you think that only form exists in this world, maybe your view is a little limited. There are things that do not have form, but they still exist. So whether with form or without form, that means they are categorized according to whether they are material or immaterial. Form, the material part, all living beings in Kama Dhatu. Now it's with forms. Yu jie with form. Immaterial, without form, those beings in Arupa Dhatu, without form. Only consciousness left. And some beginners would get terrified after listening to this. Oh, isn't it bad without form? I need a form. It's bad without form. This is my body. If I don't have this body, it would be bad. I need a body. And let me tell you, it's exactly because of this body you get into trouble. We all get into trouble because we have a body. But most people cherish this body as the good thing. It does not mean that you want to spoil this body, you want to exploit this body. You still have to keep it in good shape. But remember, this body is rented only. This body is not permanent. This body will go. Maybe at the most 100 years. It's a lease. It has to go. Unrenewable. You can't renew the lease. No curtain, no mercy on you. Because this form, because of this karmic formation that we got this form. Next paragraph, whether they have perception or do not have perception, either thoughtful or thoughtless. What does that mean? We already have classified the four modes of birth that you know about. We already have classified existence with form and without form. Now, how about existence that have consciousness and those that do not have consciousness? So according to whether they have sensation, perception, and volition, we classify them according to consciousness. Do you believe that there is existence that they can live beyond consciousness? It seems so miraculous. Perception and volition, those with perception and volition, with senses, they are in Kama Dhatu and Rupa Dhatu, like us. We have senses, we have volition, we have perception, we have sensation, we have volition. Certainly we have consciousness, and we call that alaya consciousness. That is with sensations, with perception, with volition. And there are those without, those in the third dhyana of Arupa Dhatu, which is called the dhyana of pure emptiness. They are beyond the polluted consciousness. In other words, they are beyond the consciousness that we have. Their consciousness is not polluted. Our consciousness is polluted. And I use that polluted, quote and unquote, as a metaphor describing how our consciousness is being tainted by our mental defilements, by our greediness, jealousy, hatred, you name them. We all have them. We pollute the consciousness. So there is such a thing without consciousness. And in the Chinese language, 非想非非想天 非想非非想定 dhyana of pure emptiness without, in the third dhyana of arupadhatu, for those who have done meditation. And Diamond Sutra is so profound. For beginners, probably you don't know what I'm talking about. And how is it related to my life? Every day I'm going to work, I'm eating, I'm doing my daily chores. How is it all related to my life? There's so much relation. You got to have patience to listen before you can find out more about it. The sutra, it's 5,800 words in the Chinese language. If you analyze in details, you know a lot about the world and the universe and the relationship among humans between universe. But you really need patience and intelligence to go on. Okay, let's go on. Whether they have perception or do not have perception, either thoughtful or thoughtless, and neither thoughtful nor thoughtless, we must lead all the beings to the final nirvana for the extinction of reincarnation. Nothing arises without a cause. Everything is the result of karma and causality. It possesses no nature, no self-nature. So that means, so that's the reason why it says in the next paragraph. Maybe let's read the next paragraph also. Although immeasurable, uncountable, infinite number of living things are thus led to the final nirvana for the extinction of reincarnation, those beings have become liberated, yet the truth is not a living being has been liberated. How come that every being is liberated and it says the truth is that not a being is liberated? Is there any contradiction in there? When you're reading the sutra, that's a contradiction. It says those beings have become liberated, and yet the truth is that not a single living being has been liberated. How come there seems to be a contradiction in there? Let's deal with this. Nothing arises without a cause. And we call that causality. The fact that you come here, of course, there's so many causes that leading you to come here. And everything is the result of karma and causality. You really need to study a lot before you know this sentence. Everything is the result of karma and causality. Everything possesses no self-nature. What is self-nature? And some people call this self-nature ego. Self-nature in the Chinese language is 自性. So what is self? Let's define what is something that has self-nature according to the definition put forward by our sutra. If something has self-nature, if something we can call that thing has a self-nature, it should contain some characteristics of having self-nature. The first characteristic is it's got to be permanent. The second characteristic is it can depend on its own for existence. The third definition of self-nature is it does not require causality for it to exist. But in fact, if we find everything in this world, there's nothing like that. Nothing is permanent. Nothing is not dependent on others for existence. Nothing can exist by itself. Can you exist all by yourself? Are you permanent? I'm independent. I have a job. I have a family. am I independent? If you think carefully, you're not independent emotionally and materially. As a matter of fact, we find out more and more emotionally, all of us with our polluted self, we're not dependent. You're not independent. You depend on the moods of others for living. Your mood is being affected by the mood of others. Your family members, your colleagues. You're being affected not just by your family members, by the society you're living in, by the country, by the politics. Everything comes within the web of causality. You can't exist on your own. So going by that definition, you and I have no self-nature. But we would like to identify that we have a self-nature. We call that ego. I have an ego. You have an ego. And the problem comes from the ego. Because of that ego, we got into trouble. That's exactly what the Buddha wants to introduce to us in the first few chapters. Let's deal with our own ego. Do you care to deal with your ego? In psychology, in the study of psychology at university, I remember I took Psychology 100, the 200 levels, the 300 levels, up to the 400 levels, advanced psychology. And most psychologists study the behavior of others, not of oneself. Sigmund Freud studied child psychology, locking his little daughter in a cage and they observed her for a month. Some people said that's crazy. And he studied child psychology by actual analysis and facts. But psychology put emphasis on others. How do you behave? Group psychology. Human behavior, the study of human behavior. How do we behave? How do patients behave? How do doctors behave? Relationship among behaviors of different beings. But Buddhism reverted back to the mind. Know about ourselves first. How can you study? How do you know yourself? How do you study others without knowing yourself? Our own ego. How does that work? So, we said, since nothing possesses any self-nature, which we still have to deal with it as we continue to explain the sutra, we still have to get deeper and deeper into it. We're just touching the tip of the iceberg about ego. You got to have patience when you study sutras. It's not a McDonald's. You get it in 5 minutes. Fast food. No. You really have to study it bit by bit. We just conceptualize everything as beings and name them as such and stigmatize them. Based on our background, our education, we conceptualize things. And it says here, we liberate, Bodhisattvas help others to liberate themselves from suffering, help all sentient beings, and after all, not a single sentient being is liberated. Why? Our nature is ultimately pure and subject to neither birth or nirvana. Thus, there are no beings to be liberated, and there is no nirvana to be attained. It is simply that all beings revert to their own nature. We have that nature of Buddhahood. We have that nature of Tathagata. It's just being polluted. We're just like a mirror. When you are a mirror, the mirror, when there's light, all images appear on the mirror. And when the images are gone, when the images passed away and not in front of the mirror, then there's no images. Don't mistake the images as yourself. The mirror itself, that reflectability function is always there. It does not matter what images you put. All images, that reflectability will reflect it. That reflectability function is pure and unchanged. What is changing? It's the images that are changing. It's the forms that are changing. Not the nature of the mirror. The nature of the mirror is always pure, untainted. But you need to know it. Don't mistake the images for the reflectability, for the purity of the mirror. The mirror is always pure with no images of his own appearing on it. These images are simply reflection from outside. The mirror has no attachment to any images, and yet there is no image that does not appear in it. The mirror does not have that self, nor does the image have a self. We just identify them as self. All living things and their minds change in the world of phenomena. Since they are phenomena, these living things fundamentally are non-existent. We exist because of causes. We exist together because we have this body because all the causes put together. But that does not mean that we don't have a consciousness. We still have that consciousness, but our body it's a body of causality. Our ego is causality. But how about that consciousness? That pure, untainted consciousness. That's the Tathagata. We have to study it. What is responsible for reincarnation if we don't have a form? Do you know in reincarnation? We're always changing our form. When Jeanette passed away, next life it became Joe. He lived another life, she lived another life, and become Jack. It's always changing in the modes of reincarnation. But her consciousness, the Alaya consciousness, is that one, that mirror that contains all the images, that if we purified ourselves, we'll found the untainted consciousness. And when we found that, we'll be pure of karma, we'll be out from reincarnation, we'll be out from suffering. So this concept of ego and self-nature, I would like to stop my explanation at this point because there will be much more later about self-nature, about ego. But here I would like to explain nirvana because it says whether they have perception or do not have perception, either thoughtful or thoughtless, and neither thoughtful nor thoughtless, we must lead all the beings to the final nirvana for the extinction of reincarnation so that they can be liberated. Now what is nirvana? The next few words explain it. Extinction of reincarnation. No more reincarnation. Factually, what's the purpose of following the Buddha's teaching and practiced it? So that we can be out from reincarnation. You and I, we're reincarnating in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Life after life, we're doing that. This is a temporary body. We'll take another form. We'll take another form in our next life. What kind of form? A woman, a man, rich or poor, healthy or unhealthy? Depends on your karma. What do? You created your next form. What you've done now would determine what you're going to be in your next life. So you're responsible. Not Buddha, not anybody, not creator. You created your own life. You created your own world. Don't blame the Buddha. Don't blame the creator, or if you believe in a creator. It's you yourself. You created your next life. Of course, the Buddha said, don't follow a next life anymore. Liberate yourself from the bondage of reincarnation. No more life. We call that nirvana. Because as long as you're always reincarnating, you are never out from suffering. You always carry that karma forward and forward and forward. Nirvana. What is nirvana? Nirvana means fire extinguished. It's a Sanskrit word, fire, extinguished fire. In Buddhism, it is used to describe the condition that exists when the three flames of delusion, desire, and anger are extinguished. These are the three fires, the three poisons that we're all poisoned by this, by your own flame. We're all burned by our own flame. What are these flames that get you burned? Your own delusion, your own desire, your own anger, roughly speaking. It's your own that leads you to hell, to heaven, to any modes of reincarnation. Not created. You created your next life. There's two kinds of nirvana, complete nirvana and incomplete nirvana. What is incomplete nirvana? You get enlightened, fully enlightened, you still have this body. So this body is nirvana with a remainder. You still have this body remaining behind. It's not yet complete. When Buddha lived 2,000 years, 600 years ago, he already attained Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi, but he still carried this body. He already have entered into nirvana, but with a remainder. Something remained, the body remained. That is nirvana of remainder. Your body remained, you still suffer. So Buddha still had to go through death, sickness, aging, the 8 sufferings that we usually have: aging, birth, aging, sickness, death, suffering arising from departure from beloved ones, suffering arising from insatiable desire, suffering arising from interaction among humans, suffering arising from natural disasters, suffering arising from so much suffering in this world. All this suffering you still have to go through as long as you have this body. Buddha already entered into nirvana, but still have the body remaining until death. So that's called nirvana with remainder. And how about nirvana with nothing behind? When the body is gone, nothing left behind. So without remainder, that means you burn the body, it become ashes. If you want a metaphor for complete nirvana, what do you see when the ashes get blown away? No more ashes. That's complete nirvana. That's complete nirvana that we're talking about. And nirvana, this concept, you need to know more about it. It's nirvana without remainder is the state of total liberation from all physical and mental conditions. The hindrances due to defilements in the mind are cut off, and the body that is composed of the 5 aggregates is extinguished. Therefore, there's nothing remaining to depend upon. The 5 aggregates, you know all the 5 aggregates? Matter, sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness. The 5 aggregates, no more 5 aggregates. Wu Yun. Our body is composed of the 5 aggregates, all extinguished, no more remaining behind. That's nirvana without remainder. Nirvana with remainder, this is in contrast to nirvana with remainder, where the body still exists. The enlightened being is still subject to the laws of karma and subject to suffering. All right, so next, the last paragraph, chapter 3. Why so Subuddhi? If a bodhisattva still has the false notion of an ego, a personality, a being, a life, it is not a bodhisattva. This is called the 4 fallacious conception. If a bodhisattva still have the false notion of an ego, if the bodhisattva still have the false notion of a personality, If the Bodhisattva still have the notion of a being, still have the notion of a life, it is not a Bodhisattva. We have to find out more about it. How come all these four notions are conceptually wrong, fallacious? Don't hang on to it, because these four deal with the ego. So we've finished chapter 3, but before we leave for the day, I'd like to give you a poem you can think about. Like the Bodhi tree is a body. The body is like a Bodhi tree. A bright mirror on the chest, the mind. Constantly and diligently rub it clean so that it cannot get a dust. So what this poem says is, our body is like a Bodhi tree. We're like a mirror with so much dust on it. If you always rub it and rub it clean, it would not, there will be no dirt on it. So that we always purify ourselves, carry out our behavior in a good way, in a virtuous way, practicing benevolent deeds. If we're always doing that, we're like a clean mirror without dust. That is one poem. Like the Bodhi tree is a body, like a bright mirror, the mind constantly and diligently rub it clean so that it cannot get a dust. So that is one poem. There's another poem. In essence, Bodhi has no tree, and the bright mirror has no chest. In essence, that is not a thing. On what then can dust gather? There's nothing. In essence, there's not a thing. On what can the dust gather if there's not a thing? Think of the mirror as the reflectability. It reflects all, but it does not attach to all. It accepts all, but it does not attach to any one of it. Chapter 4, the main topic of chapter 4 is wonderful practice is not to cling to anything, not to attach to anything. In the Chinese language, it's 妙行无住分第四, 妙行无住, 妙行无住, wonderful practice, not attaching to anything. So let's just read it once first. Chapter 4 or section 4. He continues, Suputi, when a Bodhisattva practices generosity, his mind should not abide anywhere. That is to say, when making offering without a mind abiding in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or things. Right. Next paragraph. Suputi, a Bodhisattva should practice generosity without a mind abiding in false notions. Why? When a Bodhisattva's mind does not abide in forms during practicing charity, his merit will be inconceivable and immeasurable. Now let's go to the chapter 3. Chapter 3 concerns about the Bodhisattva as the liberator and sentient beings as ones being liberated. So the Bodhisattva as the giver and sentient being as the recipient. So there is someone helping, rendering out help, giving out compassion. Bodhisattva giving out compassion to help sentient beings. So there's a giver and a receiver. There's a give and take. Bodhisattva should give liberation without attachment to the notion of ego, person, beings, and existence of life. This is extremely important. Maybe to people who have not listened to Buddhism before, this is rather confusing. Bodhisattva should help to liberate sentient beings who are in confusion, who are in suffering, and yet without attachment to the notion of ego. without attachment to notion of ego, to notion of personality, to notion of beings, and to notion of existence of life. What is ego? Ego is I, the attachment to the identity I, which is the subject, the giver. Ego, as we have elaborated before, contains the 5 skandhas, the 5 aggregates. What is this ego make up of? What am I make up of? Why do I have to eliminate the ego? Why did I always attach to my ego? Why did the Bodhisattvas should learn to forego the ego when they are helping others, not requiring return or reward or compensation? Not a trace of attachment to be attached to getting reward for the help rendered, for the compassion rendered to sentient beings. What is this ego? The ego is a combination of, you still remember the 5 aggregates, the 5 skandhas? So the I, the ego, is nothing but body and mind. The body is matter, material. Your body is made of material, isn't it? Every part of the body is a combination of molecules. It's matter. This is matter. But other than the matter that you have, the body, you also have the mind. In addition to the materialistic world, you have the spiritual world. Just inside the small of the world is the body. The materialistic world is your body, the material. And the spiritual world is your perception, your conceptualization, your volition, and your consciousness. So you're nothing but body and mind. This body and mind make up of you, me, them. And we all attach to the notion of ego. This is mine, this is yours. I got to protect myself, me. You can't infringe into my benefits. There's always a delineation between you and me. All encumbrances, all trouble, all sufferings arises because of this egoistic feeling. So the Bodhisattva's first lesson when they render compassion is to get rid of the ego. When the ego is gone, wonders will come out. When the little identity I is gone, the big massive I will come out. Now this is for chapter 3. I'm not going to repeat chapter 3 again, but just to remind you. So the ego, we should have no attachment to the ego and no attachment to personality. If the ego is I, what is corresponding to the I? You, them, they, the personality. If you think that I is permanent, I have a self-nature, you also think that all others have egos, all others have self-nature. Actually, ego and personality, they are empty. Sunyata, they are void. How come they are empty? What does emptiness mean? What does emptiness mean? 空，为什么佛事是空门？空是什么意思？ Emptiness does not mean that there's nothing. Oh, empty, there's nothing. It does not mean just nothing. Voidness does not just mean nothing. What's the definition of emptiness in the Sanskrit language? It is a very important concept. The concept of emptiness, strict common English translation of sunyata is emptiness, but the meaning contains more than just emptiness. Sunyata, 空, it means what? It means, at least it has 3 characteristics in the definition. The one is nothing is permanent. Nothing is permanent. Everything is impermanent. If you find one thing in this world that is permanent, please tell me. I'd like to know. Nothing is permanent. Not even your body. Not even your body and mind. You are not permanent. I am not permanent. Nothing is. Is this permanent? Is this piece of stick permanent? No, it's not permanent. So that's the first definition of emptiness. It's arising, it's being born now, but it would disintegrate, it would die finally. That's the first definition. The second definition is causality. Emptiness is causality. It's a combination of causes put together. This stick, or your body, or your ego, is a combination of all causes put together. Who gave you birth? Your mom. Why did your mom give you birth? It's a combination of the fusion of two cells, small little cells together, to fuse into the little you that you got. And we trace it back to the karma, why you were born here. So there's nothing without a cause, causality. Everything comes with a reason. Everything happened with a reason. Causality, simultaneous causality. That's a very profound concept that you need to follow through if you want to study the Buddha's teaching. So the first one is impermanence. The second is simultaneous causality. The third, what's the third definition of emptiness? It's not self-created. No creator. Did you find anything that's self-created? If something has nature, it can be created out of its own, without any cause. It will come out without any cause. That's what we call self-creation. But nothing comes without any cause. It's not under its control, not even your body and mind. In other words, it's not self-created, it's out of your control. Can you control yourself? Can you control your own body and mind? You say, yeah, this is my body, this is my mind, of course. It's under my control. But when you think about it deeper, if your mind is under your control, how come you get mad? How come you yell? How come you shout? How come you slander? How do you become greedy, jealous, disappointed, anxiety, feared? Fear of death of your beloved ones. How come all these things is not under your control? How come you fight? How come you kill? How come you rape? How come you commit all criminal offenses if you can control yourself? You can't even control your own life. Can you control yourself so that you won't be sick? I have a flu. I don't want this flu. I want to throw this flu away. Can you do that? You can? By medicine. By medicine. Yeah. Can you say, this body is going to die. I don't want to die. This body is not under your control. So now you know, emptiness, simultaneous causality, impermanent changeability. It changes all the time. It does not stay the same. It's always in a flux of changes. Do you know that our body is always undergoing flux of changes, inside and outside? And some people say, I come here to listen to the Buddha's teaching, and I'm listening to all this negative stuff. You're telling me that I'm going to die? You're telling me that my body is not under my control? You're telling me that everything comes out with a cause, and you make me feel sad about myself. Isn't that a fact? The fact that you know emptiness should not give you any negative feeling. It should give you positive feeling. Why? Because if you know that nothing happened without a cause, you know that you must cultivate good causes. You want good result? Then you know, if you want good result, you must have good cause. So you know how to cultivate good causes. You don't just sit there and waiting for yourself to die. Or you just don't sit there and wait for things to happen. You cultivate them. You make things happen. Because you can make those causes come true. You want to make a friend? Put on a smile. Be cordial about it. Be kind. Be considerate. Cultivate all these causes to render yourself to be friendly, to give a smile, to give you consideration. You can do all these causes without money. And yet some people put on an angry face, inconsiderate action. They don't really care. How does knowing emptiness help me? It helps you tremendously if you can learn from it. Changeability. Everything changes all the time. So you know that when I am all safe and sound now, I should know that I should be careful. I'm in my house comfortably seated, and I know that I have all these causes come true that I can be comfortable, but I must maintain it. I must keep on. It changes. If you're in a bad mood, if your business fails, if you're out of a job, if your life comes to a traumatic misery, you know that I can change it. It's changeable. It does not mean that it's coming to the end. I don't want to kill myself because I can change it. It's changeable. Can you turn your negative feeling into positive feeling? It's up to you to change. So now you know, knowing emptiness really helps. And now, for the first-time comers, you know, coming to a Buddhist temple, it's not just to prostrate to Buddha, to burn an incense, to exercise or to express the blind faith. It's the study of your own mind. You study, you have to know yourself. The Buddha's teaching is to help you to know your own mind. Don't you want to know your own mind? What is happiness? What are you looking for in life? Some people say, in life, I'm looking for happiness. Is there any objection to this? Anybody who do not want to be happy? Raise your hand. Everybody wants to look for happiness, right? Happiness? Where does happiness come from? From money? From a great mansion on Granville Street, Sonnesey? From a 400-foot boat? From a private jet plane? Where does happiness come from? Happiness, the Buddha said, come from the mind. If you don't have this peace of mind, you're not going to have happiness. Not only the Buddha knows about this, not only the Buddha told us many, many years ago, even people nowadays, those rich people, the richest people on earth. In Hong Kong, there's one of the multi-billionaire, I don't know, Mr. Lee, one of the multi-billionaires, and he was being interviewed by reporters, and the reporters asked Mr. Lee, what do you think is happiness? You know, now that you have a lot of money, and of course they have a lot of interviewing questions, but the crux of the issue is happiness is that it comes from peace of mind. When you don't have peace of mind, it does not matter how much money you have. You don't have happiness if you don't have peace of mind. In North America, one of the richest persons on earth, Warren Buffett, right? Warren Buffett, he gave away $30 billion for charity. And if you calculate $30 billion, say assuming a 5% interest rate, and you multiply 365 days per year, every year produce that much, so that means every day he donated $4 million every day to charity. He was interviewed by a reporter asking for secrets of happiness. His number one secret of happiness is happiness comes from within. Does not come from material, does not come from reputation, does not come from your power, does not come from how much money you have, or how handsome your boyfriend is, or your girlfriend, how beautiful she is. It does not come from all that. It comes from the mind, right here. That's what we are studying now. Step by step, we're studying the mind in the Diamond Sutra. See, I haven't really started yet, so I should get back to the Sutra. So, ego. So the Bodhisattva should learn to abandon the ego, to abandon the personality, to abandon beings. What are these beings? In the Chinese languages, 无我相, 无人相, 无众生相, 无受解相, 无事相. Getting rid of this fourfold fallacious conception. Because we always think that there is ego, personality, beings, and life. This is the fourfold fallacious concept that we've got to get rid of. If you have I and you, we have the subject, ego, you, the object, there must be others too. So that's three beings. And life is the continuation of life. You always think that we're permanent. We always think that we've got to go on every day. You always think that tomorrow I have this plan, and 1 year later I have this plan. But you don't know that life is indeterminate. You don't know when your life is going to end. You could be extremely healthy. Anyone can be extremely healthy, and next day, if there's an accident, you're gone. Does that mean that we are very pessimistic? No, this is fact of life. Causality. If you're drunken driving, you're bound to run into problems like that. You cultivate your own cause. Not Buddha, not God. You are responsible for whatever you have done, whatever you're going to do. Now, let's deal with the chapter 4 now. Now, chapter 3 deals with the giver and the recipient, the correspondent. Now, chapter 4 deals with the gift itself. You're giving something. The gift itself. What is being given, and is there any attachment to what is being given? That means when a Bodhisattva gives, should it be attaching to the gift, to the object? And the Buddha said, Subuddhi, when a Bodhisattva practices generosity, what is generosity? Generosity is one of the 6 Prajna Paramittas, 6 categories of behavior. We call it the 6 Prajna Paramitta. Paramitta, that means from this shore of confusion to that shore of enlightenment. So a Bodhisattva learned how to cross over the ocean of life and death from this shore of confusion, of suffering, to that shore of enlightenment. You need that ship. That ship has 6 characteristics on it. The first one is generosity. The second one is ethics or morality. The third is patience and tolerance. The fourth is efforts and exertion. The fifth is meditation. The 6th is perfection of wisdom. You need these 6 parameters. In the Sanskrit language, generosity is dana. Tano, dana is Sanskrit language is dana, D-A-N-A. In common English is charity or generosity. You have to practice. A Bodhisattva must practice generosity, charity. That's number 1 in the ship. That ship needs people who practice. So the Buddha cited an example in the 6 parameters. He gave an example first of generosity. And the Buddha said, Subuddhi, when a Bodhisattva practices generosity, not just generosity, there are others, right? Because there are 5 others. But why did the Buddha cite this example of generosity? Because generosity is the first in the 6 parameters. And also is the easiest to practice, yet it's the most important. Giving is the most important. So if you understand how not to attach to generosity, then you understand how not to attach to the other 5 parameters when you are carrying out the parameters. So now you know that chapter 4 deals with the gift, deals with when you render out the compassion, the gift, you're not attaching to the gift. In chapter 3 is not attaching to the giver and the recipient. So the sutra is very systematic. It contains a lot of wisdom in the outline, the laying out of all the words in the sutra. So, Subuddhi, when a bodhisattva practices generosity, his mind should not abide anywhere. That is to say, when making offering, his mind should not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or things. What do we have? We have the 6 senses. This is getting very profound. Buddhism is something very complicated. First-time comers, it would scare you away. I'm sure you won't come back the next time because it's difficult. It's very difficult. It's not just singing a hymn of Buddhism in praise of the Buddha. It's something that you really have to boggle your mind and think about it. Not just sitting there and relaxing in meditation. Some people think they come for meditation. It's relaxation. I'm learning yoga. Yoga can make me pretty. Yoga can make my health better. So I'm coming to improve my health. Is that your purpose of coming? Health improvement is just a byproduct of meditation, not the main cause for your coming. You are coming to relieve yourself of suffering. You are coming for a much more important cause, not just for the body and mind, not just to enhance your ego. All right, let me go on, otherwise I can't finish. So, the Buddha said, when you are giving generosity, when you're giving out, what is this giving? There are 3 kinds of giving: material giving, emotional giving, and spiritual giving. What is material giving? I'm donating $10, I'm donating $100 to charity. This material, I'm donating clothes and food to Big Brothers, to nursing homes. I'm giving out material. So this giving in material, this is material giving. And we all did that. We all did that. We're always doing material giving. How about emotional giving? Emotional giving is giving advice, giving comfort, consolations. Some people are sick, you call him up, hey, Jeanette, don't worry about it, you'll recover. And do you want me to come to see you? And this is emotional comfort. That is as important as material giving, you know. Giving people the consolation, the calmness of mind over the phone, giving people a smile, giving people a hello, giving people something you care. That is as important as material giving. A pat on the shoulder, relaxation of his attachment. Care, you really care, do you? How about spiritual giving? Guidance and instructions, particularly related to spiritual levels. Someone is in trouble, and he's in a big depression, and he wanted to kill himself. I don't want that to happen. I want to make sure that that won't happen. So I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to do all my best to save him. That's the spiritual giving. Material giving is the easiest. I got 100 million, I'm giving out 10, only 20%. It's a tax break. So, material giving, everybody can happen, it happens, but emotional and spiritual, especially spiritual giving. What produces the most merits? Spiritual giving. Why? Because if you are giving money to save a person's life in a hospital, you only save his one life. He doesn't have any money to do the most important operation in his life. He needs $30,000. You are so generous. Hey, Tom, don't worry about it. I give you $30,000. You have to save we want you back. So you donated $30,000 to him. You save his life. Because of your $30,000, his life is safe. You save his body life, but you haven't saved his spiritual life. Because if Tom, it's a bad person. Tom is suffering because he's doing bad deeds. He's cultivating a lot of bad causes, and he will be reincarnating life after life and life after life. He will lead a life in a continuum of lives. But spiritually, you want him to get enlightened so that he does not have to go through reincarnation again. You are saving him from the ocean of life and death. You elevate him to beyond life and death. That's what the Buddha's been rendering to us. He wanted to pull us out from suffering. He wanted to pull us out from this temporary life to that eternal life. You're saving his eternity. You don't just save him this one discrete little unit life, which is 100 years. You're saving him out of eternity so that he can be right there. A big elevation from life. He'll be constantly in nirvana. No more life and death. So that produces the most merits. So you see, I'm talking on parameters, and I'm still talking on the first paragraph. Generosity. Material, generosity, emotional and spiritual. Emotional is important too. Kids who don't know how to study, you want to be his mentor. You help him out, and because of you, he passed his examinations, he knows how to study, he knows how to make notes, and from now on, now he's in grade 3, now you've been his mentor for a month, helping him out, making notes and making sure he knows how to study, and from grade 4, he continues through university because of you. You have rendered him tremendous help in his life. You gave him advice. You've been his mentor. You save him emotionally. That's important. It's more important than giving him $30,000. All right, next it's now when you are practicing generosity, don't attach to, in the Chinese language, is 六尘. In order to explain these 6 outer conditions that you attach to, we have to know what are these 6 inner conditions that you have. What do you have? What are your senses? You have 6 senses. Your eyes correspond to what? Matter, form. Eyes attached to form. Ears correspond to sound. You're listening to me with what? With ears. We got smell producing olfactory functions, attaching to fragrance. We got tongue producing tasting functions. Finally, we got body, tactile function corresponding to touch. And we got mind corresponding to all things. So these are the 6 senses. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, touch, and mentality. So all these things, they are you. They are your quote-unquote ego. All these things corresponding outside and attaching to them. The Buddha analyzed these 6 senses for us so that we get rid of the attachment to outer conditions. That's what the Sutra is all about. When a man with excessive sensual desires, when he looks at a different gender, it produces something in his mind so that he is indulged in the desire. And because of this indulgence, attachment to the indulgence, he will perform things like criminal acts. It's all because of this indulgence and attachment. When you think about these things for a long time, you slowly will indulge into it and you carry out wrong actions. All these are attachments. Time's up for eating, and I haven't really started chapter 4. So I just finished I haven't finished even the first paragraph, but I think we should take our time. I think the most important is not to rush through it. The most important is to understand what the Buddha is teaching, to understand ourselves. Buddhism is not just blind faith, it's to understand your own mind, understand how you think, how you conceptualize, how you discriminate, how your consciousness arises, and how you attach to encumbrances of outer surroundings, and how to resolve your problem of suffering, how to resolve your mental defilements such as greediness, hatred, disappointment, fear, anxieties. How do we deal with those problems? Don't you think Buddhism is practical? Don't you think so, up to this point? It is extremely practical. It's slowly developing in North America now. It's been in the East for thousands of years, and right now it's spreading to North America for about 100 years now. And the prediction is that more and more Buddhism will be the fastest growing religion in North America, because excessive materialism does not bring happiness anymore. We know happiness, as Warren Buffett mentions in his Secrets to Happiness, happiness comes from within. Maybe we read the first paragraph again, chapter 4, which is the same as section 4. He continued, Subuddhi, when a bodhisattva practices generosity, his mind should not abide anywhere. That is to say, when making offering, without mind abiding in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or things. Now, this is chapter 4. In chapter 3 concerns about the liberator and the one being liberated by the bodhisattva. So there's a giver and the recipient. A giver and a recipient. Bodhisattva should give liberation without the attachment to the notion of ego, personality, beings, and lifespans. Those are the fourfold negation. Remember, Subuddhi raised the question, for bodhisattvas, for all those virtuous men and women practicing the pursuit of anuttara samya sambuddhi, how should their mind abide? How should they control their thought? And you must remember the first question. The first question is raised, and then all these answers from the Buddha come up. So you must remember Subuddhi's first question is, for all those in pursuit of anuttara samya sambuddhi. What is anuttara samya sambuddhi? Perfect supreme enlightenment. For all those who pursue perfect supreme enlightenment, how should their minds abide? How should they control their thought? And then Buddha answer. That's how they should do it. They should think about helping others without the notion of helping, without those are the fourfold negation. In a sutra, you will see a lot of reasoning by negation. There's a fourfold negation. What is a fourfold negation? No ego, no personality, no beings, and no lifespan. In the Chinese languages, 无我相, 人相, 众生相, 受者相, the fourfold negation. Very important. Fourfold negation is very important. So we always quote the fourfold negation. And there's also the simple negation though. Now, fourfold negation is, this is not what you do. Don't do this, don't do that, fourfold. Simple negation is, you should not do this. This is the reasoning. And there's also the immediate negation, which will come up later. So this is reasoning by negation or by confirmation as an assertion. When you give logical reasoning, it's either by negation or by confirmation, assertion. In other words, if you don't do this, it is right. If you do this, this is right. So you have to remember the argument, the dialectical, the philosophical argument. This is the whole sutra is laid out like that. If you don't understand this, you don't understand the sutra. So the first one is the fourfold negation, without the attachment to the notion of ego, personality, beings, and existence. What is ego? Ego is I, the subject, the giver. Personality, you and them, you and they. So if you can eliminate the I and the you and them and they, you eliminate the giver and the recipient, the attachment to the giver, and I am the giver, you are the recipient. You always have a higher and lower discrimination. So that is the restricted environment of you and them, or this is ego and personality. Personality means them, you, I and you. Beings, no beings. Being is an extension of the ego. In other words, you and them and they, now you're considering the whole group of sentient beings. In other words, to extend your interaction to the world, not just you and your relatives and your friends, not those who are just close to you. Rendering compassion. Now the perimeter is much wider to beings now. It's non-attachment just to not your small group, I and you and them. The parameter is to all beings. And then lifespan is regarding the time. Now, no ego, no personality, and no beings related to what? Space. We are living in space. Inside space, we have interaction. You, all things, and everything, this is space. What does the universe make up of? Time and space. So space, a lot of interaction, a lot of suffering, happiness, impermanence, emptiness, all kinds of things happen in the parameters of space, horizontally. But there's also time. No attachment to time, the time dimension. That's lifespan regards to time dimension. So no ego, no personality, no beings related to the space, and no lifespan related to time. Life is about what? Life is time. You live a certain life of a past, present, and a future. No attachment to the past, no attachment to the present, and no attachment to the future. You see how the sutra works logically? So, no attachment to time and space. No attachment to ego. And ego and personality, it's the practice of the arahat to the very top. Because elimination of ego and personality is what? It's contemplation on no selves, and then you break the mental defilements, you break the ego, no more ego, elimination of ego, you break life and death, you get to nirvana. That is the arahatship, you get to nirvana. You're outside from life and death. And for the Bodhisattvas and the Buddha, they go a step further. They don't attach to nirvana. Even at nirvana, they don't attach to the notion of nirvana. They go further. Bodhisattva helping, not just arahat is more or less more to himself, and of course help others too. But the Bodhisattva is more to others. They have a mission. They have a mission to fulfill. They save all sentient beings, so they render to sentient beings, and yet they don't attach to sentient beings. They don't even attach to the notion of rendering compassion to sentient beings. No notion of nirvana, no grasping and no rejection, nothing. No confusion, no enlightenment, nothing left. There's nothing left, no nirvana. There's no need to seek Buddhahood. Everything is at rest. All this, everything, the consciousness is at peace, at rest. If you're still looking for Buddhahood, you're not at rest. You're not at rest. All of a sudden, it's at peace. So you see, the fourfold negation is already the whole sutra. It gives you everything in there, if you think about it. If people just look at the words and they say, I know it, no, you got to think deeper and deeper and deeper into it. So that's the first 3 chapters. For those who really understand the sutra and for those who just grab the superficial meaning, there's a lot of difference. And now chapter 4. Now chapter 1 to 3 deals with what? The giver and the recipient. And chapter 4 goes a little more detail. And the gift, G-I-F-T, and the act of giving. What do they give? There's a giver and there's a recipient. You are always attached to the ego of the giver and the ego also of the recipient. And how about the thing being given, the act of giving? What are these acts that the Bodhisattva practice in giving? The 6 parameters. Generosity or charity, precepts or morality, tolerance and endurances, diligence or effort and assertion, meditation or concentration, and wisdom, prajna. They're practicing these 6. And the Buddha started off with the first one, generosity. So, now the second paragraph in chapter 4. Take a look at the second paragraph. Subhuti, a Bodhisattva should practice generosity without a mind abiding in false notions. Why? When a Bodhisattva's mind does not abide in forms during practicing charity, his merit will be inconceivable and immeasurable. Now the Buddha gives an example of the first parameter, which is generosity. How, when you practice generosity, the 6 parameters, and not attaching, not to the ego, not to personality, not to sentient beings, not to lifespan, and also not to the act of giving and the thing being given. So generosity is the first practice. The 6 parameters, talking about the 6 parameters, giving. Remember last time I said there's 3 kinds basically of giving: material giving, emotional giving, and spiritual giving. Spiritual giving, it's so immeasurable in merits. Giving is not just giving in material. And at the time of the Buddha, there was an arahat who was only 9 years old, and his name is Child Junti. A child, Junti Tongzi, Junti. Junti became ordained as a monk, not as a monk, as a seminar, when he was 7 years old. 7 years old. Sariputra brought him to Jetavana Grove, to the Buddha, and he became a disciple of the Buddha. He was still a novice monk. And under the Buddha's teaching, he practiced a very special kind of generosity, a very special kind of giving, a very special kind of offering. And we always cited his practice as an example of real offering. In the Chinese language, it's well, I don't have to translate it. I can straightly say it out. He practiced the offering of no anger. No anger. How do he do it? He says, the face showing no anger is real offering. 面上无嗔是供养. The face showing no anger is real offering, is real giving. If your face is all screwed and you get very angry and very frustrated and unhappy, you're not giving real offering. Because you knit your brows, your face look confused, and you look very unsatisfied. You always have grudges against things. You always complain about this and complain about that. Nothing to you is satisfactory. Nothing to you works your way. Your face showed it. And Junti child said, my real offering to everybody is not money. It's not material. It's my face, my facial expression. I express no anger whatsoever on my face, and that's real offering. It does not cost any money. Smile, relaxed face. A lot of people practice that. How are you? All the time you don't see him angry. Maybe at home he is, I don't know. I don't know. But even at home, all the time, his face is all very soothing. No frustration. No sign of unsatisfactoriness. That's real offering. So the face showing no anger is real offering. Next, the mouth uttering no anger is giving wonderful fragrance. The face showing no knitting of brows and no grudges, but the mouth uttering no anger, his mouth is always saying nice things. He's not yelling, he's not cursing, he's not using flattery language. What he says always, people feel happy about it. He's not hypocritical. Everything he said is good and non-hypocritical, but everything he said is like giving out fragrance. That's real offering. Not just to give money. People say, I'm not that rich to give out $30 billion like certain tycoons. Yeah, but you can give charity with your face, with your mouth. It costs nothing. But are you doing that? Or you're always yelling, cursing, and criticizing people, tattletelling people, and wrongly accuse people, slandering people? Your mouth is not giving fragrance. Our mouth is not giving fragrance. So he said, the mouth uttering no anger is giving wonderful fragrance. Next, the mind containing no anger is immeasurable treasure. The mind containing no anger. You're always frustrated. You always have anxiety. You always have grudges against people. Your mind is imbalanced, containing anger, violence, jealousy, hatred. You're not giving out real offering. So the mind containing no such things really is immeasurable treasure. So in other words, what he is summarizing is action, speech, and thought without costing any money. You can give real offering. And do you know about that? That's real offering. If you donate $1 million, your face does not show, your face show anger, your face show unsatisfactoriness, your mouth always curse and you always yell at people. Well, that's not real offering. Lastly, neither forming nor disintegrating is real nature. Forming and disintegrating, arising and dying, coming up and slowing down, all this, neither of these two things happen is real nature. So in other words, the foregoing, the face, the mouth, and the thought, they are still not the real nature. But they help you to build up that real nature that concerns nothing about anger, nothing about not anger, nothing about ego, nothing about the notion of non-egoness. That's the real mind. Finally, he reminds you of that. So that's the child Junti. He attained Arahat. 9 years old, he attained Arahat. So now it concerns the giver, the beneficiary, the act of giving, including the gift. By not attaching to the above three notions, Bodhisattva do not see the self that gives, nor do they see the other that receives, nor do they see any object given. This is the sunyata of the threefold concept of giver, recipient, and the object of giving. Because why? The giver, the recipient, the act of giving, or the gift, they are sunyata. They are originally empty. They have no self-nature. They're impermanent. They come up only due to causality. They don't have its real nature. Next paragraph. Subhuti, what do you think? Can you think of and measure the extent of space in the East? Why did the Buddha ask question about that? Because he wants to explain why he said that generosity, if performed in the right way, the merit is inconceivable and immeasurable. Why? Then Buddha gave an example, to continue and give an example of space. And he said, can you measure the extent of space in the East? No, well-honored one. Subhuti said, how can you? How can you measure the extent of space in the East? Next paragraph. Subhuti, can you think of measure the extent of space in the south, west, and north, as well as in intermediate directions, including the zenith and the nadir? No, well-honored one. The Buddha wants to explain how immeasurable these merits are by comparing it to space. You see, Bodhisattva should practice generosity, which is the first paramita, without a mind abiding in false notion of forms, which are appearances. Forms are unreal as they are empty. Forms are caused owing to, because of causality. Forms are impermanent and forms have no self-nature. They dependence on other causes, but they are fallaciously perceived as real. Form are perceived as real. We always think that forms are real form. Our body is real. We always think that we'll sustain for a long time until the time when we come to death. Then we know this is impermanent. But then it's a little late in your practice. The Buddha said if a person practices charity without being attached to anything, not only will he accrue merits, but these merits will be immeasurable, greater than those reaped by someone who is attached to it. Why? Someone who performs generosity and he attached to it, and someone who performs generosity, he doesn't attach to it. Why would the merits of this who don't attach to generosity, who don't attach to the four notions, ego, personality, beings, and life, why are the merits much more than this? We have to think about it. First of all, we think about what do they mean? What do we mean by attaching? Let's get an example. If we give a donation of, say, $10,000 to a lot of people, this is a large amount of money, $10,000. Donating $10,000 is a lot of money. To other people, of course, it isn't. If I'm the giver, here's the giver, give 10,000, and here's the temple, the recipient, and the $10,000 is the gift. If there is attachment, what are the attachments? What are the five skandhas? The outer environments. What are the senses attached to? What were the eyes attached to? Forms. What were the ears attached to? Sound. Nose attached to smell. Tongue attached to taste. Body attached to touch. And brain and mind attached to all phenomena. So if we analyze it that way, we'll just give an example. If we donate $10,000, if I'm the giver, if I attach to, first of all, how do I attach to form? How do I attach to form? Think about it. Wow, this is $10,000. That's a form. And how do I attach to form? I want this $10,000 to be known by people. It's a lot of money. And I want my name to be inscribed on the plaque. That's a form. Mr. So-and-so, $10,000. And can you give me a bigger size name? You know, what usually it's 2 by 3. 2 by 3, and there's another 4 by 5, but that's 15,000. No, I don't want to give 15,000. I want to save another 5,000. But is it possible that I still get the 4 by 5 by giving $10,000? You're attaching to the forms. You want your name to be on the plaques. Your name want to appear in there. I want to be a volunteer to the temple, and sometimes the Venerable is not there. Well, if Venerable is not there, I don't want to go to work for volunteer. He can't see me performing voluntary functions. So I want him to see me there so that next time he knows I'm the guy who always volunteer. Are you not attaching to form? So just thinking that as an example, yes, there's attachment to form. And also, if I'm the giver, I said, some people donate and they get that little Buddha on the wall. Can I get a Buddha on the wall too? And if I get a Buddha on the wall, would I get the blessings? Now, if I give this $10,000, what kind of blessings I will have in return? Would I be richer in the future? Would my son and parent and daughters be better persons if I donate this $10,000? I would get blessings from the Buddha. You consider a lot of return, of reward, compensation to you. Is that an attachment to form? How about attachment to sound in this example? I'm donating $10,000. How do I attach to sound? Well, I want, the other day I heard something I feel happy. I donated $10,000 and they asked me, how come you're so generous? I feel happy when people praise me. I donated $10,000 and how come I become so generous? And some of my friends talk about it. And also, if I have that plaque inscribed my name onto it, I will bring my friends to the temple and deliberately show him to that column where I got my name in there. See, this is a beautiful temple. I show you around, and I've been here for quite a while, and I like to support this temple. And by the way, can you come here and look at this pole? You don't want to deliberately point out your name. You just want to, this is a beautiful color. And look, this is my name. You want to act as if you were inadvertent in showing the name, but actually you do it with deliberation. You do it with intention. And your friend said, wow, you're wonderful. You donated $10,000? And you want to listen to praise, to comfort. Sound, you want to listen to sound. You want to attach to that praise. You also attach to criticism, and you hate it. And you hate it. And if I'm standing in there and I heard somebody said, look at these names in here. If they are doing charity, how come they still have to attach to names? I don't like to hear that. My name is there. I hate that guy. You're attached to sound. Are you not attached to sound? You see how attached we are to sound? We don't like criticism. We only like praise. We want to be praised. So this is just an example. We can carry on and on for all kinds of action that we do, all kinds of thought, speech, everything we're attached to. You may not realize it. We have a lot of volunteers coming here to work. Sometimes they have argument. I want dishes to be washed in this way, and you want dishes to be washed in that way. I come here, I got no money, and I only come here, I want to be happy. And how come you said that I'm not doing a good job in my washing? And you start to argue about it. How come I'm assigned this piece of work and you are assigned that piece of work? I don't want to scrub the floor. I only want to dust off some of the mattress. You always like to weigh the pros and cons, and you think that you're being treated unfairly. And Actually, in a lot of sutras it says, the more endurances you put up with, the more work you do, the more merits you have. Because why? Because you know that you don't attach. People treated you unfairly, you're practicing Zanti paramita, tolerance, endurances. And you feel happy about it because that guy gave you a chance to practice your endurance, the tolerance level. He scolded you even though he did a good job, and you say, oh, that's good. My tolerance level has increased. 10 years ago, I would have fought back. I would yell back at you right away. When I was young, gee, I can't put up with that kind of thing. Now I learned my tolerance level has gone up. I don't want to be pushed around. If you criticize me, you got to have your point. If you don't have your point, you're not going to criticize me. You see how that works? How the egoistic feelings work? The arahat is egoness. You know how happy if you don't have an ego? If you don't have an ego, any bullets coming at you, you're like a sponge that has absorbed it. The bullet rises in, it has absorbed it, and drop it on the floor. But if you don't have that endurances, you're like an iron plate. It hit you, it bounced back, but you got a mark on your body. So we know there's a lot of merits in it. All right, let's go through. If you have, why would the merits of this person who does not attach more than the merits of this person who's attached? Because if you have no ego, no personality, no beings, and no lifespan, no attachment whatsoever, your mind goes pure. When your mind goes pure, you're closer to Nirvana. When you're closer to Nirvana, what ultimately will come up? You attain Buddhahood. When you attain Buddhahood, what ultimately will come up? When Sakyamuni Buddha attained Buddhahood 2,600 years ago, what happened afterwards? Trillions and trillions of beings were saved. You see? When you become the Buddha, when this person who no attachment become pure and become the Buddha, by definition of a Buddha, he will save billions and billions of sentient beings by geometric expansion. How that merit extend? That merit will extend impermanently, eternally. Not impermanently. That merit would extend, what do you call that? Geometric expansion. Can you calculate geometric? It's like branches of. One Buddha on top will enlighten billions of individuals, and one individual will enlighten billions of individuals. One of them will enlighten another billions of individuals. How can you measure that kind of merits? Can you measure it like space? You can't even measure space, assuming you can measure space. You can measure that geometric expansion. That starts off from the purity of mind without attachment. And if you attach to the generosity, you attach to the reward, what's the result? All those who perform good deeds, they go to heaven. You end up in heaven, which is good for you. Good for you, they say. It's good for you. You end up in heaven. Only happiness for you because of your good deeds. But the merit is so restricted. So the Buddha is using this example. In terms of size, nothing is greater than space in the world. Then the Buddha uses it as a metaphor for merits. Space has no limit and has no form. Because it has no form, it absorbs and accommodates all forms. Anything that has form is not the greatest. Space has no form as it is the greatest. The Buddha is using space, not space, as a metaphor for merits, because it accommodates everything. It's so vast, so great. It says zenith is the highest point in space, right? Including the zenith and the nadir. Nadir is the lowest point in space. And what is merits? Merits in the Sanskrit language is punya. And there's good and virtuous actions and speech giving results of blessedness, fortune, auspiciousness, and all kinds of goodness. There's two kinds of merits. Of course, when you do meritorious deeds, good result will come out. Result with auspiciousness, with good fortune, good health, longevity, blessedness would come out because it's a natural causality link. But there's basically two kinds of merits. One is merits without attachment, and one is merits with attachment. Merits with attachment is not complete. It contains impurity. A merits without attachment is pure. So whatever merits we do, no attachment. Next paragraph, which is the last paragraph. Subhuti, if a bodhisattva practices generosity without a mind abiding in form, then the merits that results from the virtuous act is equally inconceivable and immeasurable as space, of course. Subhuti, the bodhisattva's mind should thus abide as taught. So that is a pause for the answer to Subhuti's original question. What was the original question? Bodhisattva seeking anuttara samya samputti. How should their mind abide? How should they control the thought? And the Buddha said, well, don't attach. Fourfold negation. No ego, no personality, no beings, and no lifespan. And then no attachment to the act of giving and the gift. And comparing it to the merits in space. So that's the first pause for the answer. The answer is not yet. There's more answers coming up, but that's the first pause. Now, if we summarize it for chapter 4, the Buddha taught the method to you already in general terms, which consists in looking into what? The non-existence of ego. Mindful of non-existence of the ego, that's the main starting point. If you consider everything from your ego's perspective, it's already too far away. If the ego, the subject, does not exist, personality, the object, also disappears. When the conception of an ego and a personality is eliminated, the self-mind is in the state of nirvana. That's the arahat's position. No more ego. Completely elimination of ego is the arahat's position. No more I. No more self-identity, no more ego. Now, if the practitioner continues in practice non-attachment even to the notion of emptiness of self and the notion of nirvana, no notion of no self, no notion of the fourfold negation, liberating all beings without thinking beings are liberated, he does not attach to nirvana. He goes a step further, that's the bodhisattvas. And that is the elimination of even the Dharma. There's a step further than the arahats. But the arahats are already out from life and death. If all become arahats, we won't subject to reincarnation anymore. That's the Theravada. The Theravada's Buddha is Nirvana. But if you go further and further, even nirvana, that notion, get rid of it. In other words, you got to go on shore, don't attach to the ship. When you're on the ship, no more life and death already. When you're almost on shore, you've got to abandon the ship. Abandon nirvana, the concept of nirvana. Thus, his mind is free from attachment to. Even sunyata should be free. Don't attach to emptiness. free shunyata, and free, no attachment to nirvana. So when your mind, which is used to seek Buddhahood, is set at rest, there's no Buddhahood to be sought after. All wish to grasp and to reject will disappear. You want to grasp onto Buddhahood, grasp to nirvana, grasp to non-self, grasp to all kind of notions, that disappeared. Even that disappeared. And when that disappears, there's no subject, no object, no act of giving, no gift, no internal, no external, no confusion, no enlightenment, no impermanence, no eternity. Then that one pure mind remains. That one oneness of mind remains. This is the method to abide the mind. So the Buddha said, Bodhisattva's mind should thus abide as taught. This is how, thus, T-H-U-S, this is the word thus, that means the Buddha used the word thus to explain all these things that he said before. This is the method to let the mind abide. This is the first pause, the first little pause to that question. So we finished 4 chapters. And in these 4 chapters, what do we learn? We learn that the ego has to go. The subject, the object, the act of giving, the gift, the concept. Is it easy? Extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. It is extremely difficult to get rid of the ego. We talk about it. You think I get rid of my ego? No. Maybe a little better when I'm in contemplation, meditation. But when you don't notice it, the ego comes out. That's why Zen master said, wherever you go, sleeping, walking, meditating, standing, grasp that purity. You are that mountain, the clouds come in. You're that monkeying mind. Your monkey mind is unleashed, it goes away. Here comes the ego feeling, egoistic feeling. Push it back. What are we doing in meditation? Are we not training our mind? Our monkeying mind, always go in our direction. We pull it back, unleashed it. Why? Because that's what we're learning. We're learning always to abide the mind and keep the mind under control. Because the ego, the no ego only works when you know it. Because of your bad habits, of our bad habits, the egoistic feeling comes up every second. If you train your mindfulness in it, you become the saint. You become free from mental defilements. You become Arhat. You become the Buddha. It is easy, but it's extremely difficult. Section 5, or chapter 5, the Chinese name is 如理实见分, real discernment of seeing Tathagata. That's the topic. Real discernment. How do you discern whether you've seen Tathagata? So I'll read the passages first. Section 5. Subhuti. What do you think? Can the Tathagata be seen by means of his bodily form? No, World-Honored One. The Tathagata cannot be seen by means of his bodily form. Why? Because when the Tathagata speaks of bodily form, it is not form. The Buddha said to Subhuti, everything with form is unreal. If all forms, phenomenon, are seen as unreal, the Tathagata will be perceived. We'd like to finish chapter 5 today. It's a short chapter. The first paragraph, the Buddha asked Subhuti the question, Subhuti, what do you think? Can the Tathagata be seen by means of his bodily form? Tathagata means the Buddha. Tathagata is another name for Buddha. Remember, Buddha has 10 epithets, 10 names, and one of the names is Tathagata. In the Chinese language is Ru Lai. Can Tathagata be seen by means of his bodily form? Through his bodily form, can you see the Tathagata? What does that mean? You see, the Diamond Sutra in the Chinese characters, all these characters are very succinct, simple characters. And when translated into English also, you really have to evaluate every word. Don't just look at the superficial meaning of it. You have to look past it. You penetrate into the meaning. Remember in chapter 2 and 3 and even in 4, sentient beings cling to things having form as the cause. And the Buddha corrected this false view by pointing out the doctrine of giving alms without attachment to form. Giving away alms, citing the 6 parameters as an example, with the first parameter as giving out. Remember the 6 parameters. You should know about the 6 parameters. Charity, morality, endurances, and right efforts or diligence, meditation and prajna. So these are the 6 parameters, prajna parameters that you must practice, and each one has very profound meaning that you should pursue. If you're newcomers, well, you'll listen a bit here and there, and later all these things would glue together. It's just like when you're doing bookkeeping. You don't know debit and credits. You don't know assets and liabilities. You don't know how to do the financial statements. But then when all these assets and liabilities add together, then you get a financial statement. When you work at a financial statement, you work at every individual item. You don't know what the financial statement looks like, but you really have to look at every item first. What is an asset? What is a liability? What is accounts receivable? I'm sure there's accountants somewhere around here. Anyway, why did I always mention accounting? Because I had accounting background. And I have management background. So I always use management. The 6 parameters can be applied to management. If you apply the 6 parameters to management, that's the best, ideal, perfect management. So actually, the Buddhist circle, the community, some people is planning to write a book on how to apply the 6 prajna parameters to sound management. Anyway, get back to this. So, if you give alms, give charity without attachment to form, there will be merits. Everything you do, good things you have done, or the meritorious things, or the benevolent things that you've done. You're helpful, you're being compassionate, you're giving out, you're considerate. All these things you have done, they won't be forgotten. All these bad things you have done, they won't be forgotten. It's just like keying into the computer. All this has been keyed into the chip. Nobody can take it out. It's right in there. Now, if you've done good deeds, be it just very tiny, puny little thing, it's accounted in your computer of karma. So don't ignore the tiny little good deed that you can do. A phone call to a sick friend. You think that is too insignificant? Sometimes it could be a life-saving call. Don't ignore every little minor good deed. It all adds up. So there's merits for good deeds. And if you give charity without the threefold notion of a charity. What is a threefold notion? You remember? When you give charity, there's a threefold conception, threefold notion behind the giving. If you have attachment. What are these threefold? The giver, the recipient, the act of giving, or the object of giving. You are the giver. You give out $1. You give out $10. You're the giver. You dial this call to a sick friend. You're giving out this compassion. You're giving out this consolation, this comfort to the patient, so that you are the giver, and that's the recipient. Millions of miles away, does not matter. The act of giving, the comfort, the consolation, the sincerity, the care. So this is a threefold notion. And the Buddha said, don't attach to any one of this. You've done this, don't attach them. I am the giver. Now that I have helped someone, I'll have good reward. I will have good compensation in my computer chip. No, you don't have to remember that. You give without condition. No attachment whatsoever. But no attachment, so all these originating causes are formless. Now, if you do it like that, the merits so obtained will be so immeasurable. Remember in chapter 4, it is so immeasurable that it's just like space. Can you measure space? Can you measure north, south, east, west? Can you measure the zenith? Can you measure the nadir? The top, the very top and the very bottom? We can't. So the merits so obtained, if you don't have an attachment, will be immeasurable, like measuring space. And then this chapter 5, the Buddha said, can you see the Tathagata by means of this bodily form? Why did he ask this question? It relates to the previous chapter, because if we always think in our mind that we have no attachment, all the causes that we do would attribute to something that we should not attach, then we'll worry. We'll worry about formless merits. These merits are formless, right? You can't then, because causes are formless, we don't attach to form, and a formless cause would tally with a formless effect, naturally. So in other words then, the causes I have cultivated, and this merits will be formless, wouldn't that I lose all my merits? No more merits behind? And also, if that is the case, how come the Buddha has such a meritorious body form? The Buddha has very good form, very graceful, all these 32 attributes and 80 minor marks of the Buddha. All this is because of the accumulation of merits. And how come the Buddha has got good form? A formless cause does not tally with the effect that has formed. Then how come the Buddha has good forms? I don't know if you understand this, but let us try to explain a little further. At this point, we have to know, according to the sutras, the Buddha possesses 3 bodies. This we'll have to know. If you don't know, the Buddha possesses 3 bodies, which are essentially one. It's one body, but it's 3 bodies. And don't think of the body as form. How come there's 3 bodies? I have 1 body, how come I have 3 bodies? You don't think in terms of the bodies in the form situation. No. What are these 3 bodies? The first one is the Dhammakaya. In the Chinese language is Fa Shen. The Dhammakaya. The Dhammakaya is the Dhamma body. This is the Dhamma body as opposed to the physical body of the Buddha. This Dhamma body is formless, penetrating all existence, shining everywhere and enlightening everywhere. And according to the general Mahayana, this is the reality body, the true mind. the absolute existence, manifestation of all existence, the one mind, sunyata, emptiness, the universal mind. That's what we refer to. The Dharma body is that universal mind, that oneness, that true essence, that reality. In the Yogacara school, this is the real body, possesses the pure Dharma in there. And it is the great, perfect mirror wisdom, prajna, in the Chinese language, 大圆净智. This is the ultimate wisdom. You can't see wisdom, can you? So that's the Dhammakaya, 法身. So that we call it also the one body. Dhammakaya means body. Kaya is the Sanskrit language. So that's the first body we have to remember. This is formless, no form. That is the reality, the ultimate. The second body is the Sambhoga Gaya. S-A-M-B-H-O-G-A, Sambhoga Gaya. In the Chinese language is 报身. The 包括了他受用身、智受用身、报身. So this is the reward body of the Buddha. The ideal body of a Buddha, which is produced after entering Buddhahood as a result of vows undertaken during the practices in the Bodhisattva path. This is the embodiment of purity and bliss resulting from full accumulation of merits. So the Buddha has the perfect, the ideal body with accumulation of merits. Why did he accumulate such a nice body? Because all of the good deeds that he has done when he practiced the pursuit of enlightenment. This is the Sambhoga Gaya. Everything you do, every good deed. Why are people different in their facial appearance? Why are prettier and for some people are prettier and some are uglier and some taller, shorter, healthier, you know, everyone, how come physically one person looks a lot better than the others? How come they are different? Not because of a creator, because the creator would not be prejudiced against anybody. Their appearance is different because of the karma, what they have done. They are different. You think what you are doing now and what I'm doing now, we are the same, exactly the same? No. Our action, our speech, our thought, everyone is different. So every karma is different. Every body is different. Your Sambhoga Gaya, your reward body, as far as the temporal world is concerned, is all different. Some people look a lot better than the others. Why? Some people have a face that is so kind and so graceful. According to some sutras, it says that in his or her last life, he put up a lot of endurances for bad things. Somebody scolded her, somebody beat her up, and she just endured it and act as if nothing happened, or there's some situations that he can endure without creating mental defilements. Or there's no hatred. In previous life, there is no accumulation of hatred, no accumulation of bad speech, tattletale, or backbiting, frivolous speech. Then he'll be trustworthy. So in other words, all these reward, the merit is because of what you have done in the past. You earned your own ticket, not anybody, which is logical and scientific. If you study hard enough, you think you're going to fail the course? Every cause gives an effect. It's just some of this goes through the three lives, the past lives and present life and future lives. Logically speaking and scientifically speaking, or even according to the theory of probability and statistics. Just take one example. There's so many examples in this world that we can quote from. And I always like to quote an example of a student. You're a student, you're at university. You attend every course, every lecture, you make all the notes, you listen very attentively, you study, you make all these notes. You even study previous examination papers, and you go to the examination, and given that you watch your health, don't get sick when you're writing the examinations, you're bound to get an A. If all these conditions fulfill, causes fulfill, there's no way that you fail unless you got sick in the examination. But I already said, if you build up good health. So I always told my disciples who are Buddhists, I said, who are university students, I said, you want to be an A student, you watch your health too, not just studying. You got to go to swimming, you got to exercise, because that's part of contribution to your good marks. What happens if you study and make all these notes and study, burn big light oils for a few days, and time examination comes, you got sick? No excuse. So you got to maintain good health. And that's part of the contributing cause to an A. So for that reason, whenever you appeared, whenever you've been rewarded, whatever you got here is because of what you have done in the past, including your physical appearance. If you short-live, if you're always sick, it's because you kill a lot of animals in your previous life or in this life. You go hunting. You kill deers and moose, bears, just for enjoyment, for pleasure. You shorten their lives, and somehow your karma be affected, and your life, this lifetime, is short. The other day, we have a group of 4 people going to a hospice care situation where a man is dying. He's about 55 years old, Caucasian. He helped to build up a few homes for kids who are on drugs. He did a lot of good work. He built up 3 homes for kids who are on alcohol and drugs. And there is this one guy who came to the temple, and I can't mention his name, and he said, we really respected this person because he saved my life. I was doing this kind of thing, and I was almost on the verge of my life coming to an end, but this man saved me, and I don't want to see him go. This man is terminally ill, and he's going to die any minute. And we didn't go out that often. We said, and after, because of his sincerity, so finally we determined to go to the man's home. 4 of us. We went there. The man was sitting up with his wife, buried his head in his palm, and certainly he's dying. It's suffering. And at his bedside, there is an altar, a small little altar, and he's practicing Tantra Buddhism. He had a picture of Dalai Lama. So we went in and we performed chanting for him and all that. And he's struggling, on the verge of dying. But somehow his time has not come. We chanted for 2 hours, quite tired, 2 hours, and he's still struggling, not going yet. And finally, we're advised to leave for a little while. And I don't know if the man passed away now. So when I come back, I think, why did he did a lot of good karma? He built up 3 homes, helping kids, and why did he still had this disadvantage of living a short life? It's his own karma, because in his previous life, probably, he had been killing. Even though the karma now is so strong, it wouldn't wash away the previous karma. Had he not been building good homes, maybe he would have been dead already, many, many years ago. I always believe that, and somehow some other monks, we share the same opinion. We always believe that we have some sacred contract within us. You know what sacred contract? Religious sacred contract. And if because of your previous karma, you have to suffer in this karma, in this life, or for example, if I have to be destined for having a short life because I killed too much, for example, just give an example. If in this life I became so kind, I supported people not killing animals for food, I supported people not killing seal, I protest, and I've done everything I can to save animals and give out all my compassion. I attempted to change all these things, and I turned to be a very kind person. And also, I communicated with bodhisattvas through my chanting and through my learning. And maybe somehow, invisibly, I signed a personal sacred contract with the bodhisattva who is helping me to live longer. Because I have this mission that I would like to do a lot more. I'm destined to live until, for example, 50 years old. But invisibly, I always chant and I always pray and I always, all by myself, I talk to my bodhisattva, to Buddha, that if I've been given a chance to live longer, I would do this mission and that mission and that mission. I have all these missions that I have to fulfill. And somehow that is a sacred contract. You got a contract. Then you live longer. So every one of us, we don't know how long we're going to live. But please, build up that contract. Build up that contract to render your compassion, to learn to cultivate your spiritual path, to be a bodhisattva. And all these bodhisattvas would help you because they've gone through the same as you have gone and I have gone through before. They know that you're limited in your energy and your power. They like to help out, but you must give words to those contracts yourself. This is what I'm going to do. Condition number 1, I would do this, I would do that, I would do that. Sign, Jackie Jung. And you're doing that every day through your chanting, through your prayers. Bodhisattvas will be helping you out. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Mandraspri Bodhisattva, Srigapa Bodhisattva, the Buddha, they'll help you out. So you can change your karma. But how many people would be willing to sign a contract like that? They only sign contracts to buy a house, a home, a boat, a car, an employment contract. Or a contract that gives bonding to another person. We call that a marriage certificate. That kind of contract. Well, I'm diverting away from what I'm talking about. So don't ignore chanting, cultivating, meditation. Don't ignore the 6 paramitas. These help you to live longer, help you to be healthier, help you to energize yourself so that you can render your compassion to others, so that you will be more happy in your life. I can't perceive someone who would be happy if they're selfish, if they're egoistic. I can't perceive that. Can you? You think you'll be happier if you're more egoistic? You're more selfish? I think it's just the opposite. Anyway, what am I talking about? I've been talking about the Dhammakaya and then the Sambhogakaya. Remember the Buddha has 3 bodies? The Dhamma body, the Dhammakaya, and the Sambhogakaya, which is Bao, Fa Shen, Bao, Bao Shen. And the Sambhogakaya, interestingly, can only be seen by bodhisattvas, not by us. 受用身我们没有能力见得到，登地的菩萨可以见得到。We can't see them. Because why? Because of our karma. That body is so wonderful that only with certain eyes you can see them. Why don't the guardian angels who are living in heaven, How come we can see them? And more often we can see ghosts. Because they're wonderful bodies, we're not wonderful enough in our reward to see. Our karma and their karma is so different. But our karma tally more with the karma of the ghosts, the lower realm. And our karma tally more with the animals, so we can see animals. Anyway, that's the second. I don't want to go too detail into the Sambhogakaya, the reward body. Now the third body is the Nirmana-kaya. The Nirmana-kaya. Nirmana. This is the body of transformation. In the Chinese language, it's a yin shen, by which the Buddha appeared in many forms, seen by sentient beings. This is a model of the Nirmana-kaya, the carving. It contains 32 meritorious attributes and 80 minor characteristics. What do I mean by that? There's a sutra which laid down all these characteristics in detail. That is the Fo Ben Xing Ji Jing. It contains all this detailed descriptions, and there's a translation by Samuel Beal, translated all these characteristics out. Samuel Beal, B-E-A-L, is a Buddhist scholar. What are these 32 attributes? For example, the Buddha's height is 16 feet. I don't know what constitutes 1 foot in those days. 2,600 years ago, 1 foot is how many inches? I don't know. Now 1 foot is 12 inches in North America, but 1 foot is 10 inches in China. So the measurements are different, but somehow the Buddha's body, according to 2,600 years dimensions, is 1丈6尺, approximately about 15, 16 feet. 42 teeth, even and white. Round head, every part, 32 attributes, so gracious. And that's why when we carved our Buddha statue, we have to go by that sutra. Earlobes coming down almost to the shoulder. And when the Buddha is standing, his hands could touch the kneecaps. When you are standing, when I'm standing, we can't touch kneecaps, can you? If you don't believe yourself, you don't believe me, you stand up and see if you stand up, can your kneecaps touch, can your hand touch the kneecaps? You can't. Your hand's not long enough. It is believed that if you have only one attribute of the Buddha's attributes, you could be the king of a certain country. And also the Buddha's feet is flat. Our feet, the sole is not flat, but the Buddha's feet is flat. The Buddha's voice is different. The hair follicle, the hole, emitting fragrance. So it's 32 attributes and 80 minor characteristics of the Buddha. Then is the Nirmana-kaya, body of transformation. The appearance of the Buddha as seen by sentient beings is this body, his incarnated body, in which he appeared in order to teach the beings of the world. Such body was long cremated and was just an incarnation. This is not the true body. This is the physical body. So there's 3 bodies. The Nirmana-kaya, which is the physical body with all these attributes. Sambhogakaya, which is the reward body, only seen by bodhisattvas. And the Dhammakaya, the Dhamma body. So the Buddha asked Subhuti, can the Tathagata be seen by means of his bodily form? Why did he ask this? This is to remind Subhuti, as Subhuti may suspect that if giving charity could have a formless cause in mind, then the effect should tally with a formless body. Then how come the Buddha has such a meritorious body? Now, this is to explain, to clear away the suspicion in Subhudi's mind. The Buddha wanted to remind Subhuti that the Dhammakaya has no form. You don't see the Dhammakaya from the form. So I haven't really finished the first sentence. Time's up. Anyway, you know the three bodies. Now let's repeat the Buddha's question again. Can the Tathagata be seen by his bodily form? Now, this is a very important question. In the Chinese language, 可以身相见如来佛 What is this 如来 Tathagata? What is Tathagata? Can we see Tathagata through by means of the physical body of the Buddha? What is this Tathagata? This Tathagata is the real nature. That is the Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi, the complete supreme enlightenment. It is formless. It is the phenomena, not the phenomena. How can we see the formless from the form? How can we attach form and see Tathagata? That means you have to be detached from form to see the Tathagata. You understand what I mean? If you attach to form, why are we not attaching to form? We attach to form all the time. We're attached to sight, we're attached to sound, we're attached to taste, we're attached to smell, we get mad with criticism, we only love praise, we hate sights we don't want to see. All these senses, we attach to everything. And the Buddha said, if you want to find the real nature, how can you find it through attachment? This is bad, this is good. I hate this guy, I love this guy. And that guy is a rich guy, this was a poor guy. How can you discriminate and attach and realize your real nature? You have to be beyond that. So there are two perspectives. Can you see the real nature, which is formless, from form? From form, if you attach to form, can you see the real nature of things if you attach to form? The answer is no. As you have attached to the notion of form, you have attached to the four fallacious notions. What are those four fallacious notions? Attachment to the ego, personality, beings, and what? Lifespan. 我相、人相、众生相、寿解相。我相, the four fallacious, egoistic concept. So the answer is no. We can't see real nature. We can't see Tathagata by means of attaching to form. We can't see it. Only by removing away from form. So the answer is no. That's the first answer. The second answer is, can you see the real nature from form? The answer is yes. Why? If you do not to the notion of form, that is, if you do not have attachment to the four fallacious notions of ego, personality, beings, and lifespan, then you can see the Tathagata. You cannot attach to form, and yes, through form you see it. You don't reject form. You don't negate form. You don't hate forms. You understand what I mean? On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, no. Wow, this is philosophical. Can you see nationalism and the love of Canada through the flying of the Canadian flag? Can you see the patriotism, the nationalism of all Canadians through the hoisting of the flag? The answer is no, it's just a flag. It's a piece of cloth. It itself is meaningless. But can you see that nationalism through the flag? I said, yes. If I see through the material, look past the material, and evaluate the spirit of this nationalism, then I realized that nationalism through the hoisting of the Canadian flag. Don't reject it. Don't hate it. Don't hate forms. Don't deny forms. And yet don't attach to it. Some people say, well, it's formless. I don't have to help. I don't have to do anything. It's formless anyway. No, it's through helping. And some people say, don't attach to compassion. You're attaching to compassion. No, by rendering compassion, I'm detaching from compassion. You see the difference? How can you understand Buddhism by removing yourself from life, locking up yourself in the room, studying all the time, and you think that you can lock yourself for 3 years in a room, studying all the time and doing all this, and you get enlightenment? Only for some people. In a lot of cases, for certain people, they get their enlightenment right there in the group, when they're in the world, not outside the world. Different people have different capabilities and different environments. Don't restrict it for them. Don't say this is the way you should go. Because this person locked himself up in 3 years in a room and he somehow got enlightened, and that you should do the same thing. No, everyone is different. Today we continue with the Diamond Sutra. Last time we stopped at chapter 5 or section 5. Section 5 is real discernment of seeing Tathagata. In the Chinese language is 如理实践分第五. And last time I finished up to just the first sentence. Chapter 5, Subhuti. What do you think? Can the Tathagata be seen by means of his bodily form? No, well-honored one. The Tathagata cannot be seen by means of his bodily form. Why? Because when the Tathagata speaks of bodily form, it is not real form. The Buddha said to Subhuti, everything with form is unreal. All forms, phenomena, are seen as unreal. The Tathagata will be perceived. But just to recap, Buddha Sakyamuni and his 1,250 disciples in the Diamond Sutra, just to have a very brief recap, Buddha Sakyamuni and his 1,250 disciples went on alms round. Remember in the first chapter, begging for food from door to door. That's the practice in the Buddhist community at that time. After that, they returned to the monastery to start the lunch. And after lunch, they washed the bowls and did all the necessary cleaning. And then one of the disciples, Subhuti, raised a question. Because of this question, the Buddha gave his answer and started the whole Diamond Sutra. What is that question? That's the most important question. We always have to remember in a sutra what's the most important. That started off the whole sutra. Subhuti's question is like this. Virtuous men and women developed the supreme enlightenment mind. How should their minds abide? How should they control their thoughts? That's a very important question. And then the Buddha answered that, of course, and he said that when the Bodhisattva practices the 6 paramitas, they should practice without the 3 notions of attachment, remember? Without the 3 notions of attachment. What are these 3 notions of attachment? The giver, the recipient, and the act of giving. The act of giving including the object of giving, and we explain all that. Without attachment, with no three notion attachment. And after that, the Buddha asked Subhuti the question, or Buddha raised his question. Can the Buddha be seen by means of bodily form? That is in chapter 5. From chapter 1 to chapter 4 is about liberating sentient beings, how to help out sentient beings, how to render compassion, how to practice to liberate all sentient beings, and of course, and himself, and oneself. That's from chapter 1 to chapter 4. The chapter 5 is about bodily form. It's about seeing oneself. But remember when we explained, can the Buddha be seen by means of bodily form? Now, for those who haven't been here, you don't know what I'm talking about because you missed out a lot of lessons already. It's not that easy. Diamond Sutra is a very profound philosophical sutra. If you missed out the first few lessons, you can't catch up. Difficult to catch up. Nothing is impossible, but it's difficult. Can the Buddha be seen by means of bodily form? Can you see the Buddha by means of bodily form? Then you need to know the three bodies of the Buddha: the Dhammakaya, Sambhogakaya, and the Nirmanakaya. Remember that? Remember these three bodily forms? What is Dhammakaya? Dhammakaya in the Chinese language is Fa Shen, the body that is formless, penetrating all existence, shining everywhere, and enlightening all. And this is the reality body, the truth body, a name for absolute existence. The one mind, the true mind, is also called the universal mind. It is formless, but it manifests all existence. Is it contradictory? It's formless. It's called body, but it's formless. Why it's called body? Because you have to use a word to describe it. It's the three bodies. When we say body, we always link it with material. When this is Dhammakaya, it's a formless body. It's everywhere. Omnipotence is everywhere. It's Dhammakaya. So the Buddha is everywhere in all existence. It shines everywhere, it enlightens everything, it manifests all existence. So we're talking about, why don't we go to India to pay homage to Buddha, or going to China, going to the Four Mountains, because the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas, they are more, what should we say, it's easy to strike up chameleon. It's not true. Buddha and Bodhisattvas, Buddhas is everywhere. Dhammakaya is everywhere. Some people in China, they live in one province, and because they want to pay homage to Avalokiteshvara, they make one prostration in every 3 steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 1 prostration. 1 step, 2, 3, 1 prostration. And it takes a few months until they reach to Puthosan. Until they reach Puthosan, it takes a few months. And they have to be helped out by assistants. There could be 2 friends, one carrying food and the other carrying water. And when he's thirsty, give him water. When he's hungry, give him food. And so that he do all this prostration for months before he reaches Puthosan. And if he thinks that Avalokiteshvara, the Avalokiteshvara in Puthosan is better than his own Bodhisattva at home, he has made a mistake. Because Buddha is everywhere. It's the same. So that's the Dhammakaya. Don't think about going homage to anywhere. It's at home. The most closest to you. The closest to you is not even at home. Where's the closest to you? In your heart, in your mind. That's your closest. And don't pay homage to your closest, and you're going far off to look for it. Don't look for the mind. Don't look for the real mind. You're always looking in the library shelves for all the books, whereas sitting on your desktop is the book that you should be reading. When you don't read that, you always think that particular book is always not in your hand. There's always treasure outside. But the treasure is not outside. The treasure is in your mind. You always think that the other center is better. You shop from one center to another center for meditation, and you shop from one tape to another tape, one book to another book, until you exhaust it, until you give up. So, that's the Dhammakaya. You must know the Dhammakaya. And then the Sambhogakaya. What is Sambhogakaya? The reward body. This is the embodiment of purity and bliss. The reward body can only be seen by bodhisattvas. We can't see the reward body of the Buddha. Only bodhisattvas can. 受用身，也有自受用身、他受用身 Sambhogakaya. And then the Nirmanakaya. This is the physical body, the body of transformation, the body of transformation by which he appeared in any form, seen by sentient beings. And this body contains 32 meritorious attributes and 80 minor characteristics. You can all search that up in the Buddhist canons. 32相80随行号 32 meritorious attributes. What are these 32? The hair is always curling upwards. A set of 42 teeth. You count your own set of teeth, we have less than 42, but the Buddha has 42 teeth. And the soul is all flat. Our soul is not flat. And the hands is touching the kneecaps. When we stand up, our hands can't touch the kneecaps. So there's 32 physical characteristics, meritorious characteristics, attributes to the Nirmanakaya. Why do we have these special features? Because the physical body looks different because of all the merits that the Buddha have accumulated for eons of time. He accumulated all these meritorious deeds, and he come up with that. The sound, for example, the emulating of the light, and many 32 attributes. Look that up in the Buddhist canon. It contains all the good features about a body, the nose, the ears, the eyebrows, and all that 32 characteristics, special mandatory characteristics, and 80 minor ones. So altogether, 32 plus 80, it's 112? No, 112 meritorious attributes. If you are the Buddha, you contain all that in your physical form. And we're trying to emulate, to copy those characteristics and put it on statue, on wooden carving. But we can't, we're not close to perfection. You can only mold out certain characteristics. The earlobes is almost touching the shoulder. The earlobes touching the shoulder and all that. And that's why when the carver are carving, they always refer to those books about 32 characteristics and 80 minor characteristics. So let's carry on. What's the next one? The next one is, the Buddha asked Subhuti, can the Tathagata be seen by his bodily form? This is to remind Subhuti, as he may suspect that if giving charity should have a formless cause in mind, then the effect should tally with formless body. How come the Buddha has such a meritorious body? So the Buddha wanted to remind Subhuti that the Dhammakaya has no form. Then it is clear that a formless cause tally exactly with a formless effect. But there are two perspectives that we should watch out in this chapter. Can you see the real nature from form? Or put it in other words, can you see the formless from form? The real nature is formless. Can you see the real nature from form? Can you see the real nature from form? All this is form, matters. All this is made up of molecules, atoms, protons, electrons. This is all the protons and electrons in activity and combined with this we call matter. Matter is form, right? This is form, a combination of a lot of protons, neutrons, electrons, and all that. Scientists can tell you. This is form. But can we see the formless from the form? The answer, if the answer is no, as because how can you see? As you have attached the notion of form, then you can't. But can you see the real nature from form? The answer could be yes. If you do not attach to the notion of form, you can see the form. You don't attach to form. You don't cling to form. Then you can see the real form. That is, if you do not have attachment to the four fallacious notions of remember the four fallacious notion? The ego, the personality, beings, and lifespan. Remember these four fallacious notions. Remember the three notions of attachment. The giver, the recipient, and the act of giving. That's the three notions of attachment. The four fallacious, wrongful notions of what? This is the ego. We have the ego, right? Ego. The next is person. Ego, person. The ego is subjective. The person is objective. There must be a subject and an object, right? If there's I is the subject, then there must be an object that I can see. So the ego is subjective ego. Person is objective. So this notion, the four notion is ego and person or personality. That's regarding the individual, the self. For example, I am the ego wrongfully. I shouldn't have that ego, but I am that ego, and you are that person, the subjective and the objective. Now this is about the individual, the sentient being. But how about the universe? The I is the host, the person is the guest, right? The universe is about what? The universe is about time and space, right? Space, how about space? Space is made up of all the sentient beings, so we call it sentient beings. So the four notion is ego, personality, sentient beings. Sentient being is about space. All others, if this is me, this is you, then all of them, how about them? They make up the space. How about time? Time is lifespan, continuity. All this continuity, although it's impermanent, but they still continue from form after form. But all these are unreal. The four fallacious notions of ego, personality, beings, and lifespan, they're unreal, fallacious. 我相、人相、众生相、寿者相。我相是主，人相是客，众生相是空，寿者相是实。So you understand? Actually, this four fallacious notion explains a lot already. It's me, you, them, and time. And all these are unreal. All these are impermanent. All these are sunyata. All these are causality, cause and effect. And the Buddha is trying to tackle each one of this. How about the ego? How about attachment? How about others? How about the relationship between you and the others? How about the host and the guest? The subject and the object? How about time and space? The Buddha tackled this bit by bit. And it starts from chapter 5, because they already answered that questions about the three notions of attachment. Let's start with the next sentence, because I hear the bell goes. So the next paragraph, no, the Tathagata cannot be seen by means of his bodily form. Why? Because when the Tathagata speaks of bodily form, it is not real form. Why is it like that? Well, what I've just said contains 2 points. The first one is from chapter 1 to chapter 4 is about liberating sentient beings, and Subhuti started this question, which is very important. How to abind our minds, and how to control our mind. It's about the mind. The whole Diamond Sutra is about the mind. Where should we abind our mind? And how should we control our mind? And the Buddha said, first you start with no attachment. When you practice the 6 paramitas, giving, morality, endurance, diligence and hard working, meditation and prajna. This, when you practice this, you should always practice with no attachment. You dropped the 3 notion attachment: the giver, the recipient, and the act of giving, which includes the object of giving. You should let that go. Let go of your attachment. And after that, this is about liberating sentient being. After that, the Buddha starts to analyze why there shouldn't be attachment. Why should we not attach to form? But in a common understanding of the world, why should we not attach to wealth, money, reputation, material? Why should we pursue the spiritual odyssey, the spiritual path for enlightenment? Why shouldn't we be emphasizing on material? Why should we let go of the attachment to wealth, reputation, you name it, desires? Why should we do that? And all that we have to tackle bit by bit in the Diamond Sutra. So we have covered 5 chapters of the Diamond Sutra. We're going very slowly, but it's worth going slowly. The first chapter, of course, is the introduction, or section 1. Section 1 is the introduction. Section 2, Subhuti raised a question: virtuous men and women in the process of developing supreme enlightenment, how should they abind their minds in? How should they control their thoughts? That's a very important question. Because of that question, it raised the whole issue of the Diamond Sutra's main point. So that's the first question, raised by Subhuti. For virtuous men and women in the process of developing enlightenment, in the Sanskrit language, is Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. So, in reviewing it, the first section is introduction, the second section is the most important question comes up. For virtuous men and women who practice enlightenment, when they're practicing it, how should they abind their minds in? How should they control their thoughts? And then, of course, the Buddha answered the question. Section 3 is the answer. All bodhisattvas should subdue their minds as follow. In the process of liberating themselves, in the process of leading all sentient beings to nirvana for the extinction of reincarnation, they shouldn't have the concept of liberating sentient beings. Is it paradoxical? No, it's not. We explained that already. Bodhisattvas liberate sentient beings, Bodhisattvas aim at saving others. Of course, saving others would also mean saving himself. So in the process of saving and liberating, forego the concept, the 3 attachment concept, the liberator, the ones being liberated, and the act of liberation. So that's very important. It's just the three notions of attachment: the giver, the recipient, and the act of giving, or the object of giving. So that's in section 3. And section 4 continue, because talking about liberation is not enough. The Buddha continued to expound the meaning by extending it to the 6 paramitas. What are the 6 paramitas? Generosity or giving, observing precepts, tolerance, diligence, meditation, and wisdom. So in practicing the 6 paramitas, of course, the first one is giving, generosity, giving out. Then you should give without attachment. And Buddha explains it in detail. How? So there's section 4. Section 5 is to come back to attachment again, to form. The Buddha asked the question, Subhuti, what do you think? Can the Tathagata be seen by means of his bodily form? So that's the question raised by Buddha. And Buddha explains it by saying, don't attach to form. Don't attach to matter. Or in the temporal terminology, don't attach to wealth. Don't attach to reputation. Don't attach to authority, power. By overemphasis on the pursuit of solely wealth, reputation, power, authority, you lose yourself because you attach to them. And that's briefly what it is all about, up to chapter 5. Now in chapter 6. Chapter 6, it's the main theme of chapter 6 is to say true faith is rare. It's not true faith is rare. What do we mean by that? Let's read the Sutra. The Venerable Subhuti said to the Buddha, well-honored one, will there be living beings who, when they hear these teachings, have real faith and confidence in them? That's the question raised. This question means, will there be living beings when they hear these teachings, can develop a true belief in these words, in this paragraph, in these sentences, or in these chapters, expound to them. That means from chapter 2 to chapter 5, because the philosophy, the meaning is so abstruse and so subtle, do you think that living beings in the future would believe in them? Here Subhuti was so thoughtful about future followers. He worried that future followers may not believe in such Dharma, as it is so subtle and abstruse. How can they possibly grasp the profound teaching that proclaims that all things are empty of real nature? The Buddha said all things are empty of real nature, of self-nature, not real nature. All things are empty of self-nature, or all things are empty of ego. Don't attach to your ego. We analyze the ego. How can they believe that only by perceiving emptiness of all things that they can realize their real nature? You have to have insightful perception into things, to see through it, to empty it out, to see the emptiness, the sunyata of it. It's so abstruse, so difficult to understand. Such a teaching may be too difficult to accept, much less trying to understand it. Also, the teaching of emptying, even the insight of emptiness, is indeed difficult to believe and to understand. Even the perception of emptiness should be empty. So Subhuti was so thoughtful about future followers. How would future followers believe in this kind of teaching? So that's what that paragraph is all about. So next paragraph, the Buddha replied to Subhuti, do not speak like this. 500 years after the Tathagata has passed away, there will be those people who will observe the rules of morality and perform good deeds, which will result in blessing. These people will be able to develop faith and confidence in these sentences that here is the truth. The Buddha rebukes the Buddhist worry and says there will surely be beings in the future who observe rules of morality and perform good deeds who will believe in such saying, in this teaching of Sunyata. Now, people who observe the rules of morality and who perform good deeds, what are these people called? Bodhisattvas. So Bodhisattvas, there will be Bodhisattvas who will accept and believe and will promote this teaching. Arahats may go into extinction in the nirvana, because arahats, once the body is gone, they go into extinction. We call nirvana, out from life and death. But Bodhisattvas, they always like to stay behind. They always like to stay behind to help out. That's why Bodhisattva, Siddhagapa Bodhisattva says, I wouldn't go into nirvana if there is one individual suffering in hell. I would wait until that individual is liberated. So Bodhisattvas always stay in this world. So how can there be people who don't understand it? Because Bodhisattvas understand teaching, this kind of teaching, and if they stay behind in this world, they would promote it. So that's the definition of a Bodhisattvas. So there will be people, there will be beings who observe the rules of morality, who will do good deeds, who will have blessings. These are Bodhisattvas. They would believe in it. Arahats enter into nirvana and leave the world, but Bodhisattvas vow to remain indefinitely in the world to liberate sentient beings. They will always stay for the liberation of all sentient beings. Time and space are not constraints for the Bodhisattvas. Their body may be gone, but they always come back in different forms. What do we call that? Remember the three bodies? Three bodies always come in different form. Nirmanakaya. Bodies of transformation. Remember the three bodies? Dhammakaya, or the Dhamma body. Sambhogakaya, reward body. And Nirmanakaya, bodies of transformations. They come back in different forms. Bodhisattvas always stay. They appeared in different forms to help liberation, to lead sentient beings to nirvana, for the extinction of reincarnation. Extinction of reincarnation is another word for nirvana. When you go into nirvana, no more reincarnation, no more life and death. We are in life and death, you know. We always, like, we go through life and death. After this body is gone, you're holding this body now. You're John, you're Jack, you're Jeanette, you're Joan. You're holding this body, but when the time is due, you got to leave this body. You're dead. We are dead. You change another form. We call that reincarnation. You change another form. You go into the next life. So the death of this life does not mean it's the end of it. You go into the next life. Who determines you go into the next life, first time comers? Who determines who determines where you're going? What determines it? Not God. Not God. You yourself. Would you reincarnate into the animal realm? Or would you go to hell? Or would you become guardian angels? Where would you go? It depends on what you have done now. If you always commit crime, if you always hurt other people, if you are creating bad karma, You steal, you kill, you lie, you commit sexual misconduct, you do all kinds of unvirtuous things. You carry that karma with you, you go into the next life. What kind of life? Vicious realms. So that's the reason why we are different. Who is responsible for it? Say, if there's people, some people were born into rich families, some people are handsome, some people are ugly, some people are tall and short, healthy and unhealthy. Why these differences? Is it God who gave you all this? You yourself. We are responsible for our actions, our karma. That's why you have to purify yourself. Purify your action, purify your speech, purify your mind. The Buddha said, you are responsible, not any other. Is it fair? Of course. Because that's what you have done in the past. Cause and effect. You cultivate this cause, you have this effect. So life is not just one distinct unit of measurement. Presence, no more future, no more past, no. It's a cycle of reincarnation. But that's no, I'm digressing from what I'm talking about. Just a few words for newcomers. Because otherwise you don't know what is reincarnation. That's reincarnation. You're changing your form. The essence does not change, but the form changes. You believe in it, you don't believe in it. Well, this is something to arouse your interest in. Think about it deeper. Why do we come to this world? Why do we get born in here? Why are we all different? What accounts for our future? Can I be a better individual? Can I be happier? How to be happier? What's the objective of Buddhism? Yeah, what's the objective of Buddhism? What is the objective of studying the Buddha's teaching? To get blessings from Buddha? No, that's not the objective. If you study Buddhism just to receive, it's a selfish, egoistic motive, because you just want to receive. I want to get blessings from Buddha. You're practicing egoistic behavior. The objective of Buddhism is in twofold: the present and the future. The present perspective, objective, in this life. How do we do it? Why do we study the Buddha's teaching? We study the Buddha's teaching because we want to liberate ourselves and others from suffering, from mental defilements. We help others and help ourselves to liberate ourselves and others from suffering. What kind of suffering? You got to study, analyze suffering. The Four Noble Truths. And after you're liberating yourself from suffering, you purify your behavior, your speech, your thought, and you help others to cultivate peace of mind. Only by cultivating peace of mind would you be able to get happiness. Happiness is in the mind, not in material, not in wealth, not in power, not in reputation. It's in the mind. That's the present perspective. How about a future perspective? After this life, go for extinction of reincarnation. No more life and death anymore. Have you suffered enough or not enough in this life? You have to go through death, sickness, grief, sorrow, anxiety, disappointment, jealousy, hatred, all these mental defilements. Have you got them enough? Have you got these things enough or not enough? If you say, I haven't got enough worries, I haven't got enough anxiety and disappointment, go ahead. You do more bad things, you will get more. So this is just a digression. Get back to get back to the main chapter. So, the Buddha said after the 500 years after, the Buddha said, because Subhuti raised the question, would people in the future believe in this kind of abstruse and subtle teaching? The Buddha said, don't worry about it. After I passed away, after 500 years, there still be bodhisattvas who understand and promote it. Why did the Buddha mention within 500 years? What is the significance of this time frame? Why 500 years? Why not 400 years, 800 years? Here we have to understand the prediction of the Buddha on the rise and fall of his teaching. Because everything has a cycle. It rises, it gives rise to it, it sustains, maintains, it changes, and disintegrates. Because everything is subject to life and death. Even the weather, even in every year, there's spring, autumn, winter, and summer. It's always, nothing is not subject to life and death and the cyclical changes. Nothing is not changing. Everything is changing. Nothing stays permanent. The weather, molecules, protons, electrons, your body, your human life is life and death. You're a baby and you're born, you become an adult, and you become a senior, and after senior, after so many years, then everybody has to die. Everybody goes through a cycle. Everything goes through a cycle like that. From arising to sustaining to disintegration. Even the Buddha's teaching. If the Buddha said everything is going through a cycle except my teaching, but that is not logical at all. If everything is going through a cycle, including the Buddha's teaching has to go through a cycle. So the Buddha already predicted the rise and fall of the Buddha's teaching. And the Dharma has a cycle of 3 epochs. The epochs of arising, the epochs of maintaining, the epoch of perishing. So the Buddha's teaching arising 2,600 years ago, and then maintaining for a little while, and then it's perishing. And it's in 3 epochs, of 3 periods, of course, long period. Let's talk about these 3 periods, because we want to know how come the Buddha mentioned 500 years. Every word is important in here, you know. The Buddha didn't say anything without meaning. So, what is the first period? The first period is the actual Dharma epoch. Lasts for how many years? For 1,000 years. And that starts from when the Buddha became the Buddha. In the Chinese language, it's Zheng Fa Xi Qi. For 1,000 years. So, the first 500 years, after the Buddha passed away, the first 500 years, during the first 500 years, it's from about 550 BC to 50 BC. In this period, there were quite a few people who practiced and become liberated and went into nirvana and became successful. In other words, people become arahats much easier than people now during the actual Dharma epoch, especially the first 500 years. Now, in our time, very extremely few people become arahats. But in that time, 500 years after the Buddha passed away, many people practicing for one life, they became arahats. They went into nirvana, extinction of reincarnation. That's for the first 500 years. That's about 550 BC to 50 BC. The second 500 years, not many people became successful achieving liberation. But a lot of people had a lot of strength in meditation. In other words, they have concentration in their practice, especially meditation. But not as many people became successful in nirvana and enlightenment as the first 500 years. But of course, there's still people who became successful in one lifetime to become the arahats because they practice meditation. A lot of meditators, they were so strong in the meditation They were so concentrating in the meditation that they can easily get nirvana, but not as good as the first 500 years. Okay, the first period, the actual Dharma epic for 1,000 years, classified into the first 500 and the second 500. Resembling is likened to the first period. Quite similar. Resembling means similar. Quite similar, but not close yet. Not close, but quite similar. We call it the resembling Dharma period. 相法. Also 1,000 years. In other words, the second 1,000 years. And the second 1,000 year further classified into the first 500 and the second 500. The first 500 followers practice through listening and reading rather than actual meditation now, because they didn't have the strength, they didn't have the concentration. They just followed the practice by reading and by listening. So from 450 AD to 950 AD, people didn't get nirvana. Not very many people get nirvana from meditation. They just spend their time in listening and reading. So a lot of books, a lot of canons, a lot of lecturers, but just listening. But in the first 500, remember, of the first period, people just practiced and they became arahats so easily. But in this period, the resembling Dharma period of 1,000 years, first 500 years, listening and reading. The second 500 years, which lasts from 950 AD to 1450, followers were mostly interested in building temples. A lot of temples, but very few practitioners. A lot of temples. Fantastic, wonderful temples, because more and more they emphasize on material, on the grandeurs of buildings. There's the Dharma ending epic for 10,000 years. The Dharma is slowly disintegrating. It classifies into the first 500. There's a lot of discontent and differences in practice. And that's from 1450 to 1950. During this period, a lot of arguments. This practice is not right, that is not right. They have more arguments than practice. There's the Dharma ending epic for 10,000 years. And then the remaining years is what we are in now. It starts from 1950. Starts from 1950, and as time goes on, the Buddhist teaching is slowly disappearing. So we just started the Dharma ending epic. So there will be no more Buddhism as time goes on. People will be fighting, there will be wars, and people kill each other. No more Buddhism. No more Buddhist teaching. It disintegrating. So in that chapter, it says within the 500 years is the first 500 years of the actual Dharma epic. There's still, of course, a lot of bodhisattvas. So, you know, the Buddhist teaching is slowly disintegrating. We are right now in the Dharma ending age. And it lasts for 10,000 years. So altogether 12,000 years. There's 12,000 years, approximately, of course, for Sakyamuni Buddha's teaching. 12,000 years. And we are now in the ending age. First 1,000, second 1,000, now it's 10,000. But although we are in the Dharma ending epic, we know that Buddhism will not die out until nothing remains. Because you know why? Because there are vows of bodhisattvas who vow to come back. So do you see the greatness of bodhisattvas? The arahats already entered into extinction. They already liberated themselves. No more life and death for themselves. But the bodhisattvas always are thoughtful and want to come back. They're always bodhisattvas coming back to liberate people, liberate sentient beings. So we still have hope. Even though we're in the Dharma ending epic, there are still bodhisattvas who appear in different forms to help out. Okay, so I haven't really, I have to stop at this point. I just have finished the second paragraph of section 6. And I pointed out to you the time frame of the Buddha's teaching. That's because the Buddha said, do not speak like this. After 500 years after the Buddha has passed away, there will be people. There's a time frame for the Buddha's teaching to last, to maintain, and to perish, just like anything else. So even the Dharma is, perishing. So what do you attach to? If you attach to the Dharma, even the Dharma itself is disintegrating. Any question? We haven't finished section 6, so you see, if we want to deal with it point by point, it takes a long time, yes?
3 periods, last 500 years.
Of course, during the Buddha's period, a lot of practitioners became arahats because personally the Buddha taught them. And after the Buddha passed away, the teaching is so fresh, still fresh. There's a lot of arahats still left behind. It's the same as when the Buddha was present with them. So a lot of people will have personal contact with arahats, personal contact with saints. So naturally, if you're personal contact with saints, a lot of people become saints too. That's the reason. Any more question? Yes?
When is the next Buddha will be reborn? When the world...
The next Buddha will be the Buddha of happiness, Maitreya Buddha. Maitreya Buddha will be the next Buddha coming to this world after Buddhism is gone, and the next Buddha in the future Buddha will be Maitreya Buddha. Yeah? Okay? Any question? Yes?
About the Dharma, Dharma is equal to the nature, the law of nature, so it's still maintained after the law of nature will of course be understood by the people after 10,000 years or later, right?
The law of nature is always a law of nature. The law of nature, it's always there. It's this air. When we're all gone, the air is still air. Space is still space, right? But here, the meaning of Dharma means the Buddha's teaching also. You understand? Dharma it's a very broad term. Dharma means the law of nature. It means everything, and it also means particularly the Buddha's teaching too. The Buddha's teaching disintegrate, no more. But the law of nature is still there. It's just like when our body is gone, when we are dead, you think there's no more space? We are dead, but there's still air, there's still space. The space is still left behind, but we're not there anymore. We come back though, in another form. You're Mr. Cheng now, if you come back as Mr. Wang, we don't know. Based on your Dharma, or karma. Yeah, any question? Yes? Of course. If everything is gone, if everything dies, so there's no point in doing enlightenment, is that what you mean? Well, you die only this life though. Do you believe that when you die you disappear, no more you? No, there's still a you. There is still a you in you that reincarnates into other form. But there's still a you, It does not mean that you disappeared. You just changed another form. So you still care about yourself, right? Yes?
It seems that at this period of history, there is more interest in Buddhism. So
It seems that this period...
There's more interest right now in Buddhism.
Yeah.
And it seems to be building rather than diminishing.
Yeah, we're talking about a general trend. It's building up momentum in North America. It may be diminishing momentum in other parts of the world. We're talking about a general trend because it's just like when you're plotting a curve. The curve is going up generally. But during the going up, there is always boom, 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 boom. Rise, fall. It's like the stock market. The stock market 50 years ago is this point. After 50 years, it's here. It's going up. But in the going up, there's down, up, down, up, down, up. It's just the same thing. Specifically, in this period, in North America, it's going up. Because we know that one of the fastest growing religion in North America is the Buddhist teaching. It's going up. See? And also the Sutra says the lifespan of sentient being is diminishing. But how come we are living long? But most people reach up to the age of 80 or 90. Well, that is within the curve. Some people may experience, this particular period, people live longer. Another particular period, it may be shorter. But the trend is that people's lifespan is diminishing. That is the general trend and the specific trend. Yes. You understand that? Okay. Any more questions? Yes?
Actually, in America right now, they predict that this generation will live shorter than the parents.
In the future?
Yeah.
This generation will live short?
This new generation
will
have shorter life because of the quality of food, especially like the junk.
Could be because sometimes we cannot just identify this by looking at one particular region or one particular period of time. And also, in our present age, wars is not in the form of personal combat. In the old days, you're holding a gun and I'm holding a gun, and you have to come closely to each other. You strike me and I strike you, then we're dead. But now, one button could kill a million people. So if you arithmetically, if you work out averages, maybe our average life is just about a few years. Some people, a lot of people die because of one bomb, or a chemical weapon or anything like that, atomic weapon, and they kill each other so easily now. Somebody put something in water in a reservoir, the whole city will be gone. A plane hits a building, then thousands of people get killed. And we finished the first two paragraphs. Venerable Subhuti asked the Buddha, "Well, Honored One, will there be living beings who can develop a true faith and believe in these words and sentences and chapters when these sentences are expounded to them?" So Subhuti worried that in the future, not many followers would believe in this teaching. So the Buddha replied, "Do not speak like that. 500 years after the Tathagata has passed away, there will be those people who will observe the rules of morality and perform good deeds. Of course, these good deeds will result in good blessing, and these people will be able to develop faith and confidence in these sentences, that there is truth in it." So the Buddha confirmed that there are bodhisattvas in the future who would have faith and believe in such teaching. Because this teaching is profound, that this is a teaching of emptiness, a teaching of sunyata. And then the Buddha continued in the next paragraph, and I'll read it out word for word. "We should know that such people will not have planted good virtuous roots in just 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 Buddha lands. They will have planted good virtues, roots in countless thousands and tens of thousands of Buddha lands." That means, the Buddha said, bodhisattvas who believe and believe in these words, they must have planted their virtuous roots not just in one life, not just in one Buddha land, but in thousands of other Buddha lands. They already have planted the virtuous roots. They already have the causes. They already have cultivate causes for believing in this teaching. And remember last time we talked about the significance of the time dimensions of 500 years. The Buddha's teaching will stay for 12,000 years. The three epics. The first one is the true Dharma epic. The second is the resembling Dharma epic for another 1,000 years. And then the Dharma ending epic for 10,000 years. Buddhism is disintegrating. So, next paragraph, upon hearing these sentences, there will arise in them a single thought of pure faith, subhuti. All who know and see the Tathagata will attain immeasurable merits. Why? Because they will have wiped out wrong notions of an ego, personality, a being and a life. They are not caught up with the wrong notion of Dharma and non-Dharma. Why? Because if their minds grasp the Dharma, they will stay cling to the notion of an ego, a personality, a being and a life. And these bodhisattvas have, in the previous paragraph, it says have planted virtuous roots. What do we mean by virtuous roots? These roots are created from purification of one's behavior, speech, and thoughts. In the Chinese language, it's shen, kou, yi. So they already have purified. The virtuous roots result in purification of behavior, speech, and thoughts. There's three. How is karma created from an individual? When a karma is created, what happened? How is a karma created? It's created through one's behavior, action, speech, and thoughts. So what action is created from the resulting karma? What actions are created? Actions? Killing, sexual misconduct, stealing. These are the three in broad general terms. Of course, there's a multitude of behavior that could be created and result in bad karma. So, mind your action, your behavior. Killing, sexual misconduct, and stealing, in broad general terms. What karma is created from speech? I mean, how does speech create karma? Slandering, frivolous speech, cursing, lying, all that, from the mouth, from speech. Speech create bad karma. Of course, speech create good karma too. Trustworthiness, not lying, not cursing, not slandering, all this creating good karma. On the other hand, so actually action, speech, and thought, the karma created has three natures: good karma, bad karma, and indifferent karma or neutral karma. So that's why we should all watch our thoughts, our actions, and our speech. They create karma. If karma is created, you subject yourself to retribution. What is retribution? The karma will lead to certain effects. There's a cause, there's effect. Nobody can avoid the effect if you have cultivated the cause. So, virtuous roots means that karma is good karma is created because it's virtuous. Virtuous karma is created from action, speech, and thought. How do you create virtuous karma from behavior, speech, and thought? Through what? Through the observance of precepts, through practicing meditation, through practicing the 6 paramitas. What are the 6 paramitas? Giving or generosity, observance of precepts or morality, tolerance, endurances, patience, and diligence, hard working, and meditation, and wisdom. Cultivate your wisdom. When it comes to simple terms, building up virtuous roots is nothing but watching your behavior, your speech, and thoughts. So this is about cultivating ourselves. So what is Buddhism, first-time comers? Is it Buddhism just about meditating and sitting in there and doing nothing and empty thought? It's about yourself, how to better yourself through your action, your behavior, your speech, and your thought, through your mind. How do you better yourself? Through mind, purification of your mind. Purifying your mind, that means you purify your thought. Purify your thought, you're cultivating virtuous roots. So, Bodhisattvas, when they are doing all this, when they're purifying themselves, speech, action, and thought, through observance of precept, practicing meditation, and practicing the 6 paramitas, when doing all that, after they have done that, in the process of doing that, they should not grasp to them too. They should not say, oh, I have done these good deeds. They should not grasp to it. So it says here, if they grasp to the Dharma, they will cling to the notion of ego, personality, being, and a life. So if they grasp to it, they would cling to the notion. They would cling to the 4 fallacious notions. What are the 4 fallacious notions? Ego, personality, beings, and life. In the Chinese language, 我相, 人相, 众生相, 寿者相. So it's all logically flow like that. The first 6 sections, the first 6 chapters, they flow logically into doing virtuous roots, cultivating virtuous roots, and not attaching and clinging to them by not following into the trap of the 4 fallacious notions. Do you understand the meaning of the 4 fallacious notions? The 4 wrong notions? What is ego and what is personality, what's beings, and what is life? 我相, 人相, 众生相, 寿者相. What do they mean? If you don't even know the 4 fallacious notions, how can you continue the Diamond Sutra? That's the basic in the first 6 chapters. Not clinging to the 4 notions and not clinging to the 3 notions of the 6 paramitas. The giver, the recipient, and the notion of giving. In dana, in giving, in generosity. Different, eh? The three attachment, the notions of attachment, and the 3 fallacious notions of ego, personality, beings, and life. How do we analyze these 4 fallacious notions? How can we always remember the 4 fallacious notions? It's easy to remember considering the world. 我相, 人相, 众生相, 寿者相. 它什么意思? You always have to remember the meaning of it. What is ego? What is ego? The first one, the first wrong notion is ego. What is ego? That's me, that's I, my attachment. This is egoistic. Everybody has that ego. It's like a prison. You are living in the in the prison of your own ego. And that results in many, many problems. Being egoistic results in a lot of problems. I don't even have to delineate them for you. So ego. So when you think about the 4 fallacious notions, you think about yourself, which is the ego, and the ego of others too. personality, of the egos of all others. Because of this subject, you have that object. And that concerns the individuals. Ego and personality. About your ego, other people's ego, attachment to egos, which we should get rid of. And then what is this? Beings. Beings and life concerns a broad general term of the universe. What's the universe made up of? Time and space. Space is all the beings and all the environments, the mountains, the rivers, the animals, human beings and buildings and everything. We're attached to them. Not just to them, we're attached to wealth, reputation, power, status, attached to all of them. There's beings. Space. All things surrounding me, I attach to them. I consider them real. I consider them as real stuff. That's the problem. I don't analyze them by its causality and its impermanence. I consider them as really exist. Because I consider them as really exist, I attach to them. I attach to the existence. So that's space. You attach to whatever you can see, whatever you can sense. You attach to what your eyes, your ears, your nose, your tongue interact to. You attach to them, we attach to them. And how about time? The last one, life. Remember, ego, personality, beings, and life? Life concerns about time. Life means continuity. We always think that we never thought of impermanence. We thought that death is always remote from us. We think that everything surrounding us will last for a long time. But that isn't true. It's always changing. It's changing every minute, every second. Just half an hour ago, everybody was having a good time in a hotel in Bombay. And then the next 15 minutes, something happened. It was peaceful before, and all of a sudden it turns into a disaster. Everything is changing. Nothing is not subject to changes. If you can find one thing that does not change, you tell me. I'd like to know what that is. Good things can change to be bad. But we shouldn't be negative about it. We shouldn't be pessimistic about it, because bad things can change to be good things too. Don't fall into the trap of misery. Don't fall into the trap of depression. Good things change to be best, better things. Bad things can be good things can be bad things. It's all in our mind. If your mind is purified, you're doing it in the right way. If your mind is polluted, you're not going into the right way. So what is ultimately the most important? Your mind, our mind. What is Buddhism is all about? Is that about prostration and burning an incense? And looking at those decorative flowers and statues and beautiful temple? It's not about that. It's about the mind, the study of the mind. Do you care to study the mind or not? Or you don't care? You just go on every day as a sentient being, and when the time comes up, you say sayonara to your own body, because you go. Because that time will come up. I would like to read on to the next one. Why? Because if their mind grasps the Dharma, they will still cling to the notion of an ego, a personality, and a being and a life. Now, if you don't cling to the four fallacious notions, that means you don't cling to ego, personality, a being, and a life. And then you said to yourself, yes, that is an understanding in me. That is a Dharma in me, which I believe. I don't grasp these four things. I don't grasp that. That becomes a grasping in itself, because you believe that you believe that you should empty the ego, the personality, the beings in the life. That itself is an attachment. So it says, even that Dharma, don't attach to it. Don't attach the notion that these four notions are wrong and I maintain it and we shouldn't be egoistic. Even that has to go. The four fallacious notion is a Dharma. Even that Dharma, grasping that Dharma should go. And the next paragraph. Therefore, one should not grasp and hold on to the notion of Dharma, nor that of non-Dharma. You see, attachment to emptiness, attachment to the Dharma, to emptiness, is a disease as much as attachment to existence itself. You attach to emptiness, it itself is a disease, it's worse as attaching to existence. Those who continue to use this medicine of emptiness after they have gained possession of wisdom, they will only get sick again, because you're attached to emptiness now. So, first of all, you let go of ego, personality, beings, and life. And then you set up this Dharma, emptiness, because you empty them out. Even emptiness has to go. So the Dharma has to go. And even eliminating the Dharma of emptying the emptiness has to go. So there's no Dharma. So when there's nothing, what happened? The question comes up is, in the Chinese language, 无我相、人相、众生相、受解相、非法相、无非法相、无非法相. If you get rid of all that, what do I have? You get rid of everything, what comes up? If you get rid of everything, what comes up? You know what comes up? Wisdom comes up. Last paragraph. This is why Tathagata always said, Bhikshus, you should know that the Dharma I expound is likened to a raft. Even the Dharma should be cast aside. How much more so the non-Dharma? All teaching must be abandoned, not to mention non-teachings. So it's a raft. You need a raft to go to Victoria. If you don't have a raft, this is just an example. If you don't have a ship, if you don't have a boat, how can you go to Victoria? How can you go to Vancouver Island? So you need a raft. You need a raft to go there, to cross the river, the water, and once you reach it, you should cast aside the raft. Don't hang on to the raft. Leave the boat. If you don't leave the boat, how can you get ashore? Don't attach to the boat. So, no ego, no personality, no beings, no life, no Dharma, no Dharma. Everything is negated, negated, negated. By negation. And then if everything is negated, what comes up? I'm worrying. If there's nothing, what comes up? Prajna comes up. It's just like a river. When you get rid of all the pollutants, finally you get its real, original purity. No more pollutants. But our job is to get rid of those pollutants, because the purity of it is always there. The purity is already there. It always exists there. You don't have to worry about finding it. Once all the pollutants were removed, purity comes up. And what happens when purity comes up? People like to know, what do I get when purity comes up? When purity comes up, there's two things you get. The first thing is, you don't have an ego anymore. No ego, no I. When there's no ego, what result is you have no mental defilements. No trouble, no worry, no anxiety, no disappointment, no fear, no greediness, no jealousy, no hatred, no violence. Nothing of that left because there's no mental defilements. Nothing got left about that. And when we reach that stage, that's an arahat stage, then you are away from life and death. No more reincarnation, no more life and death. And then there's another stage that if you continue, even what stays behind as the Dharma, the Nirvana, even Nirvana itself is gotten rid of. Then you come to the stage of Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. That's the time when you reach Buddhahood. There's an ultimate liberation, ultimate bliss. So being an arahat, you already have removed yourself from reincarnation. And if you work further, you are in Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi, supreme, ultimate enlightenment. But if you can be the arahat, that would be great already. Because you are out from life and death. No more reincarnation. So we finished section 6. It's basically Subhuti worry about future followers, whether they would trust and believe in this teaching. And the Buddha said there are bodhisattvas who observe morality, who observe precepts, who practice the prajna, they will believe in it. Even in the ending stage, they will be bodhisattvas. Because bodhisattvas, the existence of bodhisattvas will not be limited by time and space. They always would come back. And then the Buddha continued to expound his teaching by saying, don't cling to the four fallacious notions of ego, personality, beings and life. In other words, don't cling to that Dharma. And then you say, oh, then there's no Dharma. Even the concept of no Dharma has to be gotten rid of. And when everything is if everything disappears, prajna comes up. Real wisdom comes up. The purity comes up. If all the pollutants in the river are removed, don't worry about what's remain. Purity. And the purity has always been there. It hasn't been created, and we haven't even lost it before. It's always there. Last time we stopped at the completion of section 6, so we start with section 7, and we read the content first. Subhuti, what do you think? Has the Tathagata obtained supreme enlightenment, or arrived at the highest, most fulfilled, awakened mind? Does the Tathagata give any teaching? Subhuti replied, as I understand the meaning of the Buddha's teaching, there is no fixed Dharma called supreme enlightenment, and there is also no fixed Dharma that Tathagata can expound. There is no independently existing object of mind called the highest, most awakened mind, nor is there any independently existing teaching from the Tathagata. Why? The Dharma which the Tathagata expounds cannot be clung to and cannot be expressed in words. It is neither Dharma nor not Dharma. Why is this? All Bhattras and Aryas differ on account of the eternal asamskrita Dharma, because the noble teachers are only distinguished from others in terms of the unconditioned. This is quite profound. If you don't have explanation, probably you don't know what it means. So let's analyze, let's talk about the first paragraph of section 7. The Buddha asked Subhuti another question. Subhuti, what do you think? Has the Tathagata obtained supreme enlightenment? Tathagata, you know what Tathagata means already, right? It's one of the 10 epithets of the Buddha. The Buddha has 10 names. So Tathagata in the Chinese language is Ru Lai. It's a Sanskrit word meaning coming and going and not coming and not going. Subhuti, what do you think? Has the Tathagata obtained supreme enlightenment? If I put it in other words, the Buddha realized unexcelled perfect enlightenment? Does the Tathagata give any such teaching, or the Buddha give any such teaching as supreme perfect enlightenment? So in the previous sections, the Buddha told Subhuti to let go of the Dharma once they have served the purpose. So once you let go of ego, personality, beings, and life, you let go of that. Once you let go of that, you don't cling to it anymore, and you serve the purpose, because by letting go of the ego, there's no more ego. No more ego, no more mental defilements. No more ego, no more I. You must understand that it's because of the ego that brings us into trouble. Egoistic, the ego. We are always living in the prison of our own ego. We have analyzed that in details already. First time comers, of course, you haven't got, you may not understand what ego means. Ego is the prisons that bind you. It's not a good thing for you. You live in your own ego. And if you don't know anything about it, think about it. Why did I live in my own prison, my ego prison? Why do I suffer? Why do I get greedy? Why do I have all these mental defilements? What are mental defilements? Greedy, hatred, anger, jealousy, disappointment, anxiety, fear, envy, disgruntled, you name it. All these things in our mind. It arises from the ego. So, once you know the Dharma, you practice the Dharma, you let go of all that. When you let go of all that, you already have the Dharma, you let go of all that. It's just like the raft that you have used to cross the waters. Once you reach the destination, you must not cling to the raft anymore. Don't attach to the Dharma anymore. Why is this important? Why is it all repeated all the time? There must be a reason for repeating it. Because when you're meditating, I don't want to have any thought. I have no thought. If I have no thought, what's going to be good? What's going to be next? What's going to be next? You're attaching to the Dharma. You think there is a Dharma after no thought. Because when everything, it's just like if I give you a simile, using meditation as a simile, we habitually put on a lot of jackets, a lot of clothes. One jacket could be the jacket of greediness, the jacket of jealousy, the jacket of hatred, the jacket of ego, the jacket of... We put on a lot of jackets. Imagine that. We're living habitually, and we put on a lot of jackets since birth. By practicing the enlightenment, You're taking it off. You take off the jacket of ego, you're taking the jacket off, and then after taking the jacket of ego off, and then personality, and then with all this Dharma expounded to you, you are able, in your meditation and your practice, you're going to let go of the jacket. Once you let go of the jacket, there's another jacket. Once you let go of the jacket, once you have no thought, you let go of the no thought. Once all the jackets are gotten rid of, what do you have? Once you empty everything, we call it emptiness. Once you empty all these different jackets, what do you think? What have you got? Some people get fearful. Well, if I empty everything, do I live in emptiness, void, nothing? Just like the river, the waters, the river, the original river. The river is all pure to start with. Original nature of the river is pure, just one purity. And then all these pollutants come in. Pollute the river, the waters. And we are in the process of assuming that the river is in the process of taking away all the pollutants. The river is not going to worry if all the, what would I have if all, what do I feel if all the pollutants are gone? What am I? Who am I? Who am I when all the pollutants are gone? When all the pollutants are gone, you return to your original pure nature. That is your original self. When you get rid of all these mental defilements, when you get rid of greediness, hatred, ignorance, ego, personality, being, space, time, and all that, when you get rid of all that, what have you got? What will you get? Why do you want to get something? You're always in the process of getting something. Anything you want to get is not what you should get. It's not to be obtained. In the Chinese language, 无有一法可得. There's no Dharma that we should obtain. There's no any Dharma you obtain is not the Dharma. If you try to obtain it, what would I got? What is the next coming to me? You don't need it. You don't need it. When you empty out everything, when you clear away all the pollutants, what comes up? Originality comes up. The real original purity nature comes up. What is that? When it comes up, you have it. Then you know it. Then you know what it is. So it's always, we always, the very high level Dharma masters always say, when not a single Dharma left, what comes up? Prajna comes up. When nothing left, when you get rid of everything, what comes up? Nothing comes up, it's just the Dharma, the Prajna is there. So we should empty the Dharmas, don't attach to the Dharma. And then later the Buddha also told Subhuti to let go of the concept of no God Dharma. If you talk about, oh, don't attach to the Dharma, that's the Dharma. Don't attach to the Dharma. Not attaching to the Dharma is another attachment. Even no Dharma has to be forgone, has to be let go. So the Buddha knows that Subhuti has not yet grasped this meaning, that he is still attached to the no Dharma of no Dharmas. You are attached to the no Dharma of no Dharma. Hence, he raises the subject of Dharma again, and he asked the question, did the Buddha realize any such Dharma as supreme perfect enlightenment? Did the Buddha realize supreme perfect enlightenment? What is supreme perfect enlightenment? Do you know what is it in Sanskrit? Supreme perfect enlightenment. In the original Sanskrit word, the Chinese version does not translate. They didn't translate that into supreme, unexcelled, perfect enlightenment. They just use the original Sanskrit. Sometimes in translation, since ancient times, when the Chinese monks translate sutras into English, they set up a whole body of law of translation. In some sentences, they don't even translate the meaning. They keep the sound. Because why? Because its meaning is so profound that there's no word for it. The Chinese, there's no word for it, so they just keep the sound. In this case, they keep the sound. In the Chinese language, if I repeat it, it says, did the Tathagata obtain anuttara samya sambuddhi? Or did the Buddha obtain supreme perfect enlightenment? Anuttara samya sambuddhi. What is anuttara samya sambuddhi? Anuttara is nothing would be on its top. In other words, it's unexcelled. Nothing is above it. Anuttara. A-N-U-T-T-A-R-A. Anuttara samya. Samya sambuddhi. Anuttara samya sambuddhi. It's equal. It's equal and perfect. Buddhi is enlightenment. So the Buddha asked the question, asked Subhuti a question, did the Buddha realize anuttara samya sambuddhi? Did the Buddha give any such teaching as anuttara samya sambuddhi? And this time Subhuti is very intelligent. He gives the right answer. The reply is, as I understand the meaning of the Buddha's teaching, there is no such fixed dharma called supreme enlightenment. And there is also no such fixed dharma that the Buddha, Tathagata, can expound. So Subhuti replied that there is no such fixed dharma as supreme perfect enlightenment, as we should not attach to the dharma. And then Subhuti gave the reason for it. Why? The dharma which the Tathagata expounds cannot be clung to and cannot be expressed in words. It is neither dharma nor not dharma. It is not dharma, but then it is not dharma. So in other words, thinking about you're getting rid of all these different clothes of attachment. First of all, the ego and then personality. You take these clothes off. When you're meditating, you take all these thoughts, all these pollutants, one by one. Similar, you're taking all these clothes of pollutants off until you see your real self. So Subhuti responded by saying the dharma of the Tathagata should not be clung to. Also, to say that that is not dharma and cling to the notion of no dharma. You should not cling to the notion of no dharma too. So he said it is neither dharma or not dharma. It is not dharma, it is not dharma. If you say it is not dharma, then there's a problem to beginners in understanding the dharma too, because it is such a dharma that is necessary for us to learn and practice. It is not, we should not attach to it, but we need it. We should not attach to it, it does not mean that we don't need it. We do not attach to the raft, does not mean that we don't need to the raft to cross the waters. We should not forgo the Dharma. Only when we know it, then we'll let it go. So his teaching, the teaching is called Dharma, and we need it, but we do not attach to it. So to say it is Dharma is not right. To say it is not Dharma is not right. It is neither Dharma nor not Dharma. You understand what I mean? Yeah, they understand. I know you understand. Yeah. Then what is it? If it's not, it is neither Dharma nor not Dharma, then what is it? You have already got the answer. You ask, if it is neither Dharma is not Dharma, or is neither Dharma nor not Dharma, then what is it? You ask the question, then what is it? You already got the answer. It is neither Dharma nor not Dharma. Why do we have to label a name and call it certain thing? You always look for a name to label it, to stereotype it. You always look for words. The Buddha's teaching is beyond words. It's incomprehensible. You can't use a word. You always blindly believe in the magic of words, of language. You always want that label. This is good, this is bad, this is love, this is hatred, this is ugly, this is beautiful. You always want to label that. Why? Because that comes from the ego. This guy is bad, this guy is good. You always live in a world of duality and discrimination. You always to identify it accordingly, according to your habits, according to your culture, according to your background. You stereotype, you label things. It's wrong. It's not that way. Here comes a good guy, he's very kind at heart, but he has an ugly face, and you label him as a bad guy because of his appearance. You don't label. So, the Buddha's teaching should not be clung to, should not be grasped as a fixed expression. It is neither Dharma nor not Dharma. Here, I already have given you the example, wearing a lot of jackets, and I already have given you the example of the river. So, at its originality, the river is pure in nature. Its water is absolutely one purity. Then pollutants come in and make it dirty. Like the original mind. It's just like our mind. It is just purity. Then ignorance comes in through many causes and make it polluted. When we practice enlightenment, we're trying to purify it. And after all the pollutants of the mind are cleared out, purity reveals itself. Don't add any Dharma to the purity. It is original and has not changed a bit since time immemorial. Since very, very long time ago, its original nature is pure. So the next paragraph. Why is this? All Bhattras and Aryas differ on account of eternal asamskrita Dharma. Because the noble teachers are only distinguished from others in terms of the unconditioned. What are Bhattras and Aryas? Bhattras is a Sanskrit word. Aryas is a Sanskrit word. Bhattras means saints and sages. Aryas also. That's why we have the English word, the Aryan race. So all sages and saints, they differ on account of eternal asamskrita Dharma. What is asamskrita? Asamskrita means unconditioned, means uncreated. What is meaning of uncreated? In the Vedas, V-E-D-A-S, Vedas, very ancient Indian sutras, it usually means the word asamskrita, means uncreated, not subject to creation or destruction. Everything here is subject to creation and destruction. Every bit. All matters are subject to creation and destruction. But asamskrita, that means it's uncreated. It means it's not subject to that, not subject to causality, no causes and no effect. Things are not subject to causes, conditions, or dependent on causes and conditions. It is out of the boundary of time and space. It is eternal, it is inactive. In the Chinese language, we call it Wu Wei, the asamskrita. Lao Tzu's philosophy. That means in that state, it's beyond causes and effect. There's asamskrita. So, Subhuti says, all saints and sages, because originally, what's the question being asked? The Buddha said, the Buddha said is that, did the Buddha realize any anuttara samya sambuddhi? Did the Buddha realize any supreme perfect enlightenment? And then Subhuti said, no, because we shouldn't be attaching to it. So the Buddha didn't realize it, and the Buddha actually didn't teach it because we should not attach to it. And his answer is, there's no such thing as a fixed Dharma. There's no such Dharma. Why did he say there's no fixed Dharma? Because Dharma appear to different people as different. Even if you are in realization, as Sanskrit is realization, wu wei, in beyond, even if you are beyond causes and effect, in other words, you reach a certain higher level of the saints and sages, even in that level, there's differences in understanding. No fixed Dharma. And everybody's understanding in here, in our group, for example, we're all different. There's no fixed Dharma you're talking about. There's no fixed procedures, no fixed Dharma. Why? Because everybody's mind is different. How can there be fixed Dharma? There's no fixed Dharma to talk about. So you don't use just one medicine for all people. The Buddha is not using medicine, his Dharma, for all people, no. If a doctor is using one medicine for all patients, there's going to be a problem. There's no such thing. Different patients need different medicine. Different patients have different problems. How can you use one medicine to cure all patients? So there's no such fixed Dharma. Even if saints and sages, they arrive at a nirvana, a realization, they still have to practice because they have different levels. For example, in the Theravada approach, Sravaka approach, Theravada approach, do you remember in the Theravada, or some people call it Hinayana, and then it's the Mahayana, the southern approach and the northern approach. The northern approach, the Mahayana, the southern approach, that's what we name it, the Hinayana, or also called the Theravada. What are the stages of enlightenment in the Theravada? You still remember? The 4 levels, right? The 4 levels in the Theravada. In Burma, they practice Theravada. There's 4 levels of enlightenment approach. And they are different in their enlightenment, in their realization. What is the first level? The first level in the Pali language is Sotapanna. In the Chinese language is 出国, 第一国, the first level. It's also translated as stream enterer. If I practice meditation, I practice the 4 contemplations, Satipatthana, contemplation of the body, feeling, contemplation of mind, contemplation of Dharma. Now, these 4 contemplations are extremely intense. Last time we talked about these 4 contemplations for about only 2 or 3 months. Actually, we should go deeper into it. Last time it's only a superficial meaning. We really should go deeper into it, also through meditation. Maybe in the future we should go deeper into it. Anapanasati is the beginning of this 4 contemplation, in and out breath. But this in and out breath is sufficient for a long time for the practice. So, if you practice the 4 Satipatthana, the 4 contemplations, and if you practice so diligently, and you're successful, and as entering into the stream of the sages, there's a stream for the sages, for the saints, and you enter into this. That's the first level, Sotapanna. When you're in that first level, you already have eliminated a major portion of your ego. The ego, your own ego, you already have. See, when the Theravada school, they practice, and if they attain Sotapanna, they must have done it diligently. They must have put in a lot of work. They must have practiced through observance of the precepts, practiced through meditation, practiced through wisdom, Vinaya, Dhyana, and Prajna, through these 3 columns. They must have practiced for a long time and very diligently, observed their precepts all the time, build up their wisdom, concentration, samatha, and vipassana. Then they become successful as a stream enterer, Sotapanna. What's the effect of that if you become a Sotapanna? The effect is you practice And this body has to go one day, like everybody. So when you passed away, you will never reincarnate into the animal realm, the hell realm, and the ghost realm. You always are in the benevolent realms. If you come, you still have to come back 7 times approximately. In other words, we passed away, I already have attained Sotapanna level of enlightenment. I'm guaranteed, so to speak, not reincarnating into the 3 vicious realms anymore, because I already have eliminated a major portion of my ego. No more those vicious realms. I will only come back in the 3 realms, the good realms. So I will only come back into this Kamadhatu, this world with desires. I still have to come back to this world with desires. Remember this Kamadhatu world of desires? There is Rupadhatu and Arupadhatu, right? So you still have to come back to the world of desires, because you haven't been very successful. You're only in the first stage, stream enterer. You come back 7 times into this world, and you would automatically continue to practice. You may become a monk, you may become a nun, you may become a layman. I don't know what you will become of, but you will continue to practice without recessing into the 3 vicious realms. We're not guaranteed, you and I. When we passed away, you're not guaranteed that whether you will get into the animal realm or not, or hell realm. We're not guaranteed, we don't know, because we haven't been successful in achieving at the Sotapanna level. You still have to come back into the 6 paths of reincarnation. You reincarnate. Who determined your reincarnation? Not Buddha. You yourself, your karma, determine where you go, what you have done. If you have done only vicious deeds, you get into the vicious realms. If you've been doing killing, lying, sexual misconduct, slandering, cursing, you're doing all kinds of bad deeds, you get into the bad realms. You're responsible for your own action, your own speech, and your own thinking. Not Buddha, not God. You yourself are responsible for your own karma. So you come back 7 times. The second level is when you passed away, because you also have eliminated another major portion of your ego, which is better than the Sotapanna level. You're in the second level. The second level, Skadagamin, is you come back 1 time. You still have to come back to the world of desire. Once, translated as the once returner. You return once, still have to return once to this world of desire, which is better than 7 times, once. And then the Anagamin is non-returner. You don't return to the world of desire anymore, because you successfully have achieved the 3rd level. You don't return to the world of this Kamadhatu. You are in Rupadhatu. You are practicing in there until you become the Arahat. You are in Dhyana level, the heaven level. That's the 3rd level. Of course, that's not the ultimate place you should go. You don't come back to the world of desire anymore. In there, there's only happiness. In here, we have to struggle for a living. We have to get a job, we have to work hard to earn money, to earn your bread, your living. But in there, only happiness. No worry about livelihood. You just practice in there. 1 life, you could be the Arahat. That's the 3rd level. Why? Because in your practice of Anuttara Samaya Sambuddhi, you have eliminated more and more of our ego. You see how our ego gets us into trouble? It's the ego that's responsible for our reincarnation. So once you arrive at the 4th level, the Arahat, you're out from reincarnation. No more reincarnation. You're in Nirvana. Arahat, in Nirvana. You're out from even the Rupadhatu and the Arupadhatu. You're guaranteed that you're not in suffering anymore. No reincarnation for you. Immediately, in this life, if I become an Arahat, when I die, this body out, I don't even go to the Rupadhatu or Arupadhatu. I'm out. I'm out from all this in Nirvana. So this different Dharma different enlightenment. So that's what the last paragraph says. All Bhattras and Aryas different on account of eternal assumption of Dharma, because these sages, they're different in terms of the unconditioned, they're different in terms of their level of enlightenment, which are beyond causes and effect, beyond causality. So there's no fixed Dharma. It depends on individuals. There's no such Dharma, don't attach to it, because after you use the raft to cross the rivers, don't attach to the raft anymore. No more Dharma, don't attach to Dharma anymore. So in this section 7, it says, don't attach to Dharma, don't attach to no Dharma, and there's no such thing as a fixed Dharma, because all these levels are different. And you just continue to practice. When you use the Dharma, you get rid of the first jacket, you use another Dharma to get rid of the second jacket. And don't worry about where would I go after I attain in this level. Don't worry about that. Don't label it as a Dharma. Don't think that what is that Dharma? What is that Buddha nature? What is that purity? Don't worry about it, because it comes up. Its original nature comes up. And don't label it. Don't stereotype it. It returns to its real nature. And it is exactly that purity that we are arriving at. And don't attach to the purity. I'm looking for that Buddha nature, purity. You don't have to look for it, it's there. Why do you have to? The river does not have to look for its original purity. It's just being polluted. When the pollutants are there, polluting it, it doesn't lose its nature. When the pollutants are out, there's no addition to the nature, to its nature. There's no losing, no gaining, no arising, no diminishing, no creation, no destruction. Why do you have to identify it habitually, like creation, and this is created, this is going down, this is going up? Why do you have to attach discrimination to it? No need. So this is what this section is all about. So when you practice meditation, you just continue. Don't worry about, oh, where will I go? I've been practicing this, and I don't see myself going anymore. Then I go to the library to search another book, borrow another tape. Then I go to another Buddhist center looking for another teacher. And this teacher is no good looking for another teacher. It's like a rolling stone. You don't waste your time. Don't waste your time on that. Learn the Sutra. Contemplate on the Sutra. Even what I tell you now, if you read the Sutra, if you think about it, your wisdom level may be even higher than what I explained to you. It always happened to a lot of high masters. In their first 10 years after they get ordained, when they read the Diamond Sutra, they interpret it in this way. Another 10 years, they interpret it in a different way. It's the same words. In the first year, mountains are mountains, rivers are rivers. In the second year, mountains are not mountains, rivers are not rivers. In the third year, mountains are mountains and rivers again. I've been away I've been here, but I haven't been here for a few weeks, for 5 or 6 weeks. So, because it was the Chinese New Year. And Chinese New Year, they have a lot of celebrations. then we have to go to the gracious heart to do ceremonies. So we have been very busy. And sometimes if you're too busy, you lose your concentration. So it's not good to be too busy. There's a saying, too much hard work makes Tom the dull boy, you know. If there's too much, if you're too busy. And it's not good to be too busy. You always have to strike the right balance between work, practice, and your leisure time. So sometimes if you're always in the process of giving, you don't consider that. You just want to give out all your efforts to do what you should do. And you still should strike, we all should still strike a good balance. Too busy is not good, especially if you're too busy in entertainment. Some people are too busy in partying, in entertainment, and going to restaurants and all that, but that's absolutely a no-no for us. There was an executive director in Hong Kong, Mr. Cheng, and he was always busy. And one day he had a board of directors meeting, and that was a stormy session. He was so excited and nervous. So he came back from the stormy session of the board of directors meeting, and he still had the tension, and he released it on his secretary, Miss Wong. So he came into the room, he returned to his own room and said, Miss Wong, where's my pencil? Did you see my pencil? And Miss Wong was embarrassed and looked at Mr. Chen, and he said, oh, Mr. Chen, you got it tucked behind your right ear. Which ear? Which ear? So that's on your right ear. So I've been away for a few weeks. We don't have to do the Diamond Sutra so in a rush. We want to discuss every point in the Diamond Sutra. So in this session, I don't plan to go on to chapter 8. We have covered from chapter 1 to chapter 7. If you take a look at this Diamond Sutra, section 1 means chapter 1. Section 2 means chapter 2. And I have already covered up to section 7, chapter 7. And chapter 7, so that's on page 6. So I haven't started with chapter 8. The Diamond Sutra is one of the most prominent sutras in the Buddhist philosophy, and it contains 32 chapters. So we already have covered 1/4. And since I've been away for so long, I don't want to go directly into chapter 8. I would like to do a recap, a recapitulation. I want to recap on what we have learned so far. So let's go to, especially good for the newcomers, let's go to chapter 1. What did we see in chapter 1? And chapter 1 explains the causes of a congregation. One day the Sangha members went on alms round. You know what alms round is? Begging for food. Monks, the Sangha order, they go out in the ancient days, at the times of the Buddha. They didn't cook. They just went out to beg for food. And then after they begged for food, this is what chapter 1 is all about. I'm just recapitulating on chapter 1. And begging for food, and then return to the monastery. And after eating, they wash their bowls, and at this moment, one of the elders, one of the followers of the Buddha, one of the elders by the name Subhuti, he initiated a question which leads to further discussions, which leads to the formation of this very important sutra. So Subhuti raised a question. And so that's chapter 1. And some people may ask, how come the Buddha and his followers beg for food? Only beggars beg for food. How come they beg for food? Isn't it not right to beg for food? Well, This act of begging is a practice of austerity. It's just like working until time for rest and fasting until food is given. This is actually the practice of the 6 paramitas, the 6 prajna paramitas. Begging is an act which is in effect practicing the 6 prajna paramita. Do you know what the 6 prajna paramitas are? The 6 paramitas? Or you forget about them? I'm sure people remember. One of these 6 prajna paramitas in the Chinese language is 六度波罗蜜. 六度波罗蜜, the 6 prajna paramitas. What are these? 布施持戒忍辱禅定精进般若. Charity, morality, endurances, diligence, meditation, and prajna. These are the 6 guidelines for the practitioner of Bodhi to practice. Begging for food actually includes all this. Why? Charity, the act of begging from door to door, the monks beg from door to door, providing an opportunity for laymen to cultivate karma, good karma of giving. They beg from door to door, so all these lay people, they give out food to practitioners of enlightenment, to the Buddha, to his followers. That means they encourage lay people to give. It's always good to give. Giving out. Giving is more blissful than receiving. Always give. So they give an opportunity for the layman to give and to indirectly educate others, the act of humility. What is the act of humility? We always are proud of ourselves. They would like to conquer the ego and practice detachment from worldly desires. If you're always begging for food, you humbleize yourself. You get rid of your ego. You practice the act of humility. People are always arrogant. Why do I have to beg? No, I give. I don't beg. So this is charity. This is the practice of charity. And how about morality? Observing the precept and taking food and not taking food after the nautical noon time, putting on robes during begging, and all these practices are upholding the precepts of morality. Monks, they don't eat after noon, you know. They don't eat after the nautical noon time. So we only have, including me, we have 2 meals per day only. The breakfast and lunch. We don't eat dinner. According to precepts, the Buddhist precepts, we only have 2 meals per day. Why do we have 2 meals per day and not 3 meals? You need to study the Vinaya. And I'm doing a recap only. If I go into every detail, it takes me hours to finish it. So I'm not going to get into that trap, which I always get trapped into. When I come to a point, I would continue and continue until time's up. I haven't even finished the first chapter on recapitulation. So I'm not going to get into details. I'm only give you the main points in the recap. So that is observing morality. And how about endurances? Going and begging for food under the sun and walk from door to door is an act of austerity and endurances. Of course, it's an act of humility. You always have to beg. You humbleize yourself. You conquer your ego. What are human problems? Human problems arises from the ego. So endurances. You endure the hot sun, endure the walking. You walk until given shelter. You fast until given food. That's austerity. That's endurances. How about diligence? Following the practice by begging, returning to the abode, putting away robe and bow, and washing feet, and all these are acts of diligence and applying the right efforts. Hard working, diligence. You really have to begging for food and wash the bowl and doing all these rigmaroles of the day, that you are practicing hard working, diligence. How about meditation? Arranging seats, Sitting down and crossing legs and focusing on what is before you and eating, this is all preparation for meditation. This is mindfulness. When they're eating, they concentrate on their eating. When they're washing, they concentrate on the washing. When they're drinking, they concentrate on the drinking. Some people, when they're eating, they're not concentrating on their eating. When they're drinking, they're not concentrating on the drinking. That's why sometimes they got poisoned. That's why sometimes they don't know what they're swallowing. When they're eating, they just chatter box on the dinner table. They just talk. We are not eating, we are not mindfully eating when we're eating. So actually, this is practicing mindfulness. Everything we do, we have to be mindful. Why do we have to be mindful? It is because we're not mindful, we committed mistakes. If you're always on the right track, you're mindful of what you're doing, in other words, you know what you're doing, you won't make mistakes. When you've done something wrong and people ask you, John, how come you have done that? I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was doing. How come you hurt him? I don't know. And some people say, the defense lawyer always talks to the criminal. Why did you do that? It's terrible, tough work for me to defend you. Why did you kill him? I don't know. I'm not mindful. I just lose my mind. I don't know. You've got to be mindful in what you're doing. Prajna, lastly, remaining unattached and mindful throughout the practice of these 5 paramitas is perfection of wisdom. You need wisdom to guide you in all practices. So, you need wisdom to guide you in your charity. You need wisdom to guide you in your morality. You need wisdom to guide you in your endurances. You need wisdom to guide you in your diligence. You need wisdom to guide you in your meditation. If you practice all the other 5 without wisdom, you may not be on the right track. You may be diverted into a sidetrack which is wrong. So you really need wisdom to guide you in what you're doing. Wisdom. Prajna. We went details into Prajna Paramita when we explained the Heart Sutra, the Hridaya Sutra. Remember? For those who haven't heard Prajna before, you really have some work to do. Buddhism is so profound and abstruse that you can't just get it in a few sittings. We spend lives in studying it. Scholars of universities spend the whole tenure of professorship in lecturing and studying Buddhism, and you can get it in a few sessions. Just arouse your interest. Further interest in it. All right, so that's chapter 1. I don't want to talk anymore. Otherwise, I'm not recapitulating, I'm repeating. So, that's chapter 1. Chapter 2, what's chapter 2? So after they sat down and after all this routines of the day, after eating, and this elder monk, one of the 10 elders, one of the 10 prominent disciples of the Buddha, his name is Subhuti, and he initiated a question after lunch. Why Subhuti initiated the question? Why other elders? Subhuti excelled in the understanding of the doctrine of sunyata. And Diamond Sutra talks about sunyata. What is sunyata? People may not understand in here. Sunyata means emptiness. 空，你们听过空没有？观空 Sunyata. Sunyata is a Sanskrit language. And of course, you really have to find out what emptiness is. Emptiness does not mean nothing. What is emptiness? You have some research to do. Get into the internet and find more about emptiness. So, Subhuti asked the first question. Remember, in chapter 2, in the Diamond Sutra, you have to remember the key points by memorizing some of the sentences. For example, the first question is very important. You really need to know the first question. The initiative question leads to the formation, the discussions of the philosophy of emptiness. What's the first question? The first question Subhuti asked, world honor one. Virtuous men and women trying to develop the supreme enlightenment mind. How should their minds abide? How should they control their thoughts? What does that mean? When we are already on the right track in our spiritual development, assuming that we're already on the right track, walking that path of spiritual development, we are away from the path of attachment to materialism, we are away from the path of ego, and we are directing our efforts and energy to the path of enlightenment, the spiritual odyssey, we call it. When we are at that point, how should we maintain that mind? Rest that mind in there and gear our mind towards the development of enlightenment. How should we abide our mind? And sometimes we have all these wandering thoughts in our meditation. How do we control our thoughts? You think that's a simple question? It is because we cannot control our thoughts, that we have mental defilements, that we create karma. Because we create karma, we go through life and death. Because we create karma, we suffered. Not because of God. We suffer not because of God, not because of Buddha. Because you yourself, you created your own problems. You are the creator of your own problem. You should be the one who dissolved the problem. The one who tied the knots. And if you want to untie the knots, it should be the one who tied the knot, who untied the knots. You can't get somebody else to untie the knot for you. You have to resolve your own problem, control your own mind. And some people blame others for their problems. It's because of him. It's because of my dad, because of my husband, because of my wife. They always lay the blame on others. They don't look within themselves. You have to look within. So the first question is about mind. How do you abide your mind? How do you control your mind? So that's the key point in chapter 2. Let's get to chapter 3. I'm improving. Chapter 3, it concerns the real teaching of the Great Way. The Buddha said to Subhuti then, and he said, all Bodhisattva, Mahasattvas should subdue their mind as follows. You ask me how to control and subdue minds, they should subdue their minds like this. Bodhisattvas must liberate all sentient beings from suffering. Although a measurable number of sentient beings are thus led to nirvana, or the extinction of reincarnation, yet the truth is that not a single living being has been liberated. Do you know what it means? It sounds inconsistency. The Bodhisattvas always help and save people from suffering. If you always give your compassion, you are the Bodhisattva. And when Bodhisattva liberate people from suffering, in their mind, not a single being is liberated. Is there any consistency? Inconsistency? No, there isn't. Why? Why a Bodhisattva liberate people and then they should think that not a single being is liberated? Why? Now, if a Bodhisattva has the false notion of the ego, personality, being, and life, he is not a Bodhisattva. Remember these 4 key words. The 4 key words in chapter 3, what are these? The 4 key words are the 4 fallacious notions in our mind. The 4 fallacious. It's a fallacy. It's wrong. It's wrongful. We have wrong conception in our mind. What are these 4 wrong conceptions in our mind? In everybody's mind. If you don't have that in your mind, you wouldn't be here. If you didn't have that in your mind, you wouldn't be in this universe, a universe of desires and suffering. What are these 4 notions? In the Chinese language, 我相、人相、众生相、寿者相. The ego, personality, beings, and life. Now this is a short abbreviated name meaning a lot of things. If you just look at the superficial word, you won't understand what it means. What do you mean by no ego? What is ego? What is this ego? What is this prison that you've been living in? Imagine we all live in the ego prison, in a cell, and it's with no windows. You just live in your own ego and you protect that one. And when the wise man come along, he opens the window for you so that you can watch out. Then you watch out, you look out, then you look the whole horizon of knowledge. But before that, your ego, what is this ego? That ego is I, the subject. The 5 skandhas. What does this I make up of? What does this ego make up of? The Buddha said the 5 skandhas, we all know. What is this ego? This ego is the I. The 5 skandhas, your body and your mind. This ego is the subject, the individual. Is it a good thing? The ego leads all of us into trouble. That's the first. The Buddha said, no ego. Can we practice that no ego? What is the second? No person. What does this person mean? You are the individual. Who are you interacting with? You are interacting with the you and them, the object and the recipients. The opposite of I, the counterparts that you've been interacting. When you have I, of course, you have the he, you, she, they, them. You're interacting with people. And they are egoistic too. This person. And what is the third? Beings. Because you attach to I, which is the ego, the subject. And then, of course, the objects. So comes the arising of subject and objects, the giver and the recipient. You know what I mean? If there's a subject, there's also an object. There's a giver, there's a recipient. Ego is the individual, person is the counterparts, and beings includes what? Actually, these 4 things includes the whole universe. What is the universe? Let's simplify it. Time and space. We live in a 3-dimensional world. What does this world make up of? What's the dimension of this world? It's time and space. In space, we see everything. Don't you see everything? In space? What is in space? It's that ego, the I, the you, the we, the them, the they, right? So that's the ego, and the them, the they, and all that is person. And what is beings, the third terminology? Beings, that means other than I, you, we, they, them, all these other things, the lanterns, the books, all these occupy space. They are put in the category of beings. We are attached to them. Ego, persons, beings. Those deal with the space. All this space. Then what is the last one? Life. No ego, no person, no being, no life. What does life mean? It means a continuation of time. As I said, the universe is what? Space and time. Life signifies continuation of life. We always think that time is permanent. We never think that we'll be dying tomorrow. Dying to us is so remote. We never think of dying. We always think what we're going to do tomorrow. Life is short. Everything is a constant changes. We mistakenly recognize time as permanent. We mistakenly recognize time as a reality. Time is just a frame of reference. It's not real. We're attached to permanence. When we're attached to permanence, we always want to keep. We always want to maintain. So, chapter 3. I don't want to go any further. Otherwise, I'll be repeating chapter 3. So chapter 3 brings out the 4 fallacious notions. People attached to ego, persons, beings, and life. We have to get rid of egos, beings, persons, and life. No being, no person, no ego, no person, no beings, and no life. So the problems with ego is that we always live in a self-centered world. We're always a self-centered. We always think of ourselves. We should change this self-centered attitude, this mentality, to a divinity-centered mentality. You look inside of you, the light, the wisdom that is inside of you. You change from this self-centered life to the whole divinity life. A life that is full of compassion, a life that is giving, a life that is for the vastness of the universe, for the immeasurable goodness of the whole world. You involve yourself with the whole instead of with your distinct little unit of ego. So in chapter 4, the Buddha, in order to explain further what it means by detachment, what it means by getting rid of the ego, what it means by changing your self-centered mentality to a divinity-centered. So the Buddha continued. He said, Subuddhi, when a bodhisattva practices charity, his mind should not abide anywhere. That is to say, when make offering without a mind abiding in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or things. In other words, when we are giving, when we are practicing, we don't rest our mind anywhere. We don't give conditions to it. In other words, our compassion is unconditional, not like love. Love is conditional, as I said. If the husband loves the wife does not reciprocate the love, the husband won't like it. One loves the other on the condition that you love him or he loves her. If it's not reciprocated, then it's not going to work out. Compassion is different, it's unconditional. Can all of us exercise unconditional love? If it is unconditional love, it's not called love anymore. It's called compassion. It's loving without condition. You help a stranger, you don't know him. You render your unconditional help. That's compassion. Now, chapter 3 concerns about the liberator and the ones being liberated. Chapter 3, I'm talking about chapter 4 now. Chapter 3 concerns about the liberator, the bodhisattva who helps, the liberator, help people from suffering, and the ones being liberated. So there's the subject and the object in chapter 3, or the giver and the recipient. Bodhisattvas should give liberation without the attachment to the notion of ego, person, beings, and existence of life. So in the words of the Sutra, no ego, no personality, no beings, and no life. Now chapter 4 deals not only with the giver and the recipient, it deals with the gift, what is being given, and is there any attachment to what is being given? If I donate some money to the temple, for example, I'm the giver, and the temple is the recipient. What is being given? The money. So chapter 4 deals with the gift. In here, the Buddha used charity as an example out of the 6 paramitas, as it is easier to understand, and it is the foremost and easiest to practice. In the 6 paramitas, the easiest to practice is to give. Why? So that's in number 1. It's the easiest to practice. Whatever I have, I just give out. I give. It's easier to practice. All the others, morality, endurances, diligence, and prajnas and meditations, they're more difficult. So the Buddha uses this charity as an example to show what he meant. So the Buddha, this is also to avoid, he uses charity, is also to avoid the verbosity of repeating every paramitas. So the Buddha used charity as an example, and he didn't go to exemplify it using meditation or endurances and diligence. He just used charity. And by thinking about that, you know that it also applies to the other 5 paramitas. The Buddha warns against attachment to three things when you're giving: the giver, the beneficiary, the act of giving. By not attaching to the above three notions, Bodhisattvas do not see the self that gives, nor do they see the other that receives, nor do they see any object given. You see what it means? By not attaching to it, because people like to say, oh, I saved that person. I'm the savior. I'm the highbrow. I'm a higher level savior, and he's the person I help. You already have that notion in your mind. You are the savior, and he's just a follower. He's just being helped. You already set up this relationship with his unequal. You already have this attachment that you are the savior. I am the savior. You are the victim. I render you compassion. Is there a problem in there? So you should, by not attaching to the giver, the beneficiary, the act of giving, the Bodhisattva do not see the self that gives. The Bodhisattva, when he liberates, when he gives, he does not see the ego that gives, nor they see the other that receives. In other words, so no beings are liberated because they shouldn't have an ego. You understand what I mean? So no person who gives, no person who receives. Because if you say this person receives, then you are the giver, you are the savior, and he is that poor little victim who received your savior's gift. Some people are like that. I donated $10 to the temple today, and I have great merits. Some people are like that. And some people say, I donated this $10,000 and I don't have a lot of money, but I think that I would like to help out. And I don't want my name to be inscribed in anywhere. Just forget about me. I just want to give. Unconditionally. There are very many unconditional heroes and heroines in the world who did great practices without their names being known. On the other hand, there are people, celebrities, who did a lot of good things and they want their name published on the newspapers and mass media because they attached to the giver, the beneficiary, and the act of giving, and the gift that is given. So, the Buddha says, a Bodhisattva should practice generosity without a mind abiding in false notions. Why? When a Bodhisattva's mind does not abide in form during practicing charity, his merit will be inconceivable, immeasurable. So that's what chapter 4 is about. When we do not attach, our mind is pure and free, without clinginess, without attachment, without the notion of merits that polluted our mind. Then this purity would lead us to nirvana. Now the Buddha taught the method, which consists in what? In looking into the non-existence of an ego as the main starting point. In your practice, you should practice no ego, no I. If the ego, the subject, does not exist, personality, the object, also disappears. When the conception of an ego and a personality is eliminated, then your mind is geared towards nirvana. Because you don't have that ego. You're egoless. When you don't have that ego, imagine every individual is living in that prison of ego. We always enclose ourselves in that prison of ego, and living in there, we're in comfort zone. We always think that this is comfortable. We're in the comfort zone of being an ego, but that's not the comfort zone. That's the zone that creates problems. So one day you attain nirvana, you attain enlightenment, you attain buddhi. All these walls of the ego prison crumble down. No more walls of ego surrounding you. They all crumble down to the floor. And then what do you see? You see the whole horizon of nature. You've been living in that comfort zone where you only see yourself. You're in that, like in this war in here. We're all in this room and feel very comfortable. Can we see the outside? No, we can't. Because we've been covered by the war. When all these wars crumble down, the whole horizon, the view of the universe is revealed towards you. Your view is much wider. How wide, how vast, how immeasurable is that view? The Buddha got that view. The Buddha said, crumble down your ego. You see much further. It's a much wider world than that egoistic world that you maintain in your mentality. Let it crumble down. But you got to work towards it. If Buddha or God can crumble that ego prison for you so that you can see further, he would have done it already. You don't have to even ask. He can only tell you. He can only lock at the door. There's a little window. Lock at the window and say, hey, John, you got to look out. Don't be so comfortable in your comfort zone of ego. Look out. Look out from the window. There's much more in the universe. And John said, no, I'm comfortable in here. No, come on to the window. So John lazily goes to the window and peep out. And the wise man said, open the window. John said, oh, is it? He opened the window. The breeze comes in. He smelled the fragrance of the air, a breath of fresh air coming in. What is that window? Who is that wise man? Who is that wise man who tells you this is right, this is wrong? There's Lee over there. He tells you every Saturday what is right and what is wrong. For the past few weeks. We got Buddha 2,600 years ago. He told you in that window, that's what you're to do. How many people open that window? How many people listen? How many people want that breath of fresh air? How many people know it's a much wider world than this ego prison that you're living in? Not very many. That's it for chapter 4. Chapter 5 now. Real discernment of seeing Tathagata. The Buddha continued to ask, Supati, what do you think? Can the Tathagata be seen by means of this bodily form? The Buddha continued to explain, don't attach to form. Don't attach to materialism. Don't attach to desires. Don't always be led by the three poisons of greediness, hatred, and ignorance. Do not attach to material. And he said, can the Tathagata be seen by means of this bodily form? That means, can you see the Buddha by looking at his form? When the Buddha was in this world, can you see the Buddha by looking at the meritorious and gracefulness of the Buddha's body? Or when the Buddha passed away, can we see the Buddha by the statue? The statue was structured and built in such a way that it shows all the meritorious forms. Very good face, gracious and all that. Can we say that is Buddha? Can we judge the Buddha by his form? We can't. Don't believe in form. Don't believe in appearances. Don't be misled by appearances. We always are misled by appearances. We only look at appearance and put our judgment on it. When we look at a person, oh, that guy looks good. We like him. He could be a criminal who just committed some wrongful act. Oh, that girl is beautiful. You just judge her by appearance. How about her demeanor? How about her personality? We run into problems when we judge people by appearances. In our first dating, we just look at appearances. Everybody put on a show. The simplest show is the cosmetics. You paint your face with all what you can afford, and then you go for this dating. You try to maintain that adequate on the dinner table. You try to put on the show. You're that good. And after they got married, you know what happened? Dirty socks all over the place, dirty kitchens. And then they have this first argument. Hey, John, I didn't know that you throw all your socks around. If I know that you have that, I wouldn't have dated you in the first place. Oh, now you know who I am. How about you? You know what that happens? Divorces. Don't misjudge people by appearances. The Buddha said, don't attach to form. See the essence of it. And that brings out the three things that we should know. The Dhammakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. What is Dhammakaya? This is the Dharma body as opposed to the physical body of the Buddha. It is formless, penetrating all existence, shining everywhere, and enlightening all. The Dhammakaya. If you ask me, where is the Buddha? I say, you want me to tell you the Buddha in form or in formless? The form is delusive, illusory. The form is just to show the essence of it. The form itself is not Buddha. But you cannot show the formless without using the form. The essence is conveyed by the form, right? Materiality and spirituality is one. They're not distinct. So the Dhammakaya is formless. It's that nature in you, that divinity in you, that brightness in you, that wisdom in you, that you can see, you can touch, you can smell, you can even comprehend. We just call it for the sake of calling it. You've got to use the language to call it, otherwise we don't know what we mean. That's the Dhammakaya. In the Chinese language, that is Fa Shen Fo. Sambhogakaya is a higher level, the reward body of the Buddha, the ideal body of a Buddha, which is produced after entering Buddhahood as a result of vows undertaken during the practices in the Bodhisattva's path. This is the embodiment of purity and bliss, resulting from the full accumulation of merits. This body can only be seen by Bodhisattvas, not by us. By higher level enlightened people, they can see the Buddha's Sambhogakaya. We can't see. You know, our eyes are limited, you know. Our senses are limited, you know. You think our senses are better than animal senses? Our ears, our auditory function is not even as good as dogs. Dogs can hear a few miles away. Eagles can see a few miles away on a little sediment seed from a tree. We can't. Our senses are not as good as some animals. And we believe we are. We believe our senses make the accurate judgment on things. That's why we judge that's why we depend on our salesman to run the company only, and not the manager. Who are our salesmen as far as our body is concerned? Who are the front door workers in our body? Our eyes, our ears, our nose, our tongue, our touch. These are the front end salesmen maintaining this body. And if you say, it's enough to have the front-end salesman, they can run the whole body, and you're wrong. Sometimes they make the wrong judgment. They eat the wrong stuff. They listen to the wrong opinion. They chatterbox the wrong saying. They lie. They fabricate. They curse. They did all sorts of wrong things. And you rely on them? Do you rely on them? I don't rely on my senses. I only rely on the divinity inside of me, that brightness, that wisdom, that prajna inside of me. That works. That's in harmony with some people call God, and some people call Buddha, some people call, I don't know, I don't care what names. Are you very particular with names? You must use that word, God? Go ahead. Doesn't bother me. But we've been using the word Buddhi. Does that bother you? So, that's the Sambhogakaya. So, Namayakaya is another body of transformation by which the Buddha appeared in a form seen by us. This body contains the 32 meritorious attributes and the 80 minor characteristics. Okay, that's chapter 5. Chapter 5, the Buddha reminds us not to attach to form. And then we go on to chapter 6. In chapter 6, the Venerable Subhuti said to the Buddha, "Well, Honor One, will there be living beings who, when they hear these teachings, have real faith and confidences in them? Would they believe in what are expounded to them?" In other words, this philosophy is so abstruse and subtle that would people believe in it? So questions arises as to whether people in the later generations, in the later years, will believe in it. And the Buddha said, Bodhisattvas will. The Bodhisattvas, of course, will practice it and believe in it. And Bodhisattvas are the people, are the sentient beings who always, life after life, coming back to this world to liberate people from sufferings. There are sentient beings who always are willing to go through reincarnations to come and help people out, life after life, non-stop, incessantly. For example, Siddhagapa Bodhisattva, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, Mandrasa Bodhisattvas. There are Bodhisattvas who vow to, I won't attain Buddhahood until all sentient beings are saved. So the Buddha said, don't worry, there will always be Bodhisattvas around who help out people in many, many forms. That's chapter 6. How about chapter 7? Chapter 7, the Buddha said, Subhuti, what do you think? Has the Tathagata, the Buddha, obtained supreme enlightenment? Does the Tathagata give any such teaching? So the Buddha said, has the Buddha giving any teaching? Has the Buddha explains any teaching? What is this teaching? And Subhuti is very smart now. He gives a very good answer. And he said, as I understand the meaning of the Buddha's teaching, there is no such fixed Dharma called supreme enlightenment. And there is also no such fixed Dharma that Tathagata can expound. There is no Dharma. So Subhuti replied that there is no such fixed Dharma as supreme perfect enlightenment, because we should not attach to the Dharma. Why? Because the Buddha explains cannot be clung to, cannot be attached to, and cannot be expressed. It is neither Dharma or not Dharma. This is very profound. It's just like the logic. If somebody told you nothing is right in this world, nothing is right. Do you see the logic? If somebody told you nothing is right, then that means if nothing is right, what is said is also not right. Right? Logically. If I say nothing is right, so how about what you said? Your teaching. Is your teaching right? Is your opinion right? The Buddha said nothing is right. Nothing should be attached to, including what I teach. Isn't that logical? So the Buddha is affirming something and then negating it. He's affirming it, say, do this, do that. That will lead you to enlightenment. And then he said, negate it. Let go, negate it. That's very logical. If I say, I am God, this is what I said is always right. The Buddha said, what I said is just a raft taking you from this shore of confusion to that shore of enlightenment, and after you have crossed the ocean, get rid of the raft. You don't need the raft anymore. Don't attach to the raft. When you go from the Nanaimo pier to Victoria, taking that boat. When you get on shore, you have to leave the boat. Can you get onto the shore of Victoria if you always hang onto the boat? However, you need that boat. That boat takes you from this shore of confusion to that shore of enlightenment. You need the boat, but you got to detach from the boat to step ashore. You can't just hang onto the boat all the time. That's chapter 7. And chapter 8, actually I have a lot more to say, but actually I need 3 hours for the recap, but I just shortened it. The fruits of meritorious deeds. Section 7 emphasizes on realizing nothing and teach nothing. Would this kind of thinking lapse into emptiness? Although we realize nothing and teach nothing, yet we should not have any attachment, yet there is no denying that merits do accrue from all these deeds. It does not matter whether you attach to the merits or not, merits do arise. The Buddha wants to affirm this. So he asked Supati, what do you think? If someone filled the 3,000 galaxies of worlds with treasures and jewels, do you think there's a lot of great benefits? Of course, Supati says yes. If somebody filled the whole universe with jewels and treasures, of course there's a lot of benefit. And the Buddha said, if you understand the teaching of the Diamond Sutra, if you follow the practice, all these merits and treasures will be many, many fold more than filling this universe with treasures. You see the significance of understanding this philosophy, practicing this philosophy? The merits so obtained is so immeasurable, so inconceivable. The merits won't lapse into emptiness. If you have done benevolent deeds, you accumulate merits. Merit is that which either guarantees a happier and more comfortable life in the future, or alternatively, increases the scope of spiritual opportunities and enlightenment. So, if you continue, this is the end of chapter 8 now, if you continue to study the Diamond Sutra, you will know that you have to eliminate your ego. No ego, no personality, no beings, and no life. Don't take the superficial word for the meaning. There's a lot of meaning behind it. Don't attach unconditional compassion. Gear your self-centered life to this all-embracive divinity life. Look within. Look within for the happiness. Don't look for happiness outside. It's all within you. It works inside of you. That peace of mind, the compassion, the unconditional love. It works. Happiness starts from the mind. Have you been studying your mind? The Diamond Sutra is a study of the mind. Turn to page 6 and section 8. Supati, what do you think if someone filled the 3 great chiliocosms with the 7 precious treasures as an act of generosity? Would this merit be great? The Venerable Supati replied, very great, well-honored one. Why? Because this merit is not the nature of merit. That's why the Tathagata says it is great. It is because the very nature of virtue and happiness are not virtue and happiness that the Tathagata is able to speak about. Thus why the Tathagata says the virtue and happiness is great. So, Section 7, the previous section, emphasizes on non-attachment to the Dharma, non-attachment to emptiness. So we must remember that sunyata, or emptiness, in the common English language, sunyata is emptiness. Emptiness does not mean just nothing. There's nothing. So you don't have to do anything because finally there's nothing. Well, that's not what it means. Emptiness does not mean that there is nothing. We already explained it. Emptiness, it's because of causality, impermanence. All causes come together will give an effect. If there's a cause, there's an effect. But every cause and effect does not have its own nature. It's because all these attributes put together that the effect comes true. So here it says the Buddha wants us to know that if we're doing meritorious deeds, it does not mean that some people would say, oh, it's empty, so we don't have to do any charity. It's empty anyway. It's nothing. We don't do it like that, because when you do meritorious deeds, there are really the merits accrue to it. You will enjoy the results. It does not matter whether you attach to the merits or not. Merits do arise. The Buddha wants to affirm this, so he asked Subhuti, what do you think if someone filled the 3,000 galaxies of worlds with the 7 treasures and gave all away in gifts of alms? Would this be great benefits? In other words, the Buddha is comparing form to the formless. If you always give, and you give treasures away, you own these treasures, and these treasures fill up the whole galaxies. How much treasures would that be? Immeasurable, almost like immeasurable treasures. If you give these treasures away, would there be a lot of merits? So in here, the 3 chiliocosms refer to the world. When the Buddha talks about a world, it's not just this world. Remember, this is not the only world that we live in. It's the only world. No, there's millions of galaxies, millions of worlds. The Buddha said that 2,600 years ago. What is a chiliocosms? Mount Sumero, they use a measurement unit. Mount Sumero and its 7 surrounding continents, 8 seas, and a ring of iron mountains form one small world. That's called a small world. 1,000 of these small worlds form a small chiliocosms. 1,000 of small chiliocosms form a medium chiliocosms. So 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000 become a million. So it's just giving an example as how vast, how immeasurable, how boundless the world is. So the Sutra usually use the 7 treasures of jewels to exemplify the quantity of the merits. If you can fill the whole world with this kind of treasures, is the merit, is it big enough? Is it good enough? If you do charity, giving away all these 7 treasures. What are these 7 treasures? Gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, agate, red pearls, and rubies. These are the 7 treasures. So when the Venerable Subhuti replied, saying that, very great, well-honored one, Bhagavate. Why? Because this merit is not the nature of merit. That's why the Dharmakata says it's merit. It is not the nature of merit because it's just form. Form with its integrate. The merit, we should not attach to the merit. Subhuti said this merit is very great, but if these deeds are performed with the intention of acquiring merits, that means you attach to the fallacious notion of the giver, the recipient, the act, or the object of giving. You still attach to the object of giving, you still attach to the fact that you have a lot of merits from it. It's just like donation. I donate $10, I donate $10,000, $5,000. I have a lot of merits. I want my name to be known. I want everybody to know that I donate so much money. You know, that's an attachment. You donate without condition, without aggrandizement of your ego. Some people like to donate with recognition. Some people like to do some merits with recognition. They want to know. They want to let the whole world know that I'm doing these great things. I gave a lecture, and I have many people. I wrote a book, and this book became the bestseller. My name is on the book, so I'll be a famous teacher. You are the students, I am the teacher, I am teaching you. And you get benefits from me. I'm accruing all kinds of merits. That's egoistic. You're trying to better yourself. You think that by being a teacher, or by writing a book, or by giving a lecture, or by giving donations, you are doing great things to yourself. In other words, it's helping others, but at the same time you're building up your own ego. It's not ultimate. So the Buddha says, that is an attachment. You do it without condition. Is it easy? No. Is it easy to get rid of your ego that way? It's extremely difficult. We know the world is impermanent. We know that death is always confronting us. But do we really realize the urgency of it? Nobody thinks that no one would think that I'm not going to live tomorrow. I may not live tomorrow. No one would think about that. They always think that they will go on and on. Even for a terminal patient, except for those who are really very pessimistic and who actually gives up on everything. Otherwise, nobody would think about death. Everyone thinks that we know that the world is impermanent, but we always think that we're going to live. Does it mean that you don't want to think about living? No. It's just you don't know the urgency of the problem. The Buddha told us that life and death is always confronting us. We have to deal with it. We have to deal with this problem. And Buddhism is to deal with the death problem. We don't want to die again. We don't want to go through the same suffering again. Do you know that we have suffering in this life? People don't even know about it, that we are suffering. They don't think that, do you think that you're suffering now? I'm not, I'm okay. Every Saturday I come to the temple to join a session of meditation. And I'm going home and I'm happy, so what's the problem? They don't think about it. They never think about the problem. So that's why we have to think about all these spiritual issues. Why do we exist? Where do we come from? How to deal with our suffering? How to find out the causes of suffering? How to deal with it? How to resolve it? That's what the Buddha's teaching is all about. It's urgent. It's ASAP, as soon as possible. But how many people realized it? Every day they're going about doing the same thing every day. It's an aggrandizement of the ego. So here, in the Sanskrit language, merit it's punya skanta. This body of merit makes up of two forms, depending on the kind of attitude you maintain when you perform your meritorious deeds. If you attach to the effect of the merit, then the effect is limited. However, if you do not attach to the effect of merit, it is unlimited. It is unlimited because it is unlimited because it is a projection of your selfless thoughts. It is limited because it's a projection of your egoistic thought. So which one you want? Which attitude do you use? The merits are different. So the Buddha is concerned that we would we would misunderstand emptiness by thinking that there is no need to do charity, so we emphasize on the resulting merits are empty, but they are merits even though it is empty. The merits derived from material gift is described as great or small or little because it's quantifiable. For jewels, pearls, all these treasures are quantifiable. But the merit of giving spirituality, spiritual teaching is unquantifiable. The effect is so great that you cannot quantify it. So next, if on the other hand, someone received and kept even a 4-line stanza of this sutra and expounded it to others, his merit would surpass that of the giver of treasures. So in other words, if anybody who give out even a 4-line stanzas, the merit will be greater than giving out the 7 treasures. How much? Treasures that can fill up the whole galaxy. The Buddha said 91 kalpas ago, at the time of Vipassana Buddha, Anuruddha, there was a practitioner, a monk, Anuruddha, and his brothers, before Anuruddha's become monk. Anuruddha and his brothers were farmers. Anuruddha, Anirudddha, Anuruddha. Anuruddha and his brother, many kalpas ago, many millions of years ago, they were farmers. They were very poor farmers. And later the brother became a monk. And after a few years of austere and devoted practice, his brother became Pratyeka Buddha. You know Pratyeka Buddha? Pratyeka Buddha is more or less the same as Arahat, but is even higher. The enlightenment is even higher than an Arahat. And what is an Arahat? An Arahat is someone who is already away from reincarnation. No more reincarnation from him. For him. So the brother became a Pratyeka Buddha. And one year there was a drought. It's so dry that there was no harvesting. And Anuruddha, a poor farmer, didn't have enough food to eat. And even his brother, Pratyeka Buddha, when he was going for alms round, he couldn't get any food. And he couldn't get any food, so he went to his brother. But his brother only had 1 bowl of rice left. The brother donated that bowl of rice to the Pratyeka Buddha, his brother. Anuruddha. Anuruddha donated that 1 bowl of rice to his brother, who was the Pratyeka Buddha. And because of that, since 91 kalpas ago, Anuruddha, in life after life, he still always have food coming up to him. He didn't really have to worry about not having food. So when Anuruddha was the disciple under the Buddha, which is many years later, millions of years later, one day it was raining outside. The disciples of the Buddha didn't go out for alms round. The Buddha was sitting in the monastery, and they were worrying about no food coming up. And the Buddha said, don't worry about that. As long as Anuruddha is here, we always have food showing up. So later, before noontime, laymen bring in food for Anuruddha and for the whole Sangha organizations, Sangha congregations. So cause lead to effect. And the effect is not just one life. It's many lives ago. He already built up that effect. Next paragraph. Wise to Buddhi, all Buddhas and their supreme enlightenment Dharma come from this sutra. Subuddhi, the so-called Buddhas and Dharmas are not real Buddhas and Dharma. How come Buddhas and Dharmas are not the real Buddhas and Dharma? If you think that the Buddha, this wooden piece of statured Buddha is the Buddha, that's not the real Buddha. That's just a representation of the Buddha. Turn to page 7, section 9. We'll read the first paragraph. Subuddhi, what do you think? Should one a stream enterer who is entering the stream, Srota-apana, have this thought in his mind about obtaining the fruit of entering the Ara-sane stream. The Buddha asked this question to Subhuti. Of course, we know who Subhuti is, one of the most prominent, the 10 prominent elder followers of the Buddha. And Subhuti excelled in the understanding of emptiness, sunyata, emptiness. That's why he asked the question. That's why Subhuti is playing almost like the supporting role in the act, the supporting role. So you have the main actor and the supporting actor, if we draw an analogy like that. So the Buddha asked the question, what do you think? Should a Srupana, also called a stream enterer, think that in his mind that, oh, I obtained this entering into this stream. Now this is something that we need explanation, otherwise you don't know what we're talking about in here. In the Theravada way of enlightenment, if we can classify Buddhism into 2 categories, we classify into the Hinayana approach of Buddhism and the Mahayana approach of Buddhism. Usually the scholars would classify like that. The Hinayana, sometimes it's translated as the smaller wheel. The smaller wheel, the wheel is being the wheel, the car's wheel. And the Mahayana is the bigger wheel. Why small and why big? Just the superficial meaning, but if we research into the deeper meaning, there's a lot more. If a car has a smaller wheels, it takes the number of people, it takes it smaller. The bigger wheel takes a large amount of people. That means the Hinayana is going to turn the Dharma wheel by promoting the teaching. The magnitude is smaller, and the other Maha is a larger, much larger magnitude. But that's just the superficial meaning. The Hinayana is also called the Theravada. Now, smaller does not mean that it is smaller in importance. It's just a way of classifying it. Do not mistaken the view that the Hinayana or the Theravada is less important. No, that's not the way. That's not the way you should translate it. So we never say the Theravada is not as important, it's not as subtle. No, that's not the way. Without the smaller wheel, there's no big wheel. If you don't even have a smaller wheel, how can you have a big wheel? So the 2 classifications, the Hinayana, sometimes we don't call it the Hinayana, because the Hinayana has a misnomer that it is smaller, so we call it the Theravada. It's the Buddhist way of living being practiced in Burma, in Thailand, in some other parts of the world. So, according to the Theravada, there are 4 levels of enlightenment with the objective of getting to enlightenment, to nirvana. The first level is the lowest level, of course, the Srota-apana, which is the first paragraph that we have just read. The first level, this word is a Sanskrit word, or Pali word, Pali, which is more or less the same. Translated in English as stream enterer. Enter the stream. Enter the stream of sainthood. Enter the stream of becoming enlightened, the stream of enlightenment. So there's a stream in there, he starts to enter it now. So the first level starts to enter into the stream. So he's also called the stream enterer, enterer into the saint stream. So that's the first level. Let me first explain the second level first before we get into the second paragraph. Because the second paragraph, third paragraph, fourth paragraph deal with these 4 different levels. So if you don't understand these different levels of arahathood, you won't understand this paragraph. That's the reason why some people say, if I read the Diamond Sutra all by myself, I don't understand a word of what it means. Of course, You need basic knowledge to understand the Diamond Sutra. If after you have listened to someone talking about Diamond Sutra and you understand it, that would be a rare opportunity because it's not easy to understand. You need a lot of basic knowledge to understand. But anyway, the Sotapanna, according to the Theravada, I'm talking about the first level. The second level is the Sakradagamin, which is the second level. The third level is Anagamin. The fourth level is the Arahat level. So there are different levels to the practice. It's just like there's different levels to meditation. Some people are beginners, some people are more advanced, stage by stage. And how do we classify this stage? On what basis do we say this is first level, second level, third level, fourth level? On what basis? Not on the basis of examination, not on the basis whether you obtain a certificate, on the basis of how much you have eliminated your ego, how much you have got rid of your mental afflictions, how much you have purified your own mind, and how much you have done, how much effort to apply to meditation, morality, and wisdom so that you obtain that level. So let's talk about the first paragraph. The first paragraph asked, what do you think when a Sotapanna entered the stream? Would he say, oh, I have already entered the stream of the sainthood. I obtained the fruit of entering the stream of the sainthood. Would he say that? Would he think in that way? That's the question. To back up a little bit, I have to explain the different levels first in order to understand this. And when we all start out in enlightenment, we're all beginners. Like, we're a common sentient being, an individual in this temporal world. We're like everybody, every individual. Being so conscientious in practicing the Buddha's teaching, so conscientious in doing good deeds, so conscientious in seeking happiness, eliminating mental afflictions, so conscientious in trying to find out why are we here, where are we going, why are we suffering, and why do people suffer, and what's the cause and effect of all this. We're trying to find out that and become interested in the Buddha's teaching, and then we go through some practice and we practice meditation. So after practicing for a while, we know how to practice because we obtain the practice methods, like the four contemplations, for example. Do you know what the four contemplations are? Some people who have been here for quite a while, they know what four contemplations are, but some they may not know, and let me just sidetrack a little bit and throw out some information to you. Buddhism is something like this. One word requires a lot of supporting knowledge to it. So whenever I come to something, some terms, I would stop for a while and explain that term first before I carry on. Otherwise, you don't know what I'm talking about. So a Sotapanna practices what? The foundation of the practice is three columns. The three columns of the foundation of the Buddha's teaching. The three most important columns supporting the whole building. What are these three important columns that support the whole building? Morality, the practice of morality, the practice of meditation, the practice wisdom. So morality, meditation, and wisdom. How do you practice morality? Practicing morality, you really have to know in your daily life, this is what you can do, this is what you cannot do. You can't just do whatever you want. You can't just I'm greedy, I can kill, I can lie, I can commit sexual misconduct, I can do whatever I want. This is a free world. I can do it at the expense of others as long as I'm happy. That's not the way to live. There's something that you can do, there's something that you cannot do. We all understand that. If you think in such a way that, no, as long as I'm happy, I can do what I want. Now, this is the criminal's attitude to life. That's why he committed crime. Because he doesn't care as long as he wants to do whatever he wants. And if his view is not supported by the righteous view, he always gets into problems. Always gets into suffering. So you really have to know what you can do and what you cannot do. You can't say, I'm free to do what I want. This is democracy. Well, you misunderstand the word democracy. Democracy does not mean that you can do what you want. You can't hurt other people, claiming that it's democracy. You misuse that word. So, morality is, the Buddha said, this is what you can do, this is what you can't do. What is that? There's precepts, there's morality, there's precepts, there's Vinaya. So there's a set of rules that, for example, abstaining from killing, abstaining from lying, abstaining from sexual misconduct, abstaining from taking intoxicants, abstaining from, so many rules. We call it the body, the canon of the Vinaya, the canon of precepts. The canon we call Pratimoksha. You really have to study it to find out. I'm just giving you the main points. The very, very brief outline. So you must know morality, the whole code of morality, the whole body of language of morality in order to study Buddhism. You already have stepped a little bit further without the support. Our class in here, for example, you started with meditation. You don't even know what Pratimoksha is. You don't even know what Vinaya is. You don't even know what are the basic precepts that the Buddha followers can do and cannot do. You don't know. Now, if you're not supported by that understanding, you're on shaky ground. But anyway, this is just an expedient way of learning. You're getting your shortcut. That's why look at Lee and Bruce, they've just taken the 5 precepts. Because so slowly, and also Cheryl taking the 5 precepts, and Daphne, because you know that there's something that you must obey in order to be righteous, the right view. So there's morality. And how about meditation? Given that you already have the righteous morality to understand the righteousness of the morality, what you can do, what you cannot do, you already have eliminated bad karma in you. You already know that you cannot do anything that relates to bad karma. Because why do we suffer? Because we did vicious deeds. Vicious deeds brought forward mental afflictions, brought forward karma, bad karma. That's why we got suffering. You're responsible for your own actions, your speech, your thought. So that's morality. And what is meditation? Meditation is, once you know morality, then you look within. You calm down your mind. You think properly. You go to the thinking part of it, so that your mind, when you are in meditation, your mind is in tranquility. When your mind is in peacefulness, in tranquility, what happens? Your wisdom unfolds itself, reveals itself. And as long as you practice more about meditation, your wisdom level elevates to a higher and higher and higher level. You're making advancement every day. You're making advancement in every sitting of the meditation. You're making advancement in your way of living. You're making advancement in your relationship with others, in your relationship with your job, with your family, with the society. Now all that improves because you're mindful of your own action, your speech, your thought. You're not just do what you want or having desultory thoughts all the time without the righteous morality. In other words, you're getting to the sainthood. You're getting into the stream of the saints, the sages, the enlightened people, Buddha, Bodhisattvas, Arahats. So you enter into that stream. So the Srivapana is like us when he started out, beginning, learning morality, meditation, and wisdom. And his he has successfully eliminated many of the mental afflictions that dominate his ego, that brought forward his egoistic feelings. Now you really need to know what kind of mental afflictions this beginner has eliminated in order to enter the stream, whom we call him the Sotapanna. What are these mental afflictions? All of us have these mental afflictions. We all have mental afflictions in our mind. What are these mental afflictions? Two kinds. One kind is conceptually arising afflictions. These are the afflictions in you that arises in your present life, basically, since birth. What are these? Self-view. You concentrate in yourself, your ego, your view. This is my view. This is what I think. This is what I'm going to do. It may be wrong, but you just maintain your own view. I hate that guy, and nobody can change me. I'm not going to change. I hate my dad because my dad has done this. I hate my mom. I hate my brothers and sisters. I hate my... you maintain your own view, and you don't want to change it, no matter what. I discriminate this. I like this. I uphold this. You always have that. Nothing is going to change you. No person on earth is going to change you. That's self-view. Do you have that? Sometimes I have that. I'm practicing to dissolve it. That's responsible for my obstinacy. That's responsible for my arrogance, for my foolishness. Self-view. The second is extreme view. Sometimes we go to extreme. Everybody has extremities in views. Some people have extreme views much stronger than the others. I have a political conviction to follow. This is it. This is communism, and I'm going to follow this. This is capitalism. I'm going to follow this. This is the Nazis' thinking. I'm going to follow this. And you know, the Nazis' thinking was responsible for the killing of millions of people. But in their mind, that view is right. In their mind, that view will bring forward fortune. And of course, we all know that that view is mistaken. Now, that is extreme view. Third view is attachment to view. You maintain that view and you don't want to change it. Fourth is view and rigid attachment to precepts. Now, some people say, this is what I believe in my precept. In the ancient days, there were a few followers of precepts, and they didn't follow precepts of the Buddha. They have their own precepts. They also have supernatural power. Mind you, Buddhism is not concentrating on building supernatural power, but when your wisdom unfolds itself, that power inherent in you would come up. So even if you practice other things, other way to practice, sometimes you get a little bit of preconception or some power that is beyond natural tendencies of the senses. And this groups of people, they saw a cow die, and they knew that the cow was reborn in heaven. And they started to think, why did the cow can be reborn in heaven? They eat grass only, and that's the way of living. And they stick to the view that maybe we should be eating grass too. By eating grass, you're vegetarian. Then you eat grass, then you'll be reborn in heaven. You attach that rigidness in precept. That's one of the examples. For example, rigid attachment to precept. Evil view. Greediness. Do we have greediness? You have desires? You're greedy only for yourself? Greediness. We all have greediness. If you don't have greediness, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be in the human's realm. So we all have greediness. And then hatred, seventh is hatred. To a certain degree, we all have hatred. We all have anger. Hatred contains anger. Are you angry? Will you be angry sometimes? There's so many forms of anger. Sometimes you don't like your own destiny. You feel that somebody else have a better destiny than you do, and you feel angry about it. How come I have that kind of destiny? They have that kind of good destiny, and I have this. You feel angry about it. How come I'm sick? How come my relatives are sick? How come I don't have a job? How come I'm mistreated? How come I have an abusive childhood while other children have a very fortunate childhood? You start to, instead of trying to resolve it, trying to find out reasons spiritually, you're getting angry in rejecting it. You think that your destiny is being dominated by some supernatural beings. So that is hatred. The eighth is ignorance. Ignorance is the basis of all bad deeds. Because you don't know. You don't know the right deeds. Ignorance. Don't we have ignorance? The magnitude is different, but we all have ignorance. 9, arrogance. We have arrogance in us, and that is inherent. The arrogance, pride, self-esteem. Because of this pride, arrogance, and self-esteem, you defend yourself, sometimes to such a degree that you may be hurting others when you're defending yourself. You don't want to endure all this because you think that I want to protect myself. I want to express this. So arrogance. Arrogance does not mean that you always have to backtrack yourself. You always have to back up. Arrogance means internally you feel that you're different. Of course you're different, but in this way you feel that you're arrogantly different. 10th is doubt. You're always doubtful. You're doubtful of this, you're doubtful of that. So, self-view, extreme view, attachment to view, view of rigid attachment to precepts, evil view, greediness, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and doubts. Now, these are the main points. There are details in every one of this. Self-view is also broken down to what kind of self-views. So, there's a body, a school of thought in Buddhism that is called Vajnana Matrata, the study of consciousness, a special school of thought in Buddhism. The Mahayana, study of the consciousness only. Now that school of thought goes into details of these mental afflictions. You can pursue further in this body of language. There's thousands of volumes and millions of characters, millions of words written on this. This is the conceptually arising afflictions. That means most of this have been nurtured in the present life since birth, in this present life. The second kind is fundamentally innate afflictions. What do we mean by that? Fundamentally innate, you're born with these things because you have your previous lives. It's not just this life that you maintain. The time dimensions the Buddha expressed to us is not just the short dimension of the past, present, and future. When we talk about the past, we talk about yesterday, last year, last week, last few years, or since birth. That's the past. But the Buddha said there's more than just this life. There's millions of years before, many millions of lives. The time dimension is outstretched to many, many years before. Isn't that logical? Think about this. If you have a past that is only limited to this life, what happened before? You're not going to cut the water flow by saying this is the section of the water. When the waterfall is falling, you say, I'm going to cut one section and I call this waterfall. Every one of this has a continuation. If you're talking about the past, it's not just last year, your past lives. How about the present? The present is easy. Now is the present. How about the future? The future is not just tomorrow. Next year, 2 years later, 5 years later, tomorrow is the time when, after this life, if you don't practice, if you have committed a lot of bad karma, you're going to carry that karma into the next life. If you committed good karma, you're going to carry the good karma into your next life. What is karma? If we can simplify it, why don't we call it in a very common way, which may not be the right translation, but is easier to understand. Your energy. You think this energy is gone once you die? When I die, all my energy is gone. Energy is not. It's always continuating. It's not disintegrative. Energy always carry in one form or another. It may not be the same form, but the energy would carry on. You can't call an end to something that you already have built up. Energy is not perceptible to senses. You can see energy. You may feel it if it's in your body. You can see, you can hear energy. Certainly you cannot smell energy, but energy would go on. The scientists would tell you that. Even the scientists have not explored into the mystics and the depth of energy. We call this the energy, but the Buddha said that's karma that brings your energy of this life into the next. What kind of energy? What have you done in your present life? You're responsible for building up that energy. Do you have good energy? Bad energy? You did it yourself. If you're always compassionate and helpful and you are the most benevolent person on earth, you carry that benevolent energy into the next life. There are many, many people who are philanthropists, who are helpful. They carry that good deeds into the next life. And sometimes the energy even radiates to others. Right now I'm radiating my energy to you and you're radiating your energy to me. In what way? If I'm talking about it and you say, oh, this may be right, you're receptive about this. You're bouncing back to me. Every energy affects all the others. If all of us are doing something in common with one common view, one common way, one righteous way, the right way, this is very powerful. That's why Martin Luther King said, I have a dream. I want that dream to come true. A dream for the benefit of all human beings. If everybody worked towards that, the energy is so enormous. Energy will not die, you know. It rose. So, what are we talking about here? Fundamentally innate afflictions. That is inborn in you, innate in you. The previous conceptually arising afflictions have been nurtured in this life, but this one have been brought forward when you were born. What are these? Greediness, hatred, ignorance, and arrogance. They're very strong. Now, conceptually arising afflictions also include these four, but these are nurtured in this life, and all these other four, greediness, hatred, ignorance, and arrogance, they've been brought forward many, many lives. And we suffer because of that. And sometimes we're fortunate, our destiny is so good because we brought forth better karma, which have lesser greediness, hatred, ignorance, and arrogance. Every sentient being has different magnitude in you, in us, on all these mental afflictions. All right, given that body of language in a simplified form, we can get back to the chapter, Sotapanna. The Buddha said, when the Sotapanna achieve being a Sotapanna and enter into the stream of sainthood, that means he, the Sotapanna, has already eliminated all of the conceptual arising afflictions. He has been successful in practicing morality, meditation, revealing wisdom, he has been successfully in eliminating his egoistic feelings, which are these self-views up to doubt, the 10 afflictions. He has been successfully in eliminating all these that have arisen in his present life. And of course, he hasn't been successful yet in eliminating the fundamentally inborn ones. They are very subtle. They are very fine. They are very deep-rooted. They can't be removed so easily because for millions of years in life, you have been building the energy up. It's not easy to eliminate them. But the Sotapanna has been able to eliminate the 10 conceptually arising afflictions. You understand? That's the first lower level, the Sotapanna. Do we have any Sotapanna in this room? I don't know. If you have been successful in entering the stream, what's the effect? The effect is, of course, in your present life, you enjoy peacefulness and tranquility and happiness because you're more pure in your body and mind. He's very extremely happy. The Sotapanna is extremely happy because it's a purified mind. What's the objective of living? For the ordinary beings, is looking for happiness, right? If somebody asks, what's the purpose of living? The simple answer is, everybody is looking for happiness. Is there anyone here who does not want happiness? Is there anyone here who only wants suffering? Everybody wants to be happy. How can you be happy? You mean, I have a lot of money, I'll be happy? I'll be happy if I have billions of dollars, if I have a nice home, if I have all these possessions, of all this reputation and fame, I have a handsome husband, a beautiful wife, I have good children, and I'm the CEO of one of the biggest organizations on earth. You feel happy when you have all that? Is that the criteria for measuring happiness? No, it isn't. We know that many, many billionaires, they express that they don't feel happy. On the other, sometimes they feel even overburdened with responsibility. They feel tension with a lot of money. So, happiness is in the mind, not in material. So the Sotapanna is extremely happy in this present life if he becomes a Sotapanna. But more than just this life, you know, what happened after he dies? After he dies, he won't roll into or reincarnate into the three vicious realms anymore. What are the three vicious realms? He would not reincarnate into animals kingdom. He would not reincarnate into the ghost kingdom. He would not reincarnate into hell as hell's victims. He would not go into vicious realms anymore. That's like a guarantee, because he was able to eliminate the ego, all this egoistic feeling. In the process of doing it, he's been purifying himself. In other words, his energy is pure, purer than sentient beings. He doesn't have to subject himself to the suffering of the three vicious realms anymore. That's one thing. How about the second thing, second effect? He has to come back approximately 7 times, reincarnate into the human's realm, and continue to practice until he became the saint, the Arahat. When he becomes the Arahat, he's out from life and death. All right, that's a Sotapanna. Everybody understand this first level? The effect is he started to practice, and he's got the method of 4 contemplations, morality, wisdom, and meditation, has been practicing and successfully eliminated the 10 conceptually arising afflictions. That's the effect and the method, and that's the causes and the method, and the effect is he becomes Sotapanna. No more vicious realms. 7 come back. Practice again, no retrogression, not regressing with regression into the victim's ghost or animals realm. And after the approximately 7 lives time, then he becomes the arahant. So if in our lifetime we can be Sotapanna, congratulations. No more suffering. There's so many Sotapannas coming back. Some heroines of the world history, heroes of the world history, they come back to reform. They come back for the benefit of humans. We have a lot of examples like that. Maybe they are Sotapanna in a different form. Many, many examples. For example, in the religious aspect, Mother Teresa, for example, Jesus, for example, Abraham Lincoln, emancipation, medically, many, many doctors who serve humans, many politicians who sacrifice their lives for the benefit of mankind, of their folks. Many of these, they are Sotapannas in different forms. They may not be talking about that word Buddha. Word does not count. It does not matter how you call it. But we must call it something. We'll call it the Buddha's teaching. You can call it anything you want. Don't stick to the name. Name is just a method of expression. Okay, that's the Sotapanna. All right, then let us get to the next paragraph. No world honor one. Why? Because Sotapanna, stream enterer, means entering the stream, but actually there's no entry. No entry into either form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma. That is why he is called Sotapanna. You know what it means? The question asked is, when the Sotapanna enters the stream, would he think, I already obtained Sotapanna? I already have become the first level of sainthood? No, actually, in his mind, there's no entry. Why? He entered into the stream, and actually there's no entry. Why? Because when he entered the stream, he already have eliminated a major portion of his ego. When he have eliminated a major portion of his ego, there is no more subject and object. If he thinks that I am the Sotapanna, I have attained this, I have obtained this, that means he has that ego, because that is the subject and the object. The subject is I. The object is I obtained this sainthood. If there is still this subject I, and I obtained this, so that is a duality, that means there's still egoistic feeling. Being called Sotapanna is he already have eliminated his ego. How can there be any subject and object? How can there be something say, I have obtained this, now I'm this? He wouldn't say that. He would say there's no entry, because I won't attach to the entry anymore. I won't attach to subject, I won't attach to object. Empty. If I attached, that means I have an ego. I have eliminated my ego. And the effect of this elimination of ego, the major portion of it, means that I won't attach. If I won't attach, how can I be attached to subject and object? No attachment. Remember the fourfold fallacious notion of conception? Ego, personality, beings, and life. Always have to remember this fallacious notion, which is wrong. Ego being I, personality means you, them, they. Beings, that means all surrounding us. Life, permanence. You don't attach to permanence. Nothing is permanent. Everything is changing and fleeting. So, the Sotapanna would not say, I have entered it. No, there's no entry. Not only just that, there's no attachment to, not just no entry, there's no attachment to form, to sound, to smell, to taste, to touch, or to any dharma. Because he has been a Sotapanna. How can he be still attached to form, He's not egoistic anymore. He won't attach to money, which is form. He won't attach to a huge mansion. He won't attach to a beautiful wife, a handsome husband. He won't attach to a luxurious car, you know. No form, no attachment to form. No attachment to sound. What is no attachment to sound? Some people yell at him and curse at him. He won't attach to that kind of sound. It does not matter. You can spit on me, you can yell at me, you can curse at me. It doesn't affect me. Because in me, there's purity and tranquility and peacefulness. I'm not attaching to any sound, no sound. Your criticism, if it is right, I accept it. If it is wrong, I endure it. Why do I have to answer back? Why do I have to fight? Why do I have to argue? The argument would further exaggerate the whole thing, would further make the whole thing worse. So I have no attachment to sound, no attachment, for example, to smell, to taste, and any dharma. So to me, mapo tofu does not matter. Mapo tofu does not matter. I'm not attaching to any sound, any taste. But mapo tofu is good though. Tofu is good. It's good, but I'm not attaching to it. If I have it, fine. If I don't have it, I'm not going to order it all the time. So that's the second paragraph. The third paragraph, Subhuti, what do you think? Can a Sakradagamin, once returner, have this thought of obtaining the fruit of Sakradagamin? It's the same question. This is the second level now. In the second level is Sakradagamin, which is higher level. The practitioner, after being Sudapana, entered the stream, he continued to practice morality, meditation, and wisdom. He continued and continued. He is successful in eliminating some of the innate mental afflictions. He's higher level now. In the meditation, he continued to practice. How did he practice? He practiced the 4 contemplations. Meditation. Of course, meditation must be supported by morality. If you're always meditating, you're a meditator, and if you don't have morality, you'll never be successful. Because you gear your meditation to the wrong deeds. So that's why we need to take the precepts. We need to observe the precepts. You can never be enlightened without taking the precepts. In other words, if you just want to do whatever you want, even hurting others, you can do it. And on the other hand, you're a Buddhist. How can you call yourself a Buddhist? How can you practice meditation if you're doing the wrong deeds? You're contradicting yourself. So, being a Sakradagamin, you eliminated some of the innate ones. The Sotapanna only have eliminated the conceptually arising afflictions. But in this second level, he is successful in eliminating more, the innate ones. The greediness, the hatred, the ignorance, and the arrogance. The 4th paragraph now. Subhuti replied, "No, well-honored one." Why? Because Sakradagamin means once returner. One more to go and return once more, but actually that is neither coming nor going. That is why he is called a Sakradagamin. So if you are a Sakradagamin, the second level, you have done all that, your practice, and you become such a saint, what's the effect? The effect is, in this present lifetime, you achieve happiness of purity in mind. And after he dies, everybody has to die anyway. After he dies, he will not get into 3 vicious realms anymore. He has to come back to this world of desire, this kamadhatu, to practice again next life. One more life, not 7 more. One more life, he will be successfully becoming the Arhat. He will be away from samsara. He will be in away from reincarnation. No more reincarnation. In enlightenment, in nirvana. So that's why he's called the once returner. He returns only once to this world to serve his karma, and then he will be the Arahat. So it's once returner, returning one, coming and going. But in his mind, he wouldn't be attaching to the coming and going. He wouldn't say, oh, I only come one time and go one time and that's it for me. Because he already have no ego. There's no coming and going. The coming here and going, there's no more that. Coming and going is only for affairs of the temporal world. You're coming, you're going, you're sitting, you're living. But in the saint's mind is sunyata, emptiness. No coming and no going. If he attached to coming and going, he's still attached to form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and all that. He's free from attachment. How can he be attached to coming and going? So this is just to give you an example. There's no more coming and going because it's free from the ego. You're going from one place. Going is going from one place to another. Returning is returning from one place to another. You think that that is a place to go? It's not a place. It's the level of the mentality. It's not a place to go. It doesn't mean that there's a place called the place of the sacred garment to go to. There's no. If it's a place, it's a form. A place must have a form. This is a place. This is a form. But to the saint, there isn't a place. There's no attachment to form. He's not attaching himself to this form. Okay, next. Subhuti, what do you think? Can an anagamin have the thought in his mind about whether or not he can obtain the fruit of anagamin? Now this is the third level of enlightenment. The third level of enlightenment, he has been successful in eliminating more of the innate afflictions, much more than the sacred garment. And his higher level is called no returner. That means in this life, of course, he achieved happiness. In the next life, he does not have to return to this world of form and desire anymore. No more return. So he's called the non-returner. Going to the next paragraph. Subhuti replied, no, well-honored one. Why? Because anagamin means no returner, no coming or non-returning. But actually, there's no such thing as no coming, no returner, non-returning. That is why he is called anagamin, no returner. That means, although he does not come back anymore to this world of form and desire, because it's much at a higher level, only people with karma, bad karma, would come back in here, like you and me. He does not have to come back anymore to this world. He would be residing in the world of Rupadattu, the world with form, no more desire, no more greediness. He will be in there practicing and meditating until he becomes the Arahat. So in his mind, he wouldn't say, I am now the non-returner. He wouldn't be like that because there's no egoistic feeling. If you think, I am the non-returner, I won't return to this world anymore. I am at this higher level. I have achieved this, and I'm better than all these two other levels. There's only one level more to go. So in meditation, don't ask about, where am I going? What's the next level? How would I feel? You have a level to go? You know where you are. So that is non-returner. He does not have to return to this world anymore. Next, Subhuti, what do you think? Can an Arahat have this thought in mind? Will I obtain the fruit of Arahatship, the enlightenment of an Arahat? Next paragraph, Subhuti replied, no, well-honored one. Why? Because there's no Dharma which is called Arahatship. The Arahat, of course, the final stage after he passed away, he does not have to return anywhere, which is detached from reincarnation. No more samsara, no more life and death. That's the highest level. All the egoistic feeling, all the ego has completely, almost completely been eliminated. No more ego. All this ego cell, everybody has an ego cell. All these walls of the ego self crumble down. We've been surrounded by these walls around us, and we call it the ego. And we feel that this ego is our comfort zone. We live in this ego, and we feel extremely comfortable because this is our ego. This is our mistakenly regarded this as a comfort zone, but this comfort zone is the dharma, bad karma producing zone. So when you're at arahat stage, all these walls crumble down, and what do you see? You see the whole wide world, unobstructed, the whole horizon. You're going to get out from this cell of the ego prison. Where are you going? All embracive, everywhere. Omnipotence, everywhere. That's why we call free. We're liberated. We're free from cell, from the jail. We're liberated. Emancipation. Full emancipation. Okay, then maybe this is the time to stop it here. I'm making improvement. I finished this. I finished this chapter, except for the last paragraph, but I will continue with the last paragraph. And remember these 4 different levels. We can achieve, hopefully we achieve at least the lowest level, Asura Apana. Then we'll never get into the 3 vicious realms anymore. And we like to return 7 times, only giving compassion out, only helping and saving and rendering help. And some saints, even though they are higher level than the Sutra Apana, they vow not to enter into Nirvana. They vow to come back all the time, eternally, to help out. What's one of the examples of this Bodhisattvas? Can you give me the name? Siddhigapa Bodhisattva. He obtained a higher level arahat already, but he said, I'm not going to get into Nirvana. I'm going to come back all the time, incessantly, until all sentient beings, every single sentient being is saved. Until there's no more hell, no more victims, then I think about Nirvana. But all these different levels, they don't have to come back. And how many are there Surapana? How many saints? Millions of these people already have high of that level already. And there's also a lot who vow to come back too. Siddhigapa, Avalokitesvara, they all come back. They don't want to leave their folks behind. And sometimes when I think of that, when a very compassionate person passes away, he or she always vows to come back. For example, politicians or some hero and some scholars, some musicians, some doctors, you name it, in different fields. They all come back to help. That's why we have good friends. That's why we have Bodhisattvas who are helping out. That's why we need to know, we need to get in contact with these Bodhisattvas. Anyone who gives you an advice of sincerity, an advice of benevolence, he is your Bodhisattva. He comes back to give you that knowledge. If someone said, oh, go to the temple for meditation, it's good for you. He is your Bodhisattva. He points you the way. Don't spend all your time on the phone, partying, karaoke, meals, movies. Go into a meditation. That helps you. And you start to go meditation. He is your good friend. He is your Bodhisattva. World Honor One, if an arahat thinks I will obtain the enlightenment of an arahat, he is holding onto the false notion of an ego, a personality, a being and a life. Well, Honor One, you said that I have obtained the passionless samadhi. I surpass all men as the highest passionless arahat. Well, Honor One, I do not think I am a passionless arahat. Well, Honor One, if I had thought I had attained arahatship, the Well Honor One would not have said that Subhuti takes delight in the calm and quiet, free from temptation and distress. I'm called Subhuti because I love to dwell in peaceful concentration. So in other words, if an arahat thinks that I have already attained arahat, I am already out from reincarnation, an arahat would not think that way because he doesn't have an ego. He would not think that way. If you're always thinking about yourself, then you know that you are far away from the level of an arahat, of course. So the Diamond Sutra is to teach us to be free from the ego, from your own egoistic feeling. So Subhuti is not thinking of, I'm an arahat, I'm a passionless arahat. And Subhuti would not think that right now I have peace and calm. He would not think that way. The peace and calm just come. He would not attach to the peace and calmness. So there's absolutely no attachment. It's just like the Heart Sutra, there's nothing to be obtained. That's emptiness. So, section 10, which is the same as chapter 10, and I'm reading from the text. The Buddha said to Subhuti, what do you think? Did the Tathagata obtain anything from the Dharma when in the past he was with Dipankara Buddha? No, World Honor One. When the Tathagata was with Dipankara, he did not obtain anything from the Dharma. Subhuti, what do you think? Do Bodhisattvas adorn Buddha lands by their moral actions? No, Well Honor One. Why? Because this is not real adornment. It is merely called the adornment of Buddha lands. Subhuti, this is why all Bodhisattvas and Mahasattvas should thus develop pure, clean minds and should not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and Dharma. They should develop a mind which does not abide in anything. Subhuti, suppose there is a man with a body as great as the mountain Sumeru. What do you think? Would such a body be great? Subhuti replied, very great, World Honor One. Why? Because the Buddha says it is not the real body, but is merely called a great body. So newcomers, do you know what it means? I'm reading these paragraphs. A lot of no, a lot of yes, a lot of words about the mind. So, in chapter 9, the previous chapters, the Buddha taught the doctrine of non-attainment. So we've been talking about the Theravada school of starting the 4 levels. The first level is Sotapanna. The second level is Sakritagamin. The third level is Anagamin. And the highest level, the 4th level, is Arahat. So just to recall, the first level, Sotapanna, is the practitioner who practice Samatha Vipassana and have achieved at a certain level when all the conceptually arising mental afflictions have been eliminated. So we have mental afflictions, you know. Everybody has mental afflictions. What are these mental afflictions? Remember last time? It's good to recall. Our mental afflictions in us contain of 2 categories. One is conceptually arising mental afflictions, and the other is fundamentally innate mental afflictions. What are the conceptually arising mental afflictions? Self-view, extreme view, attachment to view, view of rigid attachment to precepts, evil view, greediness, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and doubts, and so on and so on. All of us have. If you do not have these mental afflictions, you wouldn't be in the cycles of reincarnation, in the cycle of life and death. These mental afflictions create karma. You know what karma is? We already have explained it in detail. So these mental afflictions, for example, greediness, hatred, arrogance, doubt, which include, of course, in detail, there's a lot more details to it, jealousy, hatred, anxiety, you name them, anger. Do we have all these? Or you say, I don't have. If you don't have these, you're a saint. So if you have been successful in eliminating all these conceptually arising mental afflictions, then you are Sotapanna. You still have the fundamentally innate mental afflictions. Conceptually arising afflictions pertaining to since birth, you have nurtured that already. But the fundamentally innate one refers to the previous lifetime that you have been accumulating. And that, of course include also greediness, hatred, arrogance, doubts, and all those. So we have these 4 different levels, and chapter 9 mentioned all these. And we learned how do you achieve these levels until you become the Arahat. And after you achieve this level, you do not attach to the achievement. In other words, when you have been successful in eliminating all these mental afflictions, you remove your ego already. We all live in the ego cell, all of us. You remove the ego. When you remove the ego, there is no duality. There's no subject and object. There's no I and you and them and they. Because the ego is gone. It's the ego that creates the problem. Now the ego is gone, so there's no ego. When there's no ego, there's no attachment. There's ego, there's attachment. You're attached to love, to money, to reputation, to status, to a lot of things. So we already have mentioned that, so we will continue now. So in the minds of the Sotapanna, the Sakritagamin, the Anagamin, and the Arahats, there is no attainment of Bodhi. They won't say, now I have attained Bodhi. I've been successful in eliminating my ego. Because there's no ego. How can you say I've been successful in eliminating my ego? Because if you said that, that means you have a subject and an object. If you have a subject and an object, you still live in the duality of the world, which has pros and cons, yes and no, tall and short, rich and poor. No more discrimination, as there's nothing to be obtained. You obtain it, but there's nothing to be obtained. because they do not attach to the four fallacious concept of, in the Chinese languages, 我相, 人相, 众生相, 寿者相. Ego, personality, beings, and life. Of course, each one of these words contains a lot of meaning to it. And I already explained it in detail for the 8 sessions. Subhuti have understood the non-abiding enlightenment, but he doubted and thought that although Bodhi did not abide in anywhere, there should be an acquisition of the fruit of pursuing enlightenment. There must be something that is obtained. That's what Subhuti thought. Because if a cause is made, there's got to be result, the effect resulted, or the result realized. There must be something that's obtained. If there's not anything obtained, then what is this so-called teaching of Buddhism? What is this so-called Buddhism that is transmitted from one generation to the other? There must be something obtained, he thought. That's what he thought. So the Buddha knew that he has that thought and doubt in his mind and asked the question, did the Tathagata obtain anything from the Dharma when in the past he was with Dipankara Buddha? That means the Buddha became the Buddha. Did he obtain anything? Did he obtain any Buddhahood? He obtained it, but he's not regarding as anything to be obtained. It sounds illogical. It sounds contradictory, but it isn't. You think about it. You have to think about it. For beginners, you really have to think about it before you understand it. What is this Dipankara Buddha? Yan Deng Fo, for those who understand Chinese, Yan Deng Fo, Buddha of the everlasting Lamb. Dipankara Buddha is the 29th predecessor of Sakyamuni Buddha. What does that mean? So Sakyamuni Buddha was the historical Buddha born in this world, in India, and became enlightened 2,600 years ago. It is the historical Buddha of the world. But there are a lot of Buddhas. The 29th predecessor before Sakyamuni Buddha is the Dipankara Buddha. So when you think of Buddha, you think there's one Buddha, there's millions of Buddhas. There's millions of people who were enlightened and become the Buddha. And just a few sentences. What happened when you become the Buddha? Visitors to the temple always ask this question. What happened when you become the Buddha? When you become the Buddha, you are away from life and death. You are away from the sufferings of the world. You will not only remove yourself from sufferings of the world, you always come back to the world to remove sufferings from your folks. That's the Buddha. Very, very simply put. So do you realize the importance of being a Buddha? Now, you would realize the importance of enlightenment when you realize the sufferings of the world, when you realize what you went through. What are the sufferings of the world? Being born, aging, sickness, death. Are you not confronting, would you die in the future? Everybody has to die. Would you be sick? Would you be aging? All these sufferings, departure from beloved ones, living with hated ones, all of these sufferings in the world, you take them for granted because you thought, I live in this world and I have to go through suffering. The Buddha said, you can be away from this suffering. There's a way to get away from this suffering. So, following the Buddha's teaching, in the present life, you can enjoy happiness. There's twofold in studying Buddhism. I'm sidetracking myself from this chapter 10 now, for those who've been listening. It's good for newcomers to know this. What's the objective of studying the Buddha's teaching? What's the objective of studying Buddhism? To pass the exam to get an A? That's your objective as a student. You can fail, you want to get a credit. But what really is the ultimate objective of following the teaching? There's twofold to it. One is for the present. The other fold is for the future. If you practice the Buddha's teaching, what will become of you in your present life? You will enjoy happiness. Happiness in your life. Is that what you're looking for? Is there anyone here who's not looking for happiness in life and they're only looking for suffering? Are you only looking for suffering? Nobody wants suffering. Everybody wants to seek happiness. What's the definition of happiness, though? How do you define happiness? I get a job and I feel happy. I got a boat. I got a mansion. I got money. I got health. Is that happiness? What's the definition of happiness? I've gone through that in details, but I would like to summarize it a little bit. Happiness is not sought from money. It's not from wealth. It's not from reputation. It's not from satisfaction of all these various desires. You know what I mean by these desires? Happiness is not looking outside. Happiness is looking from within. Imagine if you are a multi-billionaire and you're not peaceful in your mind, would you be happy? So if we can put it very simply, happiness may be, if we can define it, peace of mind. If you don't have peace of mind, you won't have happiness. You have billions of dollars, you have a good home, you have all this material you have, you name it, reputation, status, you're the president, you have high status, but if every day you don't have peace of mind, you're not happy. So that peace of mind is the most important. If you really want a few words to define happiness, I would say it is peace of mind. Somebody say, if you have a lot of money, then you will have peace of mind. That's not true. Some people have a lot of money, and it's because of the money they don't have peace of mind. They're worrying about deflation. They're worrying about this financial tsunami. They're worrying about putting which bank they put the money into. They're worrying about abduction. They're worrying about drop in interest rate. They're worrying about how to conserve the money that they have, to keep it. And sometimes they even want to multiply it. I want to use this money to get more. By all means. I don't care as long as I have money. And then they hurt other people in the process of doing it. In business, in personal interaction, in a lot of ways. A good couple, because of money, they get divorced. One suing each other. For what? For the remnants of the possessions of properties, money, wealth, jewelries. Have you seen cases like that in newspapers? Do I need to explain more? So, to study Buddhism, it gives you not just an A in your course, it gives you the path leading to that peace of mind. So that's the present time category of the objective. There's twofold, as I said, the present and the future. The present, you get peace of mind. When you have peace of mind, you're happy. And more than that, when you have peace of mind, you have more intelligence. You're more calm. When you're more calm, you're more intelligent, you know how to resolve your problems. It's only when you are confused and you don't have peace of mind that you tend to do the wrong deeds. When you have that peace of mind, you tend to be more clever. You tend to be more calm. You tend to be more caring. You tend to be more compassionate. You tend to be more helpful. You tend to be more responsible for yourself, for your family, for the society, for the whole world. Peace of mind. How do we achieve that peace of mind? You got to learn about it. So that's the present fold. I said two folds in studying, in following the Buddha's teaching. Nothing about worshipping, throw that away. Nothing about blind faith, prostration and kneeling before Buddha and say your prayers and Buddha is the creator, Buddha is the God. Nothing about that at all. It's about you yourself. How do you achieve this peace of mind? How do you practice to achieve this peace of mind? How do you let others to achieve peace of mind? How do you help others to achieve peace of mind? How about the future, the twofold? There's the present concept. How about the future? The Buddha said, maintaining a peace of mind for this present life is important. But that's not the most important. The most important is, how do you go beyond life and death? You don't have to die again. Go beyond reincarnation. Go beyond samsara. How do you achieve this anuttara samya sambuddhi? Then, to understand this question, we have to know. To understand this question of how to go beyond, transcend life and death, you really have to study about karma, reincarnation, and purity of the mind. When we study the Buddha's teaching, the time dimension is extremely long. The dimensions in the Buddha's teaching, not just the path. What is the universe? What's the universe make up of? How do we regard? How do we understand the universe? In terms of two things: time and space. Space, we are in space. In space, we have everything. You and me and everything in the world. We call it the spatial dimensions. Everything we created, science, technology, art, humanities, everything. Isn't that regard space? That's the horizontal concept of the universe. Space. And how about a vertical concept of the universe? Time. What is its time dimensions? Past, present, and future. What else? Past, present, and future. Anything else? No. 3 dimensions. The past, the present, and the future. When we talk about the past, we said yesterday, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, or as far back as when I was born. But the Buddha's time concept is much further though. Not just the time when you were born, the time before you were born. And the time before you were born, before you were born, before you were born. So many lives, previous lives. We have been accumulating all our karma, our karmic force, and reincarnate life after life after life after life until you are who you are. You're Jack, you're John, you're Joan. Why are everybody different? Everybody's karma is different. What you have done in the past, nobody is the same. Because your karma is not the same. Your destinies are not the same. Some people born poor, some people born rich, some people born healthy, some people born crippled, some people born with good features, handsome, some are pretty, some are ugly, some are tall, some are short. Everybody's destinies are different. Is it God who's responsible for this? Don't blame God for it. You did it yourselves. You created your own karma. All the wrong things, the erroneous things you have done, they are causes. And every cause would carry to an effect. That's called causality. Simultaneous causality. Well, if you study the Buddhist philosophy, you should study simultaneous causality. That's one of the most important concepts. A very logical, scientific concept. I'm looking at my clock now. Maybe I can't go to chapter 10 today. So, I haven't finished the future concept of studying Buddhism. So I said the time dimensions in the Buddhist teaching is vastness. It's so huge, so grand that it's beyond calculation. So, the past, we reincarnate life after life and after life. Something will go on. The body is dead. But the death of your body is the birth of another body. So dying is the beginning. Dying is not the end. Dying is not an end. Dying is the beginning of another life. Another body. It's just like I've always been using that analogy. Just like the light bulbs in there. The light bulbs, after a long time, it burn out. It's gone. It's burned out. It's useless. No function anymore. You replace it with another light bulb, another form. It's in a different form now. Another form, another light bulb. The form is changing all the time. But there's something there that has not changed. That will transmit. What is that? That's the electricity. You can't see it, but it transmits. It's just like the theory of energy never disintegrate. It changed form only, from one form to another, from one form to another. Then, oh yeah, so what do we learn from this? Good theory. What do I learn from this? We're reincarnating, so what? I don't care. What do we learn from this? It's important not just to read the words, to cover so many pages in the book. You really have to know, what do I get from it? What do I get from the concept of reincarnation? What do I get from the karma concept? Because we know that, because we know simultaneous causality, we know karma, we know reincarnation. There's one thing that we should learn. Every cause has an effect. So if I continue to do bad deeds, if I continue to have bad thoughts, by the way, how does karma arise? How do I create karma? Through what? When I create karma, how do I create karma? From three sources. From the body, from the mouth, from the mind. What do I mean from the body? From the body, action. I create karma through action. What are these actions? The nature of karma is threefolded. Bad karma, good karma, and neutral karma. It's either bad, good, or neutral. So, From the body, from my action, I create karma. How do I create karma? From the body, from action. What do I do when I create karma? From action. How do we act? Basically, or generally speaking, we kill, we lie, we commit sexual misconduct. What else? We steal. All these things, we use actions to bring them about. We use actions. Hitting people, hurting people, killing animals for food, and lying is from the mouth, and sexual misconduct, or drinking intoxications, and you name them. So, karma is created through action. We call it body karma. Karma is also created through the mouth. We call it speech karma. How do we create karma through the mouth? Cursing, lying, tell-to-telling. What else? Speech can do a lot of harm on many things. Arguing. Because of one argument, people can kill each other. Because of one cursing, especially on the road, they can get into a fight. I have seen people fighting, it's just because of you yell to me and I yell to you, they get down the car and they start to hit each other. Have you seen that? They smash window sills because of one word, because of one cursing. So, from the mouth, karma is created through the mouth. And you think this karma is created and after you're gone, there's no more karma? It has an effect. Everything has an effect. Everything has a cause, has an effect. It's like everything is registered in the computer. For every action, every word you utter through your mouth, it's just like hitting the keyboard. Hitting in the keyboard. When you hit in the keyboard, it gets into your memory. It won't go away. The time comes, it will react to the program. And the memory is unlimited. The memory has been carried forward through lives, through incarnations. So karma can be created through action, through speech, and to summarize it all, through what? Through thought. So mind your thought. The Buddha said, mind your thinking. The mind. That's why. So when we want to change ourselves, or you change other people, you change from their mind. You look within. As I always give this example, Warren Buffett donated $30 billion for charity, and the reporter asked, hey Warren, you gave so much money, and you're so rich, how do you make so much money? And are you happy? And tell us the key of happiness, the secrets of happiness. And finally, after so many reporters asking the questions, he got his secretary to compile a few words about the secrets of happiness, the 7 secrets of happiness. And the first one is, happiness comes from within, not from money. From the mind. Within means the mind. Not the internal organ, not your heart. Happiness from the mind. Can you control your mind? Do you have a good mind? To learn, to take this course in Buddhism is to know your mind. To know the importance of your mind. How to train your mind. What did the Buddha tell us about the mind? Your thought. Your thought precedes all actions and all speech. And then you said, of course I understand my mind. I understand every thought I have. Because my mind is under my control. Isn't it? Is your mind under your control? As I first started in this session this morning, as I said, if your mind is under your control, how come you get mad? How come you get jealous? How come you get angry? How come you're egoistic? We can't control our mind. The Buddha's teaching is how to gear your mind to enlightenment, to gear your mind to nirvana, to gear your mind to anuttara samya sambuddhi, using the Sanskrit word. So up to this point, do you know that Buddhism is, strictly speaking, not a religion? Don't use that word religion to stigmatize certain thinking. Buddhism goes beyond language. The Buddhist teaching go beyond words, transcend words, transcend conceptual thinking, habitual thinking. You've taken the right course. The professor must be happy. Whoever is standing in here, sitting in here. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to the Buddhist teaching. And now I'm going too much into the sidetrack. Let's get back to this chapter 10. All right, now, so the first question, the first paragraph, the Buddha asked, what do you think, Subhuti? Did the Tathagata, what is Tathagata? Another name for the Buddha. The Buddha has 10 epithets. Bhagava, Tathagata, and many others too. So, did the Buddha, the Tathagata, obtain anything from the Dharma? That means the Buddha obtained enlightenment and nirvana from practicing Dharma. And after he becomes successful in becoming the Buddha, did he get anything? No, he didn't get anything, because there's nothing to be obtained. If there's something to be obtained, it's not it. It sounds contradictory, but it isn't. You think about it. When in the past he was with Dipankara Buddha. So what is this Dipankara Buddha? Dipankara Buddha is the 29th predecessor of Sakyamuni Buddha, who always appears when Buddha Sakyamuni preaches the Lotus Sutra. In a lifetime during Sakyamuni's second incalculable neon of practice, he assured Sakyamuni that he would attain Buddhahood. And there's a story behind it. Maybe let me tell this story, and when I finish the story, probably the time is up for lunch. In one lifetime, I'm explaining to you, for those who've been listening to Diamond Sutra, I'm explaining to you Dipankara Buddha and the relationship between Dipankara Buddha and Sakyamuni Buddha, the historical Buddha. In one lifetime, Sakyamuni Buddha, in this present lifetime is Sakyamuni Buddha, but in one lifetime, he was a youngster in one lifetime by the name Manava, M-A-N-A-V-A, Manava. And Manava practiced Samatha Vipassana under a saint, a teacher who was a saint. Samatha Vipassana, Samatha, you know Samatha Vipassana? Samatha in the Chinese language is Zi, Vipassana is Guan, or meditation if you want to call it, just to simplify, they study meditation under the saint. And Manava, the youngster, was so grateful for his teacher's kindness that he was always thinking of paying honorarium to his teacher to show his respect. And one day he was returning, the youngster was returning home for a term break, for a spring break, term break. And he came to a village where there was a large assembly of people, of men particularly, competing for the opportunity of getting a beautiful wife. What do I mean by that? In those days, India had a certain custom. And when a daughter became of age to get married, then the father would call an assembly of all the men in the village together to debate on a philosophical issue. In other words, they form a stage, a platform with all the men together, and the daughter about to be married would be on the stage, and the father will be on, together with all these other judges, you know, who judge on who is the winner, and they debate on a philosophical issue. So sometimes people ask me, this is another sidetrack, how come Buddhism originates from India? Because 2,600 years ago along the Ganges River, there's so many philosophers. They like philosophy. They even debate on philosophy. Very philosophical. India, 2,600 years ago, everybody was philosophical. That's why Buddhism originates from India for this particular eons of time. And getting back to the story, the winner of the debate will be awarded a trophy of value, sometimes gold, sometimes money, and then his daughter would also become the wife of the winner. So this is how the father would pick the most intelligent man in the village to be his son-in-law. Now, this youngster, Manava, on his way returning home for a spring break, came to this assembly. And he was standing there and watching the debate. So, as the heated debate carried on and so many men participating, and because so many men are participating because the girl on stage was young and beautiful, particularly this girl about to be married was young and beautiful, so a lot of men came for the debate. So in Manava's mind, he did not want to marry the girl, right? But he's interested in getting the money so that he can pay the honorarium to his teacher. He's been always looking for money to give respect to the teacher and honorarium for the teacher. So he was watching. So everybody wanted to win the money and to win the girl. So after so many rounds of debate for a few days, not just one day, the only candidate left for winning happened to be an ugly man who challenged everybody, not just in the assembly, for the whole village. Now, I'm the only one. I'm the most intelligent in the village. And I challenge everybody in the village. So that the girl and his father were a little worrying because this guy is not only ugly, he's also arrogant. I don't want him to be my son-in-law. Then this young man, Manava, he came onto the stage and challenged the ugly man. So the debate lasted for a few hours, and finally, Manava won the debate. So both the girl and the father were extremely happy because Manava is both handsome and intelligent. So they become very happy. So the ugly man was indignant, but nothing he could do. He left. So Manava was given 500 pieces of gold money, but he explained to the father and the girl that he was practicing asceticism and that he wanted to maintain celibacy, so he didn't want to get married. He's only interested in getting the money. Can I have the money? If I have the money, I can pay as an honorarium to my teacher. I want to practice celibacy in my life. And the father and the girl respected him for that and let him go and give him the money. So now this youngster, Manava, was on his way with the money and passed by a city where he heard that a Buddha by the name Dipankara Buddha was coming to the city. So he felt extremely happy and he wanted to have this rare opportunity of meeting Dipankara Buddha and offer to him something. So he thought, yeah, I can always offer honorarium to my teacher later, but I have this opportunity to meet Dipankara Buddha. I wanted to offer him something. So he wanted to use his 500 pieces of gold money to buy flowers for offering to the Buddha. But he went around shopping and all the flowers were sold out because everybody wanted the flowers for the Buddha. All flowers sold out. And he came to a shop where there was a lady shopkeeper, and she had 5 more very fresh white lotus flowers left. And Manava said, "Oh, honorable lady, can you sell to me these 5 flowers? I've been looking for the whole day without flowers, and can you sell these 5 flowers to me?" And the lady said, "No, I want to keep it for my own offering to the Buddha. And this is a rare opportunity. I know that there's a lot of merits accumulated for offering to the Buddha, so I'm not going to sell them to you. Oh, please, I can give you all my 500 pieces of gold money, and you can have it all. Just give me the flowers. And the lady said, well, yeah, there's so much money, and all right, let's make a deal. Give me all the money, and I only give you 3 flowers. I said, oh, fine, better than nothing. So the girl, the lady, the flower lady, gave Manava the 3 lotus flowers. And then the lady also said, now there's 2 flowers left. Can you make a vow that I'll give you the remaining 2 flowers? But to me, you look so handsome. Can you make a vow that you will marry me in every one of your next life? I will be your wife. I'll give you these 2 flowers. That's the condition. Make me your wife in every one of your future life, and you can have these 2 flowers. And Manava at that time, he wanted more flowers. He said, okay. So he made a vow. He knelt down and made a vow. I'll make you my wife in every one of my future life. And he took the flowers away and offered to the Dipankara Buddha. So Dipankara Buddha came to the city, and Manava offered the flowers. And Dipankara Buddha came to a location where there's a puddle of water with so much water in there. And if he walked on it, he will have his feet all wet. So the youngster, the Manava, was so touched and respected the Buddha so much that he threw his hair onto the puddle of water so that the Buddha can walk on the hair without getting the feet wet. Why did he do it? Because he has so much respect for the Buddha's moral behavior, for his demeanor, for his enlightenment to save sentient beings. He respected that so much. At that juncture, at that moment, he wanted to offer everything, even his body, for such a being who saved all sentient beings. So he threw his hair, and the Buddha walked on it, and the Buddha, Dipankara Buddha, put his hand onto Manava, the youngster, and he said, after one more eon of time, you will be the Buddha. You attain Buddhahood, and your name would be Sakyamuni Buddha. So he made this future prophecy on this young guy, this Manava, a future prophecy that you'll be the Buddha. 1 eon, kalpa, 1 kalpa later. So exactly 1 kalpa later, Sakyamuni Buddha became the Buddha. The prince Siddhartha Gautama became a monk and later became the Buddha. So that's why in that first paragraph, Dipankara Buddha made the prophecy that he will become the Buddha, he will attain Buddhahood. So that's why there's a relationship between Dipankara Buddha and Sakyamuni Buddha. Just for your interest, a few more words, just to say a few more words about this story. The saint who was the teacher of Manava the youngster is the previous life of Maitreya Bodhisattva. The big belly Bodhisattva. He was once, in one lifetime, the teacher of Sakyamuni Buddha. And of course, Manava later became Sakyamuni Buddha. He was a prince, Siddhartha Gautama, and the prince's wife is Yasodhara. Yasodhara is that flower lady. That flower lady is Yasodhara, who married one afterlife, the same husband and wife since then. Every lifetime, Yasodhara. At one lifetime for Siddhartha Gautama, who became the Buddha later, his wife is Yasodhara, and that's the flower lady. So you all see this relationship? All right, that's enough for now. I haven't really started. I just finished the first paragraph of the Diamond Sutra. There's so much in it to understand. So actually, to talk about this Diamond Sutra, it takes years. And there's a sutra called Saddharma Puntarika Sutra. And there was a monk in ancient China. He explained one word, Zat Dhamma, just one word in the Chinese language, is mel. He used 90 days to explain one word. So that's how profound it is. And I always learned from, when I was in university, I also learned from my professor. He said, an assistant professor, on one subject, the assistant professor can talk about it for one semester. The full professors can talk about it for 1 year. And then the professor who has full tenure probably can talk about for 3 years just on one subject. I don't know if it's true. Tell me if I'm wrong.